1-0, 2-0, 5-0, 4-0. It didn't matter. Chris Carpenter was going to win that game.
You know, this was a good hitting Tigers team in 2006. I don't need to tell you that. Were you surprised that they were so held in check, your Tiger lineup, throughout the early goings in the series?
We were really surprised. I mean, we were a great offensive team. That was the big reason we were in the World Series in 06, and we could pound you. You know, Maglio and Carlos Guillen and Angie, all the Craig Monroe, all the guys that we had. We could really get after a little bit, and we just didn't show up, you know, to this point in the World Series, and it was frustrating for all the guys in the dugout in the clubhouse to say, man, where are our bats?
All right, Sean, listen, thanks for your insights, and thanks to all of you for tuning into this edition of MLB Network Presents All-Time Games. For Sean Casey, I'm Matt Vasgersian. We'll see you next time.
Hi again, everyone. I'm Victor Rojas, and welcome to this installment of MLB Network Presents All-Time Games. You know, in sports, it's not necessarily how you start, but how you finish. And no more was this evident than in the case of the 1989 Pittsburgh Pirates and Philadelphia Phillies. Separated by just a game in the standings, albeit for last place in the National League's Eastern Division, the two took to the turf at venerable Veterans Stadium in South Philly for this rather memorable encounter played on June 8th, 1989.
Larry McWilliams is about to go to the mound for the Philadelphia Phillies. We'll take a look at the Pirate batting order, the lineup that Mac will be facing tonight. Here's how they've been penciled in by manager Jim Leyland. Barry Bonds leading off and playing left field. Barry with 2 home runs last night, 6th time in his career that he's hit 2 home runs in a ball game, and 2nd time that he's done it in this ballpark. Jose Lean will be batting second and playing second base. Andy Van Slyke in center field batting third. Then it's Bobby Bonilla at third base batting fourth. Gary Redus will be in right field batting fifth. Jeff King getting his second start in the major leagues at first base. And Jeff bats sixth. Ray Quinones is the shortstop hitting seventh. Junior Ortiz doing the catching and batting eighth. And the Pirate pitcher tonight is Bob Walk. Larry McWilliams getting his 9th start of the year and will set the Phillies now defensively. Steve?
John Kruk in left field, Juan Samuel in center, Wayne Murphy starting in right. On the infield, Randy Reddy, Dickie Thon, Tommy Hervon Hayes, Darren Dalton doing the catching for Larry McWilliams.
Mac's record this year is 2 wins, 6 losses. His first win of the year was at New York, April the 18th, and then the victory over the Dodgers on May the 13th, so he has not won in almost a month. Last time out, McWilliams pitched well enough. He worked 6 innings against the Expos and gave up 2 runs, but lost to Montreal last Saturday.
Pitched very well in his start against the Pirates back in April on a Sunday afternoon, the 23rd of April, and shut the Bucks out on 2 hits the first 5 innings. Nick Leyva has said that he's thought about putting Mac back in the bullpen several times, but every time he considers that, Mac goes out and gives him about 6 or 7 very good innings. So he'll be working tonight, and he works very brisk, as you know, very quickly, and that unusual windup. You'll be very familiar with Larry McWilliams.
The umpires for tonight's game, Eric Gregg behind the plate calling balls and strikes. John Kibler at first, Jim Quick at second, Jerry Davis at third. And boy, what a combination we are tonight. Both Steve and I have been battling colds the last couple of days.
Boy,
and also our director, Dennis Galloway. So we'll try to get through it somehow here tonight. Here's Barry Bonds to lead off. Barry's batting average .248. 9 home runs, 22 runs batted in. And the Bonzes, Barry and Bobby, are just 1 home run away from tying the Berras and the Bells. The Bonzes are at 406. The Bells and the Berras at 407. Bobby Bonds at 332 home runs in his career. And Barry now has 74, counting his 9 this year. McWilliams falling behind Bonds, 2 balls, no strikes. Foul ball to the seats on the left side, out of play. And the Pirate coaches, Gene Lamont coaching at third, Tommy Sand at first, Rich Donnelly in the bullpen, Ray Miller's the pitching coach, Milt May the hitting instructor, and the bench coach is Bruce Kim. That time is called as Barry Bonds requested time from the home plate umpire.
Kind of an interesting pitching matchup with Larry McWilliams and Bob Walk, ex-teammates both at Atlanta and Pittsburgh. Spent time together with each ball club.
And of course, Walk started his career with the Phillies. So the two starting pitchers have much in common from that standpoint in terms of their travels. Pitch high and inside, and McWilliams walks Bonds on 5 pitches. And the batter now, second baseman Jose Lind. Jose checking with third base coach Gene Lamont. Lind's averaged .227 with a home run and 17 runs batted in. Chico's hit safely in 12 of his last 13 games. Let's see if the bunt is in order here in the top of the first inning.
Pirates with good speed at the top of their order. Take the first 5 guys, very good stolen base percentages.
Lind takes high, ball 1.
Take a look at Bonds, Lind, Van Slyke, Bonilla, and Reedus. Between them, they're 32 out of 40 attempts in the stolen base department.
On the other side, Philly catchers have been quite successful this year at gunning down runners.
Very good, both Lake and Dalton.
Pirates hoping to snap a 6-game losing streak tonight. Bonds is running. High chopper. Max only plays to first base. And Lind is out. Score of the play 1-3. Barry Bonds was thinking about going to third, but the left side of the infield, Dickie Thon and Randy Reddy quickly went over to cover the unoccupied base.
Well, if this bounces one more time, Jose Lind's going to have a base hit, but Mac was able to get it before it did hit the turf. So he gets one out of the situation.
Barry McWilliams always been a good fielding pitcher. Made a fine play there. Now the Bucs did not use the bunt. Get the same result, however. Runner at second base, 1 out, and Andy Van Slyke standing in with a .250 batting average, 2 home runs, 11 runs batted in. No score, top of the first inning. And the pitch misses outside, ball 1.
Last time Larry McWilliams started, we talked about that game back in April. Mike Schmidt had a first inning home run for the Phillies off John Smiley. Gave the Phillies a 2-0 lead at the time.
Van Slyke with a base hit to right field. Bonds coming around third. The throw to the plate by Murphy. Bonds scores, and the Pirates have the 1-0 lead. Andy Van Slyke gets his 12th RBI of the year.
And we'll note that it was off a left-hand pitcher, and Andy doing much better against the lefties this year. So the Bucs draw first blood and brings up Bobby Bonilla. Andy hanging right in there, not giving any ground at all, and hit the ball hard enough to get it by first baseman Hayes. Wasn't that Vaughn was out of position so much, the ball just got by him so quickly.
1 run in, a man aboard, 1 out in the top of the first inning. And Bobby Bonilla stepping into the batter's box with a .285 average. Bobby from the right side of the plate this year is batting .225, and he has hit 3 of his 4 home runs right-handed, 3 of his 7 home runs right-handed. Two balls, no strikes.
And you know, Jim Leyland was saying that he really looks to his big guns to provide a lot of the offense, the Bonds, Bonillas, Van Slyke's, et cetera, and not so much the perimeter guys. But if the big guys aren't producing, then you've got to play a very, very good baseball game. You've got to move the runner over. You've got to make the right throw to the right base. You've got to hit the cutoff man.
Base hit on the 2-0 pitch to left field. John Kruk up with the ball, fires it in. Van Slyke stops at second.
Maybe tonight it's going to be the big guns. Maybe tonight. So far, so good for everybody so far. Even Chico Lee getting Barry over to second base.
You know, I mentioned at the top of the telecast about Jim Leyland cautioning his players against finger pointing. And one of the things that Jim's been saying to his players the last several days is don't automatically be looking at the guys that have come up from the minor leagues who have had trouble here in the big leagues. Don't be finger pointing at them, because it's been unfair for them.
Yeah, that's the easy way out. And when you're struggling, sometimes there's a temptation to look at the easy way out. And he wants them to be very realistic and keep their heads to the grindstone and look in the mirror every once in a while too.
Gary Reedus, who's been bothered by a stiff back lately, batting with 2 men on, 1 out, 1-0 Pirates in the top of the first inning. Pitch is inside, ball 1. Reedus has averaged .270. No home runs, 7 runs batted in. Gary, a former Philly, told us on a radio interview the other day that he really enjoys hitting in this ballpark. One-0 pitch. And Larry McWilliams consistently missing with that first pitch to the Pirate hitters and falling behind Barry Bonds 2 balls, no strikes. He was behind Bonilla 2-0, and now he's behind Reedus 2 balls, no strikes. Base hit to center. Van Slyke will score. Bonilla's on his way to third. Samuel's throw safe at third. And on the play, Reedus goes to second. 2-0 Pirates.
Well, you make a good point, Lanny. When you get behind in the count like that, you have to come in, throw a strike, and he has been hurt when he's trying to come back from being behind in the count. Here's another example. And we talk about the Pirates making the plays, having to play picture-perfect baseball. Now the Phillies, who struggled a good bit before the Pirates got in here for this series, the same way, and they made a mistake there by throwing the ball to third base.
And Darrell Knowles, the pitching coach of the Philadelphia Phillies, going to the mound, and there is activity already in the Philadelphia bullpen. Out behind that right field fence, Steve Ontiveros, who was just reactivated a couple of days ago, is getting ready in a hurry. Jeff King will be intentionally walked. First base open, 1 out, and the Pirates leading 2-0.
Take a good look at number 56 on Jeff King, because that will be no longer after today. He will go to number 7. He is at first base tonight for the Bucks. You remember a very well-known, productive first baseman who wore number 7, Bobby Robertson.
Out of the Cumberland Frostburg area of the state of Maryland, Ray Quinones stands in with the bases loaded, 1 out, 2-0 Pirates, top of the first inning. And the pitch to Ray is inside, ball 1. Quinones batting .206, and he has recorded 16 of his 22 RBIs on the road this year.
The master of the sacrifice fly in the National League.
That's right.
He has 8 to lead the circuit.
Foul ball. And the count is 1-1. I like that. The master of the sacrifice fly. Kind of reminds me of a song that came out several years ago. I guess it was it Stevie Wonder or was it Michael Jackson? Master Blaster. Remember that song?
Yes, but I don't remember who sang it.
1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out. McWilliams with a pitch. And it's 1-2. Quinones going after a pitch that was up.
Like Ray couldn't hold the trigger back. High fastball that was tempting. Didn't want to go through with it, but no, I might as well at that point.
Philly infield at double play depth. Bonilla at third, Reedus at second, King at first. 1-2 pitch. And the foul ball. The inning started with a walk to Barry Bonds. Leaned with a high chopper handled by pitcher Larry McWilliams, and Bonds went to second. Van Slyke with an RBI single. Bonilla with a base hit. Reedus with a run-producing single. Bonds scored the first run. Van Slyke carried in that second Pirate run. Now with Bonilla, Reedus, and King aboard, the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes on Quinones. Down the left field line. That's going to score at least 2. Maybe 3. No, King will stop at third base. Ray Quinones drives in 2 with a double off the left field wall. The Pirates lead 4-0.
Well, I'll tell you, the Pirates coming out of the chute after the clubhouse meeting, and it wasn't one of those fire and brimstone meetings, as you said, Lanny, but so far good results. Maybe Jim can do that about once a week to get the troops fired up, but a very good start offensively, and that's going to be it for Mac here in the top of the first inning.
Yeah, one thing about the meeting, no food went flying last night, so we were told. Nobody had a chance to enjoy their post-game meal. That's all for Larry McWilliams.
Yep. Of course, when you lose, the food doesn't taste nearly as good, so maybe they're cooking up a different type of a menu.
Steve Ontiveros making his 4th appearance of the year. First relief appearance, 2 wins, no losses, and a .090 earned run average coming off the DL just 2 days ago. Jimmy Leland's ball club has a 4-0 lead here at the top of the first inning. Ray Quinones driving in 2 with a double. on the play. Jeff King went to third. 1 out of the inning. And now Pirate catcher Junior Ortiz to step in. So it's 0 against 0 on Taveras against Ortiz. See Junior wearing that protective wrap on his left elbow. He was hit by a Randy Reddy bat the other day. Breaking ball, ball 1. Stevan Taveras going on the disabled list because of a sore right elbow. And when he came off on Tuesday, Mike Maddox went out to the minor leagues. Fastball is inside, and it counts 2 balls, no strikes.
Taveras with 3 starts. There'll be just a couple prep jobs like this in the bullpen, and then he will probably be back in the starting rotation.
And 3 balls, no strikes. Taveras, the right-hander, born in New Mexico. Pitched previously with the Oakland A's. The pitch to Junior, ball 4, and the Buccos have the bases loaded. That is the 3rd walk to a Pirate in the ballgame. We're only in the 1st inning. Bob Walk steps in.
Wonder if Taveras knows that Bob Walk has 6 RBIs. Keep in mind there's 1 out, so keep an eye down at third base, just in case the Pirates might want to squeeze an extra run in.
Bob Walk's average, as you see, at 276. Not a good swing at all. Strike 1. Last night on the Pirates television network, we featured the last 4 grand slams by Pirate pitchers, and Walkie bats here in the 1st inning with a chance to hit a grand slam. Base hit to center. King scores. 5-0 Pirates. Quinones will score as Samuel bobbled the ball. Not sure it really would have mattered anyways, as Quinones got a good jump off second. 6-0 the Pirates lead, and Bob Walk has 8 runs batted in.
Right back through the middle. Breaking ball. Bob just kind of slashed it up through the middle, and the Bucks break it wide open. And here's Barry Bonds again.
Bonds started it all with a walk. See Jeff King scoring the 5th Pirate run, and then Quinones crossing the play with number 6. Ortiz at second base, Walk at first, 1 out, and the pitch to Bonds, ball 1. Just to complete the note, by the way, the last 4 Pirate pitchers to hit grand slams: Al McBean in 1968, Bruce Keeson in 1979, Enrique Romo, of all people, in 1980, and Donnie Robinson hit one in 1985. And speaking of Donnie, today happens to be his birthday.
And you will not be seeing Enrique Romo featured in any of those "Where Are They Now" segments of baseball, because nobody really knows.
Bonds with a drive, deep right field, go ball, get out of here. It's a 3-run shot for Bonds, and the Pirates lead 9-0.
And that ball was hit so well it did not have a chance to hook foul. Stayed inside the foul pole. Enjoy it one more time. Pow. Hit high, but on a line. That ball was hit like a bullet. And not just over the fence, but up the walkway.
So now Barry and Bobby are tied with the Bells and Berra at 4:07. Outside ball 1. Barry hit 2 home runs last night, and he hits 1 tonight. So Bonds now has 15 career home runs against the Phillies, the most against any other National League club.
Isn't this fun?
Oh, whole lot of shaking going on. There's out number 2. Jose Lean, by the way, he's going to feel like an orphan here. Lean has made both outs of the inning. I hope somebody gives him Some sympathy in that dugout over there.
He will get no sympathy whatsoever, and there's always somebody, when there's a big offensive output, there's somebody who is left out of the party. It just seems to be Murphy's Law. Right now it's Chico, but there's time for him to get involved.
Andy Van Slyke knocked in the first run, and the pitch is down low, ball 1. Here in the top of the first inning, 20 exciting minutes of baseball, and the Pirates have a 9-0 lead. Base hit. Van Slyke is 2 for 2.
So far, Barry Bonds and Andy Van Slyke with a good night, and we were only in the first inning. Tommy Herr not quite able to get the glove down for that ball.
Pirates 9 runs on 7 hits. Charged 6 of the 9 runs to Larry McWilliams. Bobby Bonilla takes low, ball 1. Bobby singled and scored in the first inning. And the count 2 balls, no strikes. Strike call, 2-1.
Bob Walker's got to be feeling pretty good sitting down in that Pirate dugout right now, regardless of how long he has to wait to go out there. If they want to get 15, Bob will say, that's just fine. That's just fine. You guys go ahead. I'll get out there and take a few extra tosses, so just keep it going. Don't worry about old Bob at all.
Well, Bob has contributed to the onslaught so far tonight. And there's the walk. Second one issued by Ontiveros. Fourth walk to a Pirate. The Buccos have already sent 13 men to the plate. Gary Reedus will be number 14.
Just when Nick Leyva thinks his troops may be out of the woods a little bit after losing 11 in a row, come back to win 2 in a row against the Bucks. Walked into a hornet's nest. Remember how Jim Leyland said you can walk into Philadelphia and it'll be a hornet's nest even though they've lost so many games? Well, tables have turned a little bit after the first 2 games.
Good play by Dalton, ball 1.
Might think that the Pirates are really down, really sluggish. I'll tell you, you can never predict what's going to happen regardless of what happened last night. It's just such a crazy kind of a situation. And the Pirates didn't look good the last 2 nights. But boy, did they come out of the chute tonight.
Tavares getting a new baseball from Eric Gregg.
I'm surprised that didn't get a round of applause. The ball going directly from the pitcher to the catcher without being hit.
Foul ball back into the seats. 1 ball and 1 strike. Andy Van Slyke at second base and Bobby Bonilla at first.
And they've been that way before. They've been out there.
You know, it was almost exactly 4 years ago today that the Phillies enjoyed a big first inning against the New York Mets. June 11th, 1985. It was the game that Von Hayes hit 2 home runs in the first inning, including a grand slam. Pitch is up high, 2 balls and a strike. Von Hayes, who is playing first base tonight, he became the second Philadelphia player to ever homer twice in 1 inning when he did it in '85. Base hit to center. The Pirates have reached double figures. Van Slyke scores. Bonilla goes to third. Gary Reedus 2 for 2 with a pair of RBIs.
Takes that fastball, it's out over the plate and hits it right back through the middle like you're supposed to do.
And now Jeff King, the batter, as Van Slyke scores that 10th Pirate run. King was intentionally walked. First and third, and 2 outs, and Jeff King takes ball 1. Ball 2. Barry Bonds, a 3-run homer in the inning. Reedus, Quinones, and Walk each with 2 RBIs. And Van Slyke has 1. Andy knocked in the game's first run.
Fans that are just still coming into the ballpark wondering what has been going on.
Ball 3.
Jim Lachima stopping by, and Jim stopped by about 7:15, and this is the truth. Said, you know, I'll bet we score about 10 tonight. Honestly,
is that what he said?
He honestly did, and he's back here to get the verification, and he did. It's on the record. You know? Thank you, by the way. Stop by tomorrow if you could.
There's a strike, 3-1. Two outs in the inning. Bonilla at third, Reedus at first. And the walk. Once again, the bases are loaded. And that means that Raymond Hebrank of North Versailles gets another shot at a grand slam.
Raymond, don't mow the lawn. Get back in the house. You got another shot.
Darryl Knoll goes to the mound, and Darren Dalton stays behind home plate. It's a one-on-one meeting.
And there's nobody loosening up out in the Phillies bullpen. You know, when this game started, I had a little note here, a little trivia question. Who was the pitcher that stopped Pete Rose at 44 games, his hitting streak in 1978? It was the Phillies starter tonight, Larry McWilliams. He teamed up with Gene Garber.
Guess you didn't use that note soon enough, did you?
No, I didn't, because unfortunately Mac wasn't able to stop much of anything tonight.
McWilliams charged with 6 runs in a third of an inning.
One of those nights.
Down low, blocked by Dalton, ball 1.
You look at the last couple starts for Larry McWilliams. Went 6 innings and gave up 2 runs. The start before that, 7 innings, 1 run. Before that, against LA, 6 innings and 3 runs. So just 6 earned runs in his last 19 innings. Mac had been throwing the ball extremely well.
Like Quinones was swinging for a grand slam. Foul ball, and the count's 1-1. The Philadelphia bullpen. I think we saw Harris take the jacket off. It looks like Harris will start warming up.
Yeah, we saw a catcher run down there and get ready, so somebody's going to be moving.
Foul ball. 1-2. The Pirates 10 and the Phillies nothing here in the top of the first inning.
Greg Harris wears number 33. It appears to be him in the Philly bullpen. Yep. It is that same glove I had a chance to look at in Pittsburgh. Greg Harris wears in case he ever does decide to throw with the other arm. It sounds a little crazy, but he says he's capable of doing it and would like to do it in the big league someday.
Maybe tonight.
Yeah.
2 down, bases loaded, 1-2 pitch. And the count 2-2. Ground ball to Reddy, and the force out at third. The Pirates in the first inning scored 10 runs on 8 hits and leave 3 men on base. The score, our Buccos 10 and the Phillies coming to bat.
Every year, one team rises above all the others. The Big Red Machine, the Mustache Gang, team of the century.
The Yankees have done it again.
They were all called champions, and World Series Highlights celebrates them all. The A's, with big talent and an even bigger attitude, dominated the 70s. Now see Reggie and the rest of the Mustache Gang in all their glory.
The Oakland A's are champions.
World Series Highlights, Friday night at 8, only on MLB Network. They're the games baseball fans will always remember. Now, there's only one place to relive them all. MLB Network's all-time games. Immortal matchups.
Man, do we have a ball game for you tonight.
Legendary players.
This is just amazing.
And baseball's most defining moments. It's deja vu all over again with MLB Network's all-time games. Weekday afternoons and weekends, only on MLB Network.
Stop your auto repair bills now. If you own a car with less than 250,000 miles, you can get an extended service contract that will finally stop your repair bills. Just call now or go to StopRepairBills.com. When you own a car, SUV, or truck, sooner or later it will need repair, and that can cost you thousands of dollars right out of your pocket. Just one transmission job could cost over $3,000. A new engine could cost over $4,000, but you won't have to pay a cent. Call now or visit StopRepairBills.com and we'll cover 100% of the costs. This isn't a dealer's warranty. It's much better and costs less because you only pay for the coverage you need. You even choose the repair shop, and we pay them directly so you don't wait to be reimbursed. The sooner you call, the sooner you're covered.
Call 1-800-693-9701. A free 5-minute call can save you thousands in auto repair. Call 1-800-693-9701 and stop paying repair bills now.
Now let's take a look at the Phillies batting order. Tonight, Randy Reddy will be leading off and playing third base. Tommy Herr in the number 2 spot is at second base. Then it's Von Hayes, the first baseman. John Kruk in left field. Juan Samuel is in center field batting 5th. Dwayne Murphy, the right fielder, hits 6th. Then Dickie Thon, the shortstop. Darren Dalton, the catcher. And Larry McWilliams started the ball game on the mound. Right now in the number 9 spot, it is Steve Ontiveros. Randy Reddy batting .267 in the defense for the Pirates. Jeff King getting that second start of the year at first base.
And the defense is finally out there with Bonds, Van Slyke, Reedus in the outfield. On the infield, it's Bonilla, Quinones, Chico Lind, Jeff King, and Junior Ortiz behind the plate for Bob Walk 5 and 4.
Base hit down the third base line. And it's a leadoff double for Randy Reddy. It gets his 6th hit of the series. And the Pirates with a 10-0 lead. And the Phillies have a start at the bottom of the first inning with that double.
Maybe it's going to be one of those nights. Breaking ball by Bob Walk. He likes to throw a lot of curveballs, but he got that one up a little higher than he wanted to, and Reddy made him pay.
Berry coming over quickly to cut the ball off before it went deep into the corner. Second baseman Tommy Herr, batting .308 this year, left-handed, takes a strike. Bob Walk's last outing was at New York on Saturday, losing to the Mets, pitching 5 innings, giving up 7 runs. And we mentioned to you when Bob pitched on Saturday that he was doing so with a bad leg. He's been bothered lately by a left hamstring problem. According to Kent Biggerstaff, that injury is getting better, but still not 100%.
Speaking of legs, talked to Glenn Wilson yesterday. I didn't run into him today, but said his thigh muscle has gotten to a certain point where it's improving, and then kind of he feels like it's kind of staying there at this point, not progressing as much now as it did when he first hurt it. So he's kind of on hold at this point.
Talking to Kent Biggerstaff earlier today, Biggie gave me the impression that Glenn was ready tonight, but the decision was made not to play him, and we might see him tomorrow. According to Kent Biggerstaff, Wilson is day-to-day. Well, there's Biggie. The distance for Mary Civic on the Bonds home run, 391 feet. Barry Bonds had a big 3-run homer in the top of the first inning. Foul ball, and the count is 2-2. Final score: Cincinnati beats San Francisco 3-2 at Riverfront Stadium today. Rob Dibble the winner. John Franco with his 17th save, and Barry Larkin had 3 hits today. Larkin now leads the league with a .363 batting average.
On fire.
Larkin's number 1, Tony Gwynn second, then Will Clark, Mark Grace, and Von Hayes. And Hayes is in the on-deck circle. Pirates 10 and the Phillies nothing. Bottom of the first inning. Liner to Jeff King. Jeff fires to second to Quinones. Close play.
almost the perfect timing, because if Reddy doesn't get back perfectly, the timing was extremely good between King and Quinones. It wound up being closer than we thought it was going to be. Very smooth at second base. Reddy's back.
Once again, that ball that Herr hit was off the Bob Walk curveball. And as we pointed out to you, Reddy hit a curveball for the double. Von Hayes, left-handing first baseman. Pitch from Bob Walk is down low, ball one. Walkie signed by the Phillies in 1977. And one of the big games in Bob Walk's career, he was the winning pitcher in Game 1 of the 1980 World Series over Kansas City as the Phillies won the World Championship in 6 games. Outside, 2 balls, no strikes.
He also won 11 games that year as a rookie.
Here's 1990 will be the 10th anniversary of the Phillies championship team. 1989, the 10th anniversary of the Pirates 79 championship ball club. Pirates 10, Phillies nothing, bottom of the first inning. Go to second base, Reddy just does get back ahead of the tag of Ray Quinones.
You know, I had a chance to talk to Von Hayes after the ball game on the radio side last night and asked him about the pressure now that Mike Schmidt is gone. He says he feels like he is able to maintain being the type of player that he's always been, and that he doesn't feel like he's trying to do more than he can possibly do. He realizes the ball club is going to have to hit and run a little bit more, get a base now and then, because the big home runs by Mike Schmidt are not going to be there anymore. And that's exactly how many of them there were.
The count has stopped at 5:48. Pitch in for a strike. The count is now 3-1. Mike Schmidt's last home run was May the 2nd here in the Vet, and he hit it off Jim DeShays. Might be a future trivia question. Right center field, the ball is gone. The Phillies quickly get 2 runs back in the bottom of the first inning.
Well, the Veterans Stadium is no place for a pitcher to be so far tonight. 12 runs scored and only 4 outs recorded so far. Von Hayes gets all of that he wants to get to right center field.
Hayes' 11th home run of the year, and the Pirates are in front 10-2. John Kruk, the batter. Foul ball into the box seats. Kruk's average .219. He's batting .350 with the Phillies. This is his 6th game in a Philadelphia uniform. Boy, all the reporters have commented about how well John Kruk handled himself last night. Foul ball off to the left side. Kruk, you'll recall, made the mental mistake. He lost track of the outs, and Bonilla scored from second base on a Reynolds fly ball. And John Kruk was very funny and very upfront about the fact that he had made a big boner last night. Big mistake.
Of course, there were also 2 factors to consider in that outlook that he had. First of all, he got a couple base hits, which really helped in the ball game. Also, the fact that the Phillies won. If they don't win the ball game, I don't know if you get the same reactions. Although this guy's got a pretty good perspective on things. He really does.
So. John Kruk with a single to center. What are we in for here tonight? 17-15 maybe?
I don't know. It could be one of those wild things. You just really don't know. I'll tell you, so much about baseball is looking back when you try to analyze, because it's so hard to project in the future. You really don't know what's going to happen from day to day, as we certainly saw with the ball club having such a tough time last night. The Pirates coming out and getting 10 runs in the first.
1 out and a man on, and the pitch to Samuel in for a strike. Samuel's average at .240.
I'll tell you one thing, it seemed unusual to watch both teams take a regular batting practice tonight. Maybe that's got something to do with it.
1 ball and 1 strike.
Little high, little inside.
Now 2 balls and 1 strike. On the top of the inning, Van Slyke with an RBI single. Reedus with a run-producing base hit. Quinones knocked in 2 with a double. Bob Walk had a 2-run single. Bonds a 3-run homer. And Reedus with another RBI single. Bonilla, great play by Bobby, coming on quickly. Barehand grab and the strong, accurate throw to first base. Samuel is out number 2. Kruk goes down to second. Samuel runs well.
And such an important out for the Pirates to get, and it wasn't an easy out. If Bobby takes this ball in the glove, he does not make the play at first base. Watch the bare hand. There, almost took it like a throwing grip when he made contact with the ball. And that's the only way he's going to get Juan Samuel. And that really stops things up and gets a very, very big out for the Bucks.
He took the ball on the correct foot so he could get off that quick and strong throw. Dwayne Murphy, who homered Tuesday night off Brian Fisher, takes a strike. Brian, by the way, is not with the ball club. He left yesterday. Brian's father-in-law passed away the other day. Kruk at second base, 2 down, 10-2. The Pirates lead as Philadelphia bats in the bottom of the first. Outside 1-1. One and 2.
Good curveball. Bobby started him out with a curveball. Comes back and takes a little speed off this third pitch. See Murphy way out in front on the swing. Not only the change in the direction of the ball, but the change in the speed.
Tapper first base side. Jeff King will take it himself. And the inning is over. The Philadelphia Phillies scored 2 runs on 3 hits, so a total of 12 runs in the opening inning, and the Pirates lead 10-2. We'll be right back.
Uh-oh, are those pants getting too tight to close? Oh no, that button is ready to pop. Stop! You need the Perfect Fit button, the quickest, easiest way to add or reduce inches on the waistband of your pants. Watch, these jeans just won't close. Simply pop on the Perfect Fit button and attach the specially designed secure lock fastener. And look, your jeans close easily, fit perfectly, and hold extra tight. No one will ever know you're wearing it. Look again, just attach the fastener onto the pin to hold firmly in place. Simply squeeze the fastener to remove. When you lose weight, just remove the Perfect Fit button. As you lose more weight, simply pop it on the other side. Wow, you've lost 3 inches on your waistline and your pants still fit perfectly. Let Perfect Fit tailor your best suit. Just slip on your belt and it's totally invisible. It's like having a custom tailor at your fingertips. Kids outgrow their clothes and it costs a fortune. But Perfect Fit lets you add more room for big savings. Even 2 big hand-me-downs fit perfectly in seconds. Sewing on buttons is a pain, but Perfect Fit instantly replaces missing buttons. Keep extra Perfect Fits handy for an instant fix. Perfect Fit is so strong, it instantly works on denim, corduroy, even suede and leather. In this catalog, it costs $32 for 4 similar buttons, but you get the Perfect Fit button for jeans, khakis, and brown and black pants, all 4 buttons for only $20. Call now and we'll cut the price in half to just $10. Order right now. As a bonus, we'll double the offer. Plus, it gets even better. You'll also get the amazing shoes under. Just pay separate shipping and handling. Watch, you'll fit up to 24 shoes. Slide and store shoes under your bed to perfectly organize all your shoes, belts, and scarves. You get a total of 8 Perfect Fit buttons and shoes under. A $70 value, all for only $10. So call now.
Call 1-800-673-7908. But hurry, call now. We're giving away a bonus set of 4 Perfect Fit buttons and the shoes under with today's orders. So call 1-800-673-7908. Call now.
Hot Stove is talking about what teams are doing in the offseason.
We are undivided baseball during the months where other people are talking about everything else but baseball. We will make you feel like the season never ended.
We get the facts, we get it right, and hear it from here first.
The access, it's unprecedented. It's about pitching, it's about hitting, free agent signings, key trades,
There's also a lot of rumor mill that can be thrown about.
That's the beauty of baseball. It's year-round and it's nonstop.
We'll have special guest hosts. A lot of the players will drop by.
We're going to talk a little hitting with Justin Upton.
There's always a lot of surprises here.
Inside analysis.
He's saying.
Baseball perspective of what's going on in the offseason. That's what we bring that nobody else brings.
There's no better place to catch all the offseason news.
You need to know what's going on.
And Hot Stove is there in the offseason every step of the way.
Weeknights at 7 on MLB Network.
Top of the second inning, and Junior Ortiz leads off for the Pirates. 10-2, the Buccos lead. First pitch from Ontiveros in for a strike. The Pirates getting 10 runs at the top of the first inning. Before 1900, twice Pittsburgh Baseball Club scored 12 runs in an inning. In 1892 against St. Louis and in 1894 against Boston. Foul ball into the box seats.
Steve Jeltz out at second base, replacing Tommy Herr. Herr's been bothered with a bad foot. Fouled some balls off that.
So Jeltz comes out here in the second. Steve Ontiveros working in his second inning. Pitch to Junior, misses 1-2. Most runs in a Pirate inning since 1911 against St. Louis on September 7th, 1942. That's one shy of that mark. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And it's outside, 2-2. Foul ball outside third while we're talking about Giant Eagle. Nice play by a Philly fan just past the Pirate dugout. Nice job.
They're not having a good time. They don't care if it's 10-2.
Junior walked and scored. He was aboard when Barry Bonds hit the big 3-run homer. And a foul ball. Next Thursday, first Pirate Baseball Clinic of the year. They're sponsored by Giant Eagle. Rich Donnelly, Tommy Sand, and Doug Drabeck will be at the Richter Park in Shaler. It's next Thursday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the baseball clinic.
Doug Drabeck will work the opening game of the Met series tomorrow night.
Bouncer up the middle. Ortiz with a single to center. Pirates now have 9 hits. Got a leadoff man aboard at the top of the second. Yeah, Doug has a score to settle with New York on Sunday at Shea Stadium. Drabeck was knocked out in the second inning. Had escaped with a no decision.
Thanks to Robert Kipper.
Bob Walk bunting or showing bunt. Takes ball 1. Pirates lead by 8 runs. Bob Walk with a 2-run single in the first inning.
You know, you think a 10-0 lead is just great, and it is, but all of a sudden it's not 10-0, it's 10-2. So Jim Leyland thinks, maybe I'll just try to go one at a time here now. Try to get at least those 2 back.
All fouled off. And the count is 1-1. Barry Bonds to follow. Walk, bunt on Tavares, going to second base. Out, double play. A 1-6-4 double play.
If you're wondering why it goes 1-6-4, well, the pitcher gets it, and well, that bunt is going right there. The first baseman is charging. The second baseman is going over to cover first. So there's the 1, there's the 6, and there's Steve Jeltz taking it at first base, even though he's position number 4. 1-6-4.
2 outs, nobody on. Barry Bonds standing in. Barry walked in the first inning and scored and hit a 3-run homer in the first inning. Takes a strike on the inside corner. Of Barry's last 13 hits, 7 have been extra base hits, and 5 of the 13 have been home runs.
And that home run tied him very briefly with Von Hayes.
You know what Barry told Jim Rooker and me today? He dreamt of a game in which Rooker was pitching.
Oh,
and he was playing in the outfield. Bouncer to first base. Hayes backhanded play to Ontiveros. And they get the job done. Bonds is out. No runs, 1 hit. Nobody left on base.
What was the most surprising championship team of all time?
The Tigers are going to the World Series!
Who was the greatest clutch hitter?
If there was a time that I'm going to try to hit a home run, it's sure going to be today.
Or made the most amazing catch?
Unbelievable!
MLB Network's Prime 9, a countdown of baseball's top teams, games, and players. It's a show guaranteed to start arguments, not end them.
You think I should just take him out or leave him in? All right, I'm going to take him in.
Prime 9, every Monday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific on MLB Network.
This is Jeff Norman. He doesn't get health insurance from an employer, so he's been buying it himself for years. He's healthy, so he wonders why his rates keep going up. Liz Sloan wants health insurance but doesn't think she can afford it. We're Assurant Health, and we've been customizing plans to meet the needs of individuals for over 110 years. For instance, with our 2-year rate guarantee and healthy discount, Jeff will get 15% off his rate and lock in that rate for 2 years. For Liz, we offer plans that allow people like her to pay for only the benefits they need, saving them money. In fact, Liz could get up to $2 million of coverage for less than $100 per month. Unlike other health insurance companies that focus on corporations and treat everyone the same, Assurant Health is there for the individual. So if you need health insurance, call the number on your screen, visit our website, or contact your local agent.
Call now to find out how you can save hundreds of dollars a year on your health insurance. Call 1-800-335-9798.
Every day, our brave troops and their families stand up for us.
For years, we've asked so much of so few.
Now we have a chance to serve these heroes.
To give time, offer comfort, or lend a hand.
To ease the burden on a military family.
Let's honor their service by volunteering ours.
We've got a lot of baseball left tonight here at Veterans Stadium, but isn't it interesting that on this day in 1950, the St. Louis Browns lost to the Boston Red Sox 29-4 at Fenway for the worst defeat in American League history.
Boy, that is a thrashing. That had to take a while there. 33 runs.
Dickie Thon leads off the bottom of the second and takes ball one. Thon's average 233, 4 home runs and 18 runs batted in. Thon to be followed by Dalton. Ontiveros scheduled third. I was talking about Barry's dream. Barry said that in his dream, Bonds had made an error and Jim Rooker yelled at him. And if you remember back to the days when Rook pitched it, at times if guys didn't play well behind him, he let them know about it.
Yeah, yeah.
2-1.
Boy, I wonder if Barry woke up in a cold sweat.
I don't know, but Rooker said he woke up this morning with a sore arm.
In a hoarse throat. Jim and John over there on the radio side.
Foul ball, 2-2.
Jim Rooker won 103 games in the big leagues.
How much you win?
103. Yep. Bob Perkey, former Pirate, living in Bethel Park, now won 103.
Magical numbers.
Not bad, 309 games.
Ball 3. What a good guy, Bob Perkey.
He is.
3-2 on Dickie Thon. Bottom of the second inning. Pirates 10, Phillies 2. And Bob Walk issues his first base on balls.
Well, we have a minute. Want to send birthday wishes down to Beaver, PA for Melody Kemp. June 8th. Birthday.
And look who signed the letter.
Yeah, Ray Hebrank.
Wasn't that the name of the gentleman that was our Grand Slam contestant?
Yeah, how about that? Okay, well, we've tied all the loose ends up. Happy birthday to Melody from Ray. Still no Grand Slam. Is that Grand Slam or just the home run inning?
No, he was the Royal Travel Grand Slam contestant.
Okay, yeah. There you go. Right on top of things here tonight as we cough and sputter our way through this ball game.
Jeff King will flip to Bob Walk. Dalton is out. One away. Tiki Thon down to second base. 10-2 the Pirates lead. And pitcher Steve Ontiveros will bat here in the bottom of the second inning. By the way, there may be those baseball fans that they hear the name Steve Ontiveros and they say, wait a minute, I thought he was an infielder. Used to be an infielder by the name of Steve Ontiveros. Played for the Chicago Cubs. Different guy. Mentioned Steve Ontiveros pitched for the Oakland A's 85, 86, 87, and 88. Went to high school in South Bend, Indiana. And has a degree in physical education from the University of Michigan. Bob Kipper warming up in the Pirate bullpen.
There's something off speed from Bob Walk. Tell you, when you've lost 6 in a row, you don't feel safe until the bus pulls out of the stadium. No way.
Especially at the end of this road trip.
It's been a tough one. And whenever you're struggling and losing ball games, it seems like the shortest trip even can seem like a long time. It seems like we've been on the road a whole lot longer than a week.
Strikeout number 1 for Bob Walk. And 2 away here in the Philadelphia second inning.
Bob Walk, we mentioned, starting his major league career here in Philadelphia, but only stayed 1 year. After that year was traded to Atlanta for Gary Matthews.
Randy Reddy doubled and scored in the first inning. Bond at second base, 2 outs. Pitch inside, ball 1. Pirates 10 and the Phillies 2. Reddy carrying on a conversation with home plate umpire Eric Gregg. One ball, 1 strike. Popped down first base line in foul territory. Jeff King has plenty of real estate and the inning is over. As Reddy fouls out, the Phillies no runs, no hits, a walk, and 1 man left on base. After 2, it's the Pirates 10 and Philadelphia 2.
This is an MLB Network update.
Matt Yaloff here with this MLB Network update. Hope you're having a great weekend. The A's and the Padres have worked out a trade that'll send third baseman Kevin Kuzminoff and a minor leaguer to Oakland in exchange for outfielders Scott Hairston and Aaron Cunningham. And remember, Hairston played for the Padres for parts of 3 years before being traded to Oakland last summer. The list of players who filed for arbitration on Friday reads like an all-star team roster. The headliner is Tim Lincecum, the 2-time Cy Young winner. And if Lincecum and the Giants don't work out a deal before a hearing, he is likely to shatter the record for money awarded to a first-time eligible player. That was Ryan Howard, who was awarded $10 million a couple of years ago. Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 Pacific. It's your chance to be heard. Our experts, our analysts, our insiders are back with Front Burner. They'll take your questions right here on MLB Network.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Did the Waldens take way too long to say goodnight?
Good night, John Boy. Good night, Mary Ellen. Good night, Mama. Good night, Aaron.
Good night, John Boy.
Good night, Grandpa.
Good night, Ben.
Good night.
Good night, Jim Bob.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Daddy.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Sports are great for a kid's body.
Steroids aren't. They can ruin tendons in legs and arms. Steroids can stunt bone growth and increase the chances of liver cancer, heart attack, and stroke. Steroids don't make great athletes. They destroy them. Talk to your kids. Need help? Get help. Visit drugfree.org.
Love baseball? Love movies? Well, do we have something for you? It's Real Hardball on MLB Network, Sunday at 10 Eastern. Go inside one of our national pastime's most adored stadiums in an inspirational,
I played here in 1948.
award-winning, can't-miss documentary, Cobb Field, A Day at the Ballpark, Sunday at 10 Eastern on MLB Network. Presented by Golden Corral.
Thursday Night Thunder, and the Pirates have a 10-2 lead as we go to the top of the third. Jose Lean, the batter. El Chico is 0 for 2. Retired twice in the first inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jose had 2 hits on Monday, 2 hits yesterday. Fly ball right field. And Dwayne Murphy comes on to make the catch. 1 down. (10-2) the Pirates lead. Well, the Bucks have announced the minor league players of the month. Wes Chamberlain of Harrisburg has been named minor league position player of the month for May, and Randy Tomlin of Salem has been named the pitcher of the month. Congratulations to Wes and to Randy as Andy Van Slyke steps in. Van Slyke knocked in the first Pirate run with a single. Went out to score 10 times in the first inning. The big hits in the frame. Quinones a 2-run double. Bob Walk a 2-run single, and Barry Bonds a 3-run homer.
In that first inning, Andy got a couple hits. Gary Reedus got a couple hits. Jeff King walked twice.
Foul first base side. We were talking earlier about Von Hayes and Andy Semenuk, the 2 Philly players to homer twice in 1 inning. It's only happened once in Pirate history. Jake Stenzel is the only Pittsburgh player to ever homer twice in 1 inning.
That had to be a while ago. I don't remember that name at all.
Oh, let me see if I can come up with the year for you. Always had that name stick in my mind. The year was 1894.
Okay, Jake.
It was June 6th, 1894. Yeah, you're right. It was a while ago.
Not Stengel. Stenzel.
Stenzel. S-T-E-N-Z-E-L. Von Hayes. Underhand flip to Ontiveros. Well, the Philly right-hander Ontiveros has settled down very well. He ran into some trouble after coming on for McWilliams in the first inning, but had a very productive second for the Phillies, and he's quickly got the first 2 outs of the Pirate third. 6 runs charged to Larry McWilliams, 4 against Steve Ontiveros.
We both use a little bit of similar styles on the scorecard. Lots of red for offense, and I'm about out of red ink. I know that in that first inning.
I'm just glad I went off and bought a new red pen today. Bobby takes a strike on the inside corner. Bobby with 7 career home runs in Veterans Stadium. You know, it seemed like every time I see Bobby Bonilla in the clubhouse, on the airplanes, he is signing autographs, baseball cards, and other slips of paper that have been sent to him.
Working on the homework. That's part of the deal.
Got a good deal worked out with Kent Biggerstedt. Biggie has one of those moisture pads that he uses, and Bobby signs the cards, and then Kent seals up the envelopes.
Well, I'll tell you what impressed me last night. A tough loss for the Bucks. The Phillies came back late and won the ball game. But some Pirates on the way out. There's always a group of youngsters waiting out here underneath Veterans Stadium, and a lot of autograph signing before they made their way onto the bus. to show some consideration for those young people that wait around. Still got some autographs.
Breaking pitch, and Bonilla strikes out. The Pirates are retired in order in the top of the third.
Bob Costas relives baseball's wildest moments, like baseball's most outrageous stuntman, outrageous dugout hijinks, and baseball's most outrageous night. MLB Network remembers outrageous antics, Tuesday night at 8.
Join Major League Baseball and his 30 clubs in providing emergency relief support for children and families affected by the earthquake in Haiti. Visit unicef.org or MLB.com to help those in need.
If anyone depends on you, listen to this important message. 3 out of 4 Americans know they need life insurance, and many who have it know they don't have enough. Sound like you? How would your family get by without you? Would they lose their home or their dreams of a good education? They don't have to. You can guarantee those you love $200,000, $500,000, $750,000 or more with life insurance through Matrix Direct. We'll help you get more for your money, up to 75% more. Just look, less than $14 a month buys a 40-year-old man a $250,000 term life policy. That's up to 3 times what you can get from other companies for the same price. No wonder millions of Americans have already contacted Matrix Direct. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation. Make the future more secure for those you love. Call now so you can sleep better at night.
For free information, call 800-236-4762 or visit matrixdirect.com. That's 800-236-4762 or matrixdirect.com.
Steve Jeltz showing bunt. Jeltz coming on to play second base in the second inning. Tommy Hurd checked out early. Foul ball off to the left, out of play. Also on the Brandy scoreboard, the Yankees 2 and the Red Sox 1. Jesse Barfield a home run for New York. Dwight Evans has homered for Boston. Baltimore 2, Milwaukee 1 in the second. Bill Kruger pitching for the Brewers. And Chicago is at Texas. Fastball high and outside, 2-1.
Offensive notes coming over the PA system, not offensive to our ears, but notes about offense. I think I picked it up that the highest run inning before this, 12 runs by Houston here in 1975. I was just kind of picking that up out of one ear, so don't bet on it, but I think that's what I heard.
Was that the ear clogged by the illness, or was it the good one?
That was the good one. That's the problem.
3-2 on Jeltz as he leads off the bottom of the third. Bob Walk and the Pirates enjoying an 8-run lead. And Bob Walk issues his second walk to the Phillies. Jeltz aboard. And Von Hayes will step in. Hayes hit his 11th home run of the year with a man aboard in the first inning. Pitch in for a strike. Hayes has a dozen career home runs against the Pirates. Homered off Mike Dunn in the first inning of a game in Pittsburgh on April 20th of this year. And he's homered in the first inning of Bob Walk tonight. Deep to right. Hayes with his second home run of the night, and the Pirates lead is now 10-4.
I'll tell you, Mike Schmidt is gone, but here's a guy who is really carrying the load. Very impressive tonight, just 2 for 2 with 4 RBIs, 2 home runs. It didn't look like he was over swinging. It looked like a very contained swing by Von Hayes. He gets his second dinger of the night.
9th time in Hayes' career that he's homered twice in a game. Third time that Von Hayes has done it this year. Now 2 balls and no strikes. The walk to Jeltz, the 2-run homer by Hayes, and Bob Kipper once again is throwing in the Pirate bullpen. Kruk with a foul ball. The count is 2-1. See Neil Heaton in the bullpen. We told you earlier that the plan is for Randy Kramer to start Saturday night against New York. Walk to Jeff King, and Kruk is out number 1. And that'll bring up center fielder Juan Samuel. Von Hayes hit 2 home runs in a game at Olympic Stadium on April the 10th and homered twice against the Reds here in the Vet on April 30th. He's homered twice tonight off Bob Walk. 10-4, the Pirates lead in the 3rd inning.
And there's a pitcher out on the mound for the Pirates right now, not very happy with himself at all, even with a 6-run lead.
Skied to center field. And Van Slyke makes the catch, 2 outs. Bob Walk came into this game having issued just 3 home runs, but been touched up twice tonight.
So the 10-run lead is now 6.
And the batter, Dwayne Murphy. Pirates scoring 10 in the first. Phillies got 2 in the opening inning, and they've added 2 here in the 3rd.
When you walk a fine line as a pitcher between just trying to throw strikes when you've got that many runs to work with, you try to stay in your normal game, but in the back of your mind, you say, oh, I just got to make sure I throw strikes. Don't walk anybody. Got to make sure I throw strikes. And you got to keep that fine balance. It'd be great if you could have those runs, but they wouldn't register in your mind. You'd still be thinking that it was a 0-0 game, but it just doesn't work that way.
Two balls, 1 strike. And it's now 3-1 as Bob missed with a curveball. Two runs in, 2 outs. And the strike makes it a full count. Ooh, just missed. Bob Walk with the base on balls to Dwayne Murphy, a man aboard after 2 outs.
Number 3 for Bob. Sinking fastball just down underneath the strike zone. And Dickie Thon up.
A pretty good pitch.
Eric Gregg just not going up with the right hand.
Dickie Thon walked in the 2nd inning. Swing at the sharp breaking ball, strike 1. Pirates 10, Phillies 4. Boy, you can see Bob Walk slamming at the ball and stomping around out there talking to himself.
Not very happy that he is giving up the 4 runs to the Phillies this early, but there's nothing he can do about that right now.
Balk call. Pitch does not count. Murphy goes down to 2nd. We've commented a number of times about the fact that it's difficult to aptly describe a Bob Walk game. They are most unusual, and most times there are struggles. Pirates have a 10-4 lead in the 3rd inning. And the count is 0-2. And the strikeout of Dickie Thon ends the Philadelphia 3rd inning. Philadelphia comes up with 2 runs on 1 hit and 1 man left on base.
So Doctor, I've been thinking, you know how, no. So, Doc, I've got this friend.
Talking to your doctor about erectile dysfunction isn't easy.
Actually, Doc, there is something I want to talk to you about.
But it's definitely a conversation worth having. 20 million men have had their Viagra talk. When you're ready for yours, visit Viagra.com for helpful conversation starters and to learn how Viagra can help. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease or loss in vision or hearing. It's time to take a deep breath and ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
A vulnerable and suffering country has been devastated. Haiti's children and their families need our help. UNICEF delivers life-saving water, food, medicine, and shelter in emergencies. Please join Major League Baseball and help the children of Haiti by visiting unicef.org. Get into the action. MLB Network is expanding the zone, broadcasting high-def 24 hours a day. All the action, all the analysis, all the amazing baseball in widescreen HD. MLB Network in HD. It's a whole new ballgame. What was the most surprising championship team of all time?
The Tigers are going to the World Series!
Who was the greatest clutch hitter?
If there was a time that I'm going to try to hit a home run, it's sure going to be today.
Or made the most amazing catch?
Unbelievable!
MLB Network's Prime 9, a countdown of baseball's top teams, games, and players. It's a show guaranteed to start arguments, not end them.
You think I should do take him out or leave him in? All right, I'm going to take him in.
Prime 9, every Monday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific on MLB Network. Bob Costas relives baseball's wildest moments, like baseball's most outrageous stuntman, outrageous dugout hijinks, and baseball's most outrageous night. MLB Network remembers outrageous antics, Tuesday night at 8. Bob Costas digs in against 4 Hall of Fame closers.
What happens if you cross paths with Kurt Gibson?
I didn't like Kurt before the damn home run.
Studio 42 with Bob Costas, Tuesday night at 9 on MLB Network.
Pirates came out smoking tonight, scoring 10 runs in the top of the first inning. Take a moment here, want to remind our Bucco fans that the Pirates will be out in the community tomorrow and Saturday. Junior Ortiz will be at the Kaufman's Ross Park Mall tomorrow from noon to 1:30, and Jim Gott will be at the Monroeville Mall, Kaufman's. And on Saturday, R.J. Reynolds at the Kaufman's in South Hill Village. Bob Kipper will be at Century 3. That's on Saturday, R.J. and Bob, noon to 1:30. Jim Gott will be at Bob Massey's in White Oak on Saturday from noon to 1:30. Line drive, base hit to left. Gary Reedus is 3 for 3. He had 2 RBI singles in the first inning. Now Jeff King. Jeff intentionally walked in the first inning and then walked on 5 pitches in the opening frame.
Well, we've seen 3 home runs so far tonight, a couple by Von Hayes, one by Barry Bonds. Steve Ontiveros has given up 1 home run in his 20-odd innings so far this year.
Jeff King takes ball 1. We were talking earlier about Jeff going to number 7. Bob Robertson wore the number for some time. Chuck Tanner, of course, wore number 7 as the manager of the Pirates. And you may recall that when Barry Bonds first came up to the Pirates, he wore number 7 until he told John Hallahan that he preferred to wear number 24 in honor of his godfather, Willie Mays. Sammy Khalifa wore number 7 in spring training of this year. And when Ray Quinones first came to the Pirates, he had number 7 on his back.
Trying to remember if Dick Stewart wore number 7. Look that one up.
There's a strike, 2-1. Ed Luderin, who happens to be a member of our Pirates Diamond Club, told me at spring training he was thinking about putting together a book of all the Pirate numbers.
Wow.
But that would take some research to do that.
Sure would.
Runner going. Swing and a miss. Throw to second base. Reedus is safe. Gary gets his 10th stolen base.
Because he gets his hand under the tag, and good work by Darren Dalton to get rid of the ball quickly with a good, strong, accurate throw. But if we get a chance to watch it again, I think we'll be able to pick up that Gary Reedus got his hand underneath the tag. Yeah. It's that left hand under there. Here he goes. Does he peek now? Not so far.
Darren Dalton went to the mound quickly to talk to Tavares. Ball game in the 4th. And the Pirates with 10 runs on 10 hits. The Phillies 4 runs on 4 hits. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Jeff King. Left field. John Kruk to make the catch. And Reedus holds at second. Talking earlier about John Kruk and the fact that he admitted that he made the mistake. He was also commenting last night about the fact that he thought there were 3 outs, and then he had trouble. He knew that Samuel was yelling something to him in Spanish, and he couldn't figure out what he was saying.
Did he say Spanish or Spanglish? In the paper, I thought he said Spanglish, which is what the combination of English and Spanish. So if Samuel was hollering, that might have confused John, who's from West Virginia.
Swing and a miss by Quinones. Strike 1. Ray with a 2-run double in the first inning. And then he bounced into a force play to end the first. Pirates 10, Phillies 4. And the count, no balls, 2 strikes.
Well, Andy, during the course of a year, it seems like every once in a while you go through a streak of games where somebody does a pretty good job and doesn't get too much attention paid to him for it or too much credit. Gary Reedus has done a nice job for the Pirates this year, and there was some speculation as to who the extra men were going to be coming out of spring training, and I would say that Jim Leyland's very happy with what that young man right there has done.
Yeah, most definitely. Also, I didn't know Gary very well before he came to the Pirates, and really didn't have much of a chance to be around him last year. But the time I've spent around Gary, I'm most impressed with the type of person that he is.
Well, he was one of those guys last night that even after a tough loss had some time for those kids with those autographs. That'll tell you a little something about somebody every once in a while.
0-2 on Quinones. Runner at second base and 1 out. Bouncer to third. And Reddy's throw to Hayes. Out number 2, Gary Reedus stays at second base.
By the way, while we were in Cincinnati last trip, Gary Reedus bought around his car. He's got an old car, and I'm not sure exactly what type or how old, but it's an antique car. Very beautifully done, very beautifully kept and everything. He bought it around and parked it in the inner circle inside the ballpark by the Pirate Clubhouse, and very proud of that car, and you get a chance to talk to him about it.
I think he's in the process of selling that car. Here's Junior, who has walked and singled, takes a strike.
Should be very attractive. It's beautifully kept.
That'd be a good idea for you to sit down and talk to Gary, do a special 5-minute, 6, 7, 10-minute interview for This Week in Pirate Baseball.
Antique cars, maybe.
Yeah.
I won't make an offer for his car, by the way.
That's a Junior's a strike, 0-2. Pirates and the Mets over the weekend at Three Rivers. Tomorrow night, game time 7:35. Saturday night 7:05. Sunday's game 1:35. Monday night 7:35. Ground ball to Jeltz. It's out number 3. No runs and a hit. 1 man left on. Bottom of the 4th coming up.
The Rangers need to get another bat. What do the Dodgers need to do? You think they'll have some more money to spend?
Let's talk about the Braves. Seattle, Red Sox. The Phillies got rocked.
Wednesdays in January. Can your off-season moves face the heat? Hot Stoves Front Burner, where you share predictions, rumors, and player deals. And our insiders debate whether your idea is on fire or all wet. So call or email questions and comments, then turn up the heat for Front Burner. Wednesday night at 7 Eastern, only on MLB Network.
We're on the road to show people.
We've made a great product even better. Watch.
Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines clean the gunk left by lower quality gasoline. And
All 3 grades act as a protective barrier to shield and protect engines from performance-robbing gunk. Try nitrogen-enriched Shell gasolines.
Helping you get the most out of every drop.
Gunk doesn't stand a chance.
Can you control them? The shifting, changing interest rates that can devour what you're worth? Master your financial realm at Zendo.com.
His company doesn't offer medical insurance, so we needed an affordable health plan that fit our family's needs.
When I started my own business, I didn't think I could afford health insurance. I just wanted to be able to see my personal doctor once a year.
When I retired, we were years away from Medicare.
But we still needed protection. What if something serious happened?
So a friend recommended Assurant Health. We were able to protect our entire family. They even have a dental plan.
I saved hundreds of dollars by only paying for benefits I want. I even got a 15% discount just for being healthy.
We got $6 million in medical coverage and can even see the specialist we choose.
Without a referral.
For over 100 years, Assurant Health has been meeting the needs of individuals like you. Plans start under $100 per month.
These offers may not last, so call 1-800-303-9714 to lock in your rate for 2 years.
Good buddy, bottom of the 4th inning. And Darren Dalton will lead off. Steve Ontiveros is scheduled next, and Mark Ryle comes out of the Philadelphia dugout. Looks like Ryle will pinch hit for Ontiveros. National League East. At the moment, the Cubs lead Montreal by 2.5. What with the Expos losing to the Cardinals. The Mets are 2.5 out. And St. Louis right now 4.5 back. Pitcher's outside, ball 1. Pirates returning home to play the Mets, and the Phillies go to Montreal and play the Expos over the weekend, and then the Phillies into Pittsburgh to start the series Tuesday, as the Phillies will spend their off day Monday in Pittsburgh.
Well, and Bob Walk, who's very frustrated at the time, doesn't really appear to be in sync yet. Doesn't appear to be in that groove he'd like to be in.
2-0 pitch, Dalton with a drive to right. Reedus makes the catch, 1 out.
But you look at it from the other perspective, he's very frustrated that he's not just sitting on the Phillies and shutting them out, but also on the other side of the ledger, very fortunate to have 10 runs to work with. So even though the frustration factor is there, it's better to be frustrated and be ahead by 6 than to be right tuned up and be tied, I think.
Yeah, or be down 1-0. Mark Ryle pinch hitting for Steve Ontiveros. Ryle's average 259. And Bob Walk starts Ryle off with a curveball, strike 1. Steve Ontiveros works 3 2/3 innings. And he'll be charged with 4 runs. Larry McWilliams worked a third of an inning and gave up 6 runs. 10-run first inning for the Pirates. It all started with a walk to Bonds. Van Slyke knocked in the first run of the game with a single. Gary Reedus, 2 RBI base hits in the same inning. Ray Quinones, a 2-run double. Bob Walk, a 2-run single. Barry Bonds, a 3-run homer. The Phillies scoring, and all Von Hayes, Philadelphia first baseman, with 2 2-run homers. Jeff King unassisted, and there are 2 outs in the Philadelphia 4th inning.
Well, maybe Bob Walk is finding that groove. It's so elusive, and it's just not automatic. Even when you got a 10-0 lead, you still got to go out there and find it. Get comfortable, get your sequence down, start feeling confident, start having some momentum. It can be a struggle regardless of what the score is.
Randy Reddy takes a strike. Greg Harris warming up in the Philly bullpen.
Mentioned Ontiveros going 3 2/3. The 4 runs that he gave up also included 6 hits, a strikeout, and 3 walks.
1 ball, 1 strike. As Randy Reddy bats here in the 4th inning. Bob Walk, 32 years of age, from Van Nuys, California. 4-1 in his career against Philadelphia. And the count 2-1. Tell you what, it's been a night of Bob talking to himself. You can hear him from time to time grunting and groaning as he unleashes the pitches, many of them fastballs, and put something extra on them.
Well, it's one of those nights where he's struggling to get to that 5th inning, for one thing. Many times, once you do get to the 5th inning in a game like this, you have a tendency to relax a little bit. Sometimes you'll see a starting pitcher kind of kick into gear. Now that he's qualified himself for the win, they'll find smooth sailing. Still hadn't gotten there yet.
Bob Walk issues his 4th walk. Ready aboard, 2 outs in the inning.
And we've seen Bob Kipper throwing a couple times in the Pirate bullpen. Looks like there's some movement.
Gene Lamont on the telephone calling the bullpen.
And the telephone lines are operational. 16 and 14 go to work. Kipper throws him again.
Area code 330 in the bullpens. Strike 1 to Jeltz. Walked in the 3rd. He was aboard when Von Hayes hit his 2nd home run. And Hayes is on deck. Foul ball, no balls, 2 strikes. Pirates 10, Phillies 4 in the 4th inning.
It'd be nice to have Von Hayes lead off an inning just from a morale standpoint. Up there with nobody on base. It works on your mind, believe me, when you throw a couple of home runs to one hitter. What am I going to throw him?
Jeltz with a drive to right center. Ball is gone. Jeltz with a 2-run homer. The Pirate lead is now 10-6 on an 0-2 pitch. Gets only his 3rd career home run.
2nd of this year. So 3 2-run homers. With the Phillies back in the ballgame. Curveball, and he just kind of sliced underneath it, and that's one of those swings, and the contact is made, and the ball carries, and that's going to be it for Bob Walk.
Saw that the ball hit above the fence. It hit on that black backdrop. Clearly a home run. Now Bob Walk trying to get through the 5th inning, but he does not succeed at doing that. As Bob Kipper comes on for the 20th time. Kipper no wins, 3 losses, 1 save, and a 2.39 earned run average. Bob, who pitched so effectively against the New York Mets on Sunday when he came on for Doug Drabek. Fortunate thing for Bob, of course, he gave up the home run to carry on, and the Mets won that ball game. 5 hits off Bob Walk and 6 runs. 3 of the 5 hits were home runs. And Von Hayes takes ball 1.
A couple of strikeouts and 4 walks.
With a drive, he pulled it foul. He's got a chance tonight to hit 3 home runs in a game for the first time in his career. Well, he pulls it foul and the count's 1-1.
Missed number 3 by about 20 feet, and they've had plenty of distance.
(10-6) the Pirates lead. Philadelphia batting in the 4th inning.
What was the game, Lanny? I believe Sunday when we were playing the Mets, where Boston, Toronto were involved in a game where one of those 2 teams took a 10-0 lead and lost the ball game 13-11.
Yeah, Boston had the big lead. At home against Toronto, fly ball to center. And Slife makes the catch. The inning is over. The Phillies get 2 runs on 1 hit. Nobody left on base after 4. It's the Pirates 10 and Philadelphia 6.
Uh-oh, are those pants getting too tight to close? Oh no, that button is ready to pop. Stop! You need the Perfect Fit button, the quickest, easiest way to add or reduce inches on the waistband of your pants. Watch, these jeans just won't close. Simply pop on the Perfect Fit button and attach the specially designed secure lock fastener. And look, your jeans close easily, fit perfectly, and hold extra tight. No one will ever know you're wearing it. Look again. Just attach the fastener onto the pin to hold firmly in place. Simply squeeze the fastener to remove. When you lose weight, just remove the Perfect Fit button. As you lose more weight, simply pop it on the other side. Wow, you've lost 3 inches on your waistline and your pants still fit perfectly. Let Perfect Fit tailor your best suit. Just slip on your belt and it's totally invisible. It's like having a custom tailor at your fingertips. Kids outgrow their clothes, then it costs a fortune. But Perfect Fit lets you add more room for big savings. Even 2 big hand-me-downs fit perfectly in seconds. Sewing on buttons is a pain, but Perfect Fit instantly replaces missing buttons. Keep extra Perfect Fits handy for an instant fix. Perfect Fit is so strong, it instantly works on denim, corduroy, even suede and leather. In this catalog, it costs $32 for 4 similar buttons, but you get the Perfect Fit button for jeans, khakis, and brown and black pants, all 4 buttons for only $20. Call now and we'll cut the price in half to just $10. Order right now. As a bonus, we'll double the offer. Plus, it gets even better. You'll also get the amazing shoes under. Just pay separate shipping and handling. Watch. You'll fit up to 24 shoes. Slide and store shoes under your bed to perfectly organize all your shoes, belts, and scarves. You get a total of 8 Perfect Fit buttons and shoes under. A $70 value, all for only $10. So call now.
Call 1-800-673-7908. But hurry, call now. We're giving away a bonus set of 4 Perfect Fit buttons and the shoes under with today's orders. So call 1-800-673-7908. Call now.
Welcome back to MLB Network Presents All-Time Games. You know, it's hard to believe that this skinny, fleet-footed outfielder was at one time viewed as a leadoff hitter. Well, some 762 home runs later, the most the game of Major League Baseball has ever seen, perceptions would inevitably change for one Barry Bonds. Still finding his way early in his career with those Bucks back in 1989, Bonds' career would begin to skyrocket a year later in a season in which he would capture the first of his record's 7 Most Valuable Player awards. Bonds' baseball brilliance is again on display in this 1989 late spring affair at the Vet in Philadelphia, as his first inning 3-run homer would attest to. The 10-run frame has the Pirates in charge as they come to bat in the top half of the 5th inning, leading the Phillies 10-6.
Jimmy Leland's ball club now clutching to a 4-run lead as Leland watches Greg Harris warm up for the Phillies. Harris coming on for the 23rd time with 1 win, 1 loss, no saves, and a .349 earned run average. The right-hander from Laguna, California, 33 years of age, and Bob Kipper will lead off the top of the 5th. Kip, a left-handed pitcher, a right-handed batter. And Greg Harris misses with the first pitch inside, ball 1.
Give you a shot, if we can, of the glove that Greg Harris uses. It's a glove that can be worn on either hand in case he would try to pitch with the other hand. Unusual looking thing. Got fingers all over the place. Looks like he's wearing it backwards, doesn't he? Well, if he was pitching left-handed, he'd have it on the other way. It'd look the same thing.
Two balls, 1 strike. Fly ball into left center. John Kruk makes the play, 1 out. Update on the Mets-Cubs ball game. Howard Johnson has hit a home run for New York tonight, his 13th of the year. Here's Barry Bonds. Barry walked and scored and homered in 2 plate appearances in the first inning. Then he grounded out in the second. It's sharply foul, strike 1. San Diego leading Houston 3-1 in the fourth inning. Strike two. In the American League, Milwaukee and Baltimore 2-2 in the fourth. And the Yankees lead Boston 3-2 in the sixth inning. Wade Boggs a home run for Boston. The Orioles lead the American League East over Cleveland by 4.5 games, while Oakland leads the West a game in front of California. Bonds with a drive, foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Berry. 1 out in the fifth inning.
Harris, when he has come inside to Berry this at bat, Berry's hit the ball very solidly but pulled it foul. Harris did get 1 strike, a call strike on the outside part of the plate. See if he tries to go back out there. He did, and he just barely missed with the breaking ball. They say those kind curve around the home plate, curve around the strike zone.
Three balls, 2 strikes.
Greg Harris will put you in mind a little bit of Tom Hume. Pitched a little bit here in Philadelphia and quite a bit in Cincinnati.
Strikeout of Barry Bonds. Second out of the inning, first strikeout for Harris.
Like he might have taken something off the fastball here. Barry was out in front a little bit. Maybe that batting practice type fastball where it's not really the changeup, but just a little bit off the regular heater.
Jose Lean takes a strike. 10-6, the Pirates lead. Lean is 0 for 3.
And it's only the fifth inning.
Yeah. Takes care of that. Base hit to left field.
Now I can say it. Chico promised me on the bus today he'd get me at least once, maybe go into the bonus round. 1 base hit.
A lot of people making predictions today. Pirates with 11 hits, 10-6. Pirates in front, and Andy Van Slyke the batter. Andy with 2 knocks in this game. He has scored 2 runs and has an RBI. Pirates and Mets tomorrow night at Three Rivers. Game time 7:35. Doug Drabeck against Sid Fernandez. A rematch of the ball game played at Shea on Sunday. Andy with a foul ball back this way out of play. Strike 1.
Boy, it sure would be nice for the Pirates to score 1 or even 2 to maybe negate some of that stuff the Phillies have been doing as they've chipped away. Pirates have not scored since the first inning. Or if Andy could get a hold one now, it would balance off one of those 2-run shots the Phillies have had. Put a halt on their momentum, at least momentarily.
One ball, 1 strike. Base hit, Gapper right center field. Jose's out a chance to score on the play. Lean being waved around by Gene Lamont. Sam Wells throw to Jeltz. Jeltz is going to third. Lean scores. Andy is out at third. The run does count. Eric Gregg pointing at home plate to indicate that the run counts. Van Slyke thrown out at third base. The Bucks get a run on 2 hits. And nobody left on base after 4.5 innings. It's the Pirates 11 and the Phillies 6.
Whether it's today's All-Stars,
Dustin Pedroia, CC Sabathia, Albert Pujols,
the Young Guns,
Zach Greinke and Tim Lincecum and Adam Wainwright,
or the all-time greats,
Kirby Puckett, Johnny Bench, Joe DiMaggio.
No one has our national pastime covered like he does.
It's still about players, and that's what I love.
Peter Gammons.
I do not worry about being first. I do worry about being right.
Hall of Fame award-winning journalist Peter Gammons on MLB Network.
May I help you?
We're shopping for car insurance, and our friend said we should start here.
Good friends. We compare our Progressive Direct rates apples to apples against other top companies to help you get the best price.
How do you do that?
With a touch of this button.
Can I try that? Hey. Wow.
Good luck getting your remote back.
It's all right. I love this channel.
Shopping less and saving more. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Sir, finding everything okay?
I work for a different insurance company. My auto policy is just getting a little too expensive.
With Progressive, you get the name your price option, so we build a policy to fit your budget.
Wow, the price gun. I wish we had this. We just tell people what to pay.
Yeah, we're the only ones that do.
I love your insurance. Bill. Tom?
Hey, it's an office party. The freedom to name your price. Only from Progressive. Call or click today.
This is an MLB Network update.
Matt Yaloff here with this MLB Network update. Hope you're having a great weekend. The A's and the Padres have worked out a trade that'll send third baseman Kevin Kuzminoff and a minor leaguer to Oakland in exchange for outfielders Scott Hairston and Aaron Cunningham. And remember, Hairston played for the Padres for parts of 3 years before being traded to Oakland last summer. The list of players who filed for arbitration on Friday reads like an all-star team roster. The headliner is Tim Lincecum, the two-time Cy Young winner. And if Lincecum and the Giants don't work out a deal before a hearing, he is likely to shatter the record for money awarded to a first-time eligible player. That was Ryan Howard, who was awarded $10 million a couple of years ago. Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 Pacific. It's your chance to be heard. Our experts, our analysts, our insiders are back with Front Burner. They'll take your questions right here on MLB Network.
Bob Kipper ready to face John Kruk in the bottom of the fifth inning. Pirates lead 11-6 as the Bucks get the run on the top of the fifth inning. Kruk with a fly ball to left field. Bonds going back quickly, and the ball will be over Barry's head, bouncing up against the wall. And John Kruk has a leadoff double here in the bottom of the fifth. Kruk second into the game. Well, in the top of the inning, Andy Van Slyke had a gapper to right center field. With 2 outs, knocking in Jose Lean, and the relay from Jeltz went to third base. Andy was out at third, but Lean was able to score before the third out.
And a very strong throw from Jeltz to third base. Here's the beginning of the relay. Good work, and this is a strong throw right on the money. That was a fine relay by the Phillies, but Jose Lean just barely across, and he had to hustle to make sure his run would count, and that's a good lesson for young players.
Now the batter is Samuel. The off-speed pitch, swing and a miss, strike one. So it's a double for Van Slyke and a run batted in. Andy is out at third, 8-4-5. Samuel to Jeltz to Reddy.
Keep hustling when that play's behind you. You don't know what's going to happen to the run or the batter. Big run for the Bucks.
11-6, the Pirates lead. 1 ball and 1 strike. When we go to the 6th inning, John Sanders will come over to join Steve on the KPL Entertainment Network. Great to have you with us tonight, friends. Hope to see you at the ballpark on the upcoming homestand. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, we've seen so much of that from Bob Kipper. The off-speed on the breaking ball. On off-speed, kind of a change up that tails away the other way. Had a lot of batters out in front. Kip has recently. See that swing way before the ball got there. 1 and 2. Let's see if he stays with that strategy. Yep. Another changeup had Samuel out in front, and he gets the big strikeout and leaves that runner at second base now with 1 out. Watch the swing. Swing is completed just about as the ball is getting there.
Runner at second, 1 out. And the batter now will be Ricky Jordan. To bat for Dwayne Murphy. We'll probably see Von Hayes go out to right field, and Jordan would stay on to play first base. Jordan's average 258.
Again, Kipper getting Jordan to fish. Swinging before he wants to. Key to that is good arm motion. Those hitters swinging at the arm. Then he comes with a good heater. Good pitching sequence right there by Bob Kipper. That's fun to watch.
All right, now where do you go?
Well, I'll tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if he came back with a fastball just to maybe break the pattern that he established on Samuel. Let's see. No, changed up again. The key, whether you're featuring the fastball, is to show them the off-speed pitch, and if you're leaning on the off-speed pitch, show them the fastball, just so they can't sit on any particular pitch.
And the strikeout of Jordan. Bob Kipper with back-to-back punch-outs.
Boy, how emphatic was Jim Leland in talking about scoring and then keeping the opposition off the scoreboard. That's something off speed there. His point being, once you score, let that run, or how many runs it is, stay up on the board. So you'd love to leave that man on second base after the leadoff double right here and let Andy's RBI stay up on the board.
Tiki Thon takes a strike. It's the Pirates 11 and Philadelphia 6. 3 Philadelphia home runs tonight. Von Hayes has 2. Steve Jeltz with 1. Barry Bonds a 3-run homer for the Pirates.
Where Bob Kipper, you can almost see him gaining confidence as he's worked the last few times out.
And he has reason to be confident. He's pitched so very well this year.
And with that confidence, I think you'll see Bob Kipper working a little more quickly out there. He used to be a very, very deliberate pitcher. When you're pitching well, you have a tendency to pick up the speed a little bit.
And this should end the bottom of the 5th. The Phillies waste a leadoff double. After 5, the Pirates 11, Philadelphia 6.
I'd like the sirloin, chicken and pork too, all wrapped in bacon, and all for around $10.
Security! You can't match Golden Corral's Applewood Grill. It's sirloin, chicken breast, and our new scallops, all with Applewood bacon, all for around $10. Only at Golden Corral.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me.
For giving us.
The chance to play, to learn,
to grow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the ability, the skills,
The power to grow up and be
whatever, anything, everything.
I want to be.
and everything I am today.
RBI stands for Reviving Baseball in Inner Cities. But to its thousands of participants across the country, it's so much more than baseball. This is beyond opportunity. This is beyond baseball.
Tonight we celebrate the greatest players of the game.
It's the one game that puts all the best players on one field.
You're all stars, and I think you should appreciate that.
Now, relive the greatest moments of the Midsummer Classic. MLB Network's All-Star Game highlights, where the best take on the best.
I hope the best team wins.
All-Star Game highlights, Wednesday at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, only on MLB Network. A national pastime all the time. MLB Network is proud to present the definitive epic of America's pastime, baseball, directed by award-winning documentarian Ken Burns. Thursday, Inning 3. The Black Sox scandal of the 1919 World Series brings the game to its knees.
Let me tell you about this fantastic guy named Shoeless Joe Jackson. Let me tell you what happened in the fall of 1919.
Ken Burns' Baseball, Thursday at 8 Eastern, only on MLB Network.
Welcome back to the vet, and we'll welcome John Sanders over to bring us the play-by-play. It's been wild and woolly here, John. The Bucks breaking out on top big, but the Phillies just won't seem to go away.
No, they have not rolled over and died, which you hope they would. And Bob Walk, of course, with a little bit of a leg problem, hoping to nurse his way through 5, but it didn't work out tonight. He gave up 3 home runs. That's very unusual for Bob Walk. Pirates coming up with that extra run just barely on Andy Van Slyke's near triple. I say just barely because it was very close as to whether Lean had scored or not before the out was recorded. It was a bang-bang play.
So we've got a couple changes for the Phillies defensively. Keep Von Hayes in the ball game, but move him from first base to right field. The Pirates would like to move him out into New Jersey, but Vaughn remains in right field. Ricky Jordan, who pinch hit, is the new first baseman.
And Bobby Bonilla will lead off the 6th inning. Second inning of relief for Harris. It was Harris who got the first 2 batters in the 5th, but then Lean singled and Van Slyke doubled. He was out trying to stretch it, and what a great relay. get him. I thought he had the triple, and they were able to cut him down.
I did too, and a perfect relay with some good heat on it. A great strong throw by Steve Jeltz. Started with Juan Samuel way out in right center field.
Bonilla takes the next pitch outside, and it's 3-0.
Boy, that looked like a very familiar Andy Van Slyke going for 3, didn't it? How much of that did we see last year?
We saw it all the time, and that's why I thought he was going to be there. Called strike one. It's 3-1. We have a new contestant in our farthest home run contest. Mary Zivic got one from Bonds of 391 feet. Jenny Telenko is our contestant in this inning. Kruk coming on to retire Bobby Bonilla.
And he slipped, getting out of the chute there to come in and make that play.
He was able to straighten himself around and record the out. Called strike. Gary Reedus is 3 for 3 with 2 runs batted in. He had 2 RBI singles in the first inning, singled and stole a base in the 4th. And that was where you began to get a little bit worried, Steve, because he stole a base and there was at second base with nobody out. And the Bucs could not pick him up. And then the Phillies come back and get a couple more, and you start to get nervous.
There's nothing safe when you're on a 6-game losing streak.
Down too low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, I remember the game, I think it was just last week, where Boston was out in front 10-0 and wound up losing.
11-13, I believe, against Toronto.
Center field, Somwell back with room now. Jeff King 0 for 1 tonight. He walked twice in the first inning, once intentionally, once not. Both of Jeff's major league hits have been doubles. He is 2 for 8 since being recalled from Buffalo. Ground ball fielded by Thon from behind second. He throws him out. Bottom of the 6th coming up. The Pirates 11, the Phillies 6.
Whether it's today's All-Stars,
Dustin Pedroia, CeCe Sabathia, Albert Pujols,
or the all-time greats,
Kirby Puckett, Johnny Bench, Joe DiMaggio, it's still about players, and that's what I love.
Hall of Fame award-winning journalist Peter Gammons on MLB Network.
Join Major League Baseball and his 30 clubs in providing emergency relief support for children and families affected by the earthquake in Haiti. Visit unicef.org or MLB.com to help those in need.
This baby boy was born yesterday. He doesn't know much. His brain is just warming up. But even he knows the quarter-pound BK double cheeseburger for $1 is a very special deal. He may not be a genius, but at least he's got the important stuff figured out. Try the BK double cheeseburger, bigger than McDonald's for $1. An obvious deal, even if you were born yesterday.
So Doc, I've been thinking, no. You know how? No. So, Doc, I've got this friend.
Talking to your doctor about erectile dysfunction isn't easy.
Actually, Doc, there is something I want to talk to you about.
But it's definitely a conversation worth having. 20 million men have had their Viagra talk. When you're ready for yours, visit Viagra.com for helpful conversation starters and to learn how Viagra can help. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease or loss in vision or hearing. It's time to take a deep breath and ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
We're back and already underway. It's 1 ball, no strikes on Darren Dalton leading off an 11-6 Pirate lead. Dalton grounds it foul. Down the first baseline. Dalton tonight 0 for 2. He's grounded out and flied out. Batting average of 188.
He got 6 home runs this year. Last year he had 1 home run.
And he picked up a couple runs last night, a couple RBIs last night in the 8th inning. With a double, as the Phillies scored 3 in the bottom of the 8th and won the game 7-5. Line hard, heads up. That one went right out of the stadium, I think. Just about.
Right down the green chute into the concession stand.
Somebody standing in line.
Yeah. They were getting mustard for their hot dog. Now they got no hot dog left. Knocked out of their hands, probably.
Pirates have 11 runs on 12 hits so far. Phillies have 6 runs on 6 hits, and for Philadelphia, it has been the 2-run homers. 3 of them in the ball game. 2 by Hayes, 1 by Jeltz. That's right. Steve Jeltz has 2 home runs in the last couple of weeks. Lefty Don Carmen warming up. Bob Kipper's first walk. It's the 5th given up by Pirate pitchers tonight. Bob walked, gave up 4 free passes in his 3 2/3 innings. A leadoff walk in the 6th, and here's Harris to bat for himself.
He'll hit now, and you might wonder about this move, but I think probably Nick Leyva trying to hold back pinch hitters until he would get more into the ball game. He's down by 5 now. You don't want to run everybody out there, get close later on.
It'll be Bonilla to field the ball and throw it to Lean. So the sacrifice puts a runner in scoring position with 1 out.
The point being, you want to save some pinch hitters if you do get closer. That's the reason why Harris was up there. Also a good bunt opportunity. So Philly's trying to get a run here, maybe not use up a player and get a run closer.
Randy Reddy will step in with Dalton at second. 1 out in the inning. Reddy has doubled, fouled out, and walked, and scored twice tonight. He has 4 doubles in this series. Steve Jeltz had only hit that 1 major league home run. Prior to this year. That was the one in 1984. And it had been 1,300 and some odd at bats in between. Now he's got 2 this year.
It was a funny kind of a swing, but he got the bottom half of the ball, and it was one of those carriers, one of those drifters.
Well, it drifted out. Reddy takes up high. 3-0 now.
Used to call that tomahawking the ball. Tito Francona was a great advocate of that, hitting the bottom of the ball, get that underspin on it, make it carry.
2 men on with 1 out. Kipper gives up a couple of walks in the inning, and Jeltz will bat.
And now the phone will ring down in the Pirate bullpen. Who will it be?
Ball 1 to Steve Jeltz. He's batted twice, walked and homered. Scored 2 runs.
Now Junior is going to go out and talk to Bob Kipper.
Purchase a little time here.
Acquisition of time for the bullpen. By the way, we were wondering the other night when
Landrum is 1. And the left-hander is Neil Heaton, the newest member of the Pirate bullpen.
We were wondering when Steve Lake got hurt the other night, Darren Dalton came in to catch. Who would the emergency catcher be for the Phillies? Well, it would be Steve Jeltz. Number 30, we saw him working around the infield with the catcher's mitt on tonight.
2 balls and no strikes. Bob Kipper obviously coming into the ball game with a chance to work a few innings and maybe pick up a victory for himself. A drive to left field. Bonds is back to the warning track, to the wall. It's gone. I don't believe it. It's now 11-9.
Fans who came into the ballpark tonight and were stunned by a 10-run first inning by the Pirates, now on their feet, cheering their Phillies, who have made a tremendous comeback. They're still down in the ball game, but they're very much in it now. It is just the bottom of the 6th inning. They have come back from 10-0 to make it an 11-9 ball game, and they want a curtain call for Steve Jeltz. I don't know if he'll come out, but Ray Miller has come out to the mound. Has his words with Bob Kipper, and he will leave. What a turn of events. The base on balls, 2 of them in front of that home run.
They both scored. There was a walk in front of Jeltz's first home run in the 4th inning. There was a walk in front of Von Hayes' second home run in the 3rd inning. The Phillies have hit 4 home runs in the ballgame, accounting for 9 runs. The Pirates still have a 2-run lead.
5 RBIs by a guy who came in to replace Tommy Hurd. Did not start the ball game. Jeltz came in to play second base. He's been something else.
Strike 1 to Hayes. Jeltz, who had 2 career home runs coming into this ball game, has hit back-to-back home runs. A 2-run homer in the 4th, a 3-run homer in the 6th inning. And Hayes takes strike 2. Still only 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Now there are 2 away.
Take a look at the production from the number 2 and 3 spot in the Philadelphia batting order as you're going to take a look at this strikeout on the big breaking ball. They are just 4 out of 7. 4 home runs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 RBI, all the RBIs.
Bonds over, can't get to it. John Kruk, who doubled earlier, is at second base again. Kruk has 3 hits in the ball game, and he is 8 for 17 in the series,
including some adventures of his own in left field. He has some excitement when he plays out there, and he loves to hit that way. Take a look at the breaking ball, and he loves to go to left field.
That is going to do it for Bob Kipper.
And that won't be the only change for Bob Kipper. 1 1/3, 1 2/3, 2 complete innings.
2 innings, 3 hits, 3 strikeouts, a couple of walks. At this point in the ball game, Kip is charged with 3 runs.
Boy, and the Pirates thought they were going to have a cakewalk. 10 runs in the first inning. And the Phillies have come all the way back. Pirates added 1 run, get their total to 11. But the Phillies, 2 in the first, 2 in the third, 2 in the fourth, 3 in the 6th.
You got a glimpse of Bill Landrum's numbers. 1-1 his record with 1 save and 0.47 ERA. His 14th appearance of the year. He's pitched 13 innings and given up just 2 runs, only 1 of them earned. He is the 3rd Pirate pitcher. Bob Walker started, went 3 2/3. Bob Kipper with 2 innings of relief. And now Landrum here in the 6th with a runner at second base and 2 outs in the inning. Juan Samuel coming to the plate. 20 runs and 20 hits between these 2 teams. The Bucs still have the better of it on the scoreboard, but not by much. And the Pirates sent 16 men to the plate in the first inning and scored 10 runs.
By the way, that is the first time ever a Philly has hit a home run from both sides of the plate in the same ball game. 27th time in Major League history.
Thanks to Jim Lucchima for bringing us that information. It's information we just as soon not report. Fouled away by Samuel. Kruk is at second base. He has doubled his last 2 times up in this ball game. He doubled to lead off the 5th inning and was stranded at second. There are 2 outs here in the 6th inning. The Bucks would like to leave him at second base again. Samuel's 0 for 3. He's grounded out, flied out, and struck out.
And this is one of these kind of games where it seems like the hitters are just seeing the ball so well, all the hitters.
And every time it gets in the air, it carries.
They're all having good swings.
Fouled back.
Right on that pitch, and the ball he fouled down the right field line, hit it well. That one seemed to be right on it.
No balls and 2 strikes.
So go back to the job that Bob Kipper did in the bottom of the 5th after the leadoff double by Kruk. To leave him there, that becomes a very big issue in this ball game. It's now down to a 2-run lead.
11-9 Pirates. One and 2 to Juan Samuel. The Pirates had the biggest inning offensively of anybody in the majors this year. They're scrambling for their lives here.
Sure are. I'll give a lot of credit to the Phillies. They did it just like they write it in the book. You don't get them all back at once. Chop and chew, and bite and scratch. Get yourself back in the ball game. They've done just that.
2 and 2.
Bill Landrum thinking he might have had the strike. I was thinking he might have had it right there.
Well, if it missed, I don't know where. Samuel represents the tying run in an 11-9 slugfest at the Vet. Ground ball to the left side. Quinones from deep short. His throw.
Is not in time. Samuel beats out the infield hit with great hustle. He had to air it out all the way or he's not going to make it to first base. You see where Ray gets the ball. He does everything right. Sets that back foot and a great strong throw to first base. Give the credit to the runner.
Bang, bang play. He beats the throw at first, keeps the inning alive. Kruk is at third. Hit number 8. Let's check it. Hit number 9 for Philadelphia. Jordan batting for the 2nd time. He struck out in the 5th inning. The tying runs are on base now for the Phils. Samuel is running. The ball is popped up. Reedus, does he have a play? Not quite.
This has become a bad dream.
Well, it started out like a nightmare on Broad Street for the Phillies.
However, keep one thing in the mind too when you come back like this, come back and come back. If you fall short after making this kind of an effort, that's a heartbreaker too. So the Phillies haven't gotten the lead in this ball game. Pirates still are ahead. Don't lose track of that. It's a 2-run lead for the Bucks.
Throw to first, the runner back. There was a game here last year, Steve. I'm trying to think if it might have been the game with the Phillies here. It was in August 14th. The Bucks had a big lead and wound up losing 9-8. Fouled away. sure if that's the same game that I'm thinking of, though. I was thinking this was a Sunday game.
No guarantees. Now, will you believe that old cliche? You're sitting out there saying, well, yeah, we got enough runs. Yeah, let's just relax now. Anybody who's ever managed, talk to the managers. Ask them if it's automatic when they have a certain amount of runs. They'll tell you games that they've been involved in where it's not been enough.
Jordan with a ground ball through the middle. Quinones cuts it off. It's 11-10. RBI to Jordan. The Phillies have batted around.
Well, there have been some hard hit balls tonight. This is not one of them. Breaking ball, but it just gets by the pitcher just enough so that a play can't be made on it. Ray gets to the ball, but by then the run has scored.
A couple of infield hits produce another run. 4 runs for Philadelphia. Vaughn is the 9th Philly to bat in the inning. It's 11-10. Tying run at second. Ball 1 to Vaughn, who's 0 for 2. An infield hit for Samuel, an infield hit for Jordan. Kruk, who had doubled, scores the run. That closes the book on Bob Kipper. He is charged with 4 runs. The 2 men on base now, Samuel and Jordan, are the responsibility of Landrum. 1-1. Good fastball for strike 2.
John, is that 4 runs? 4 runs for Bob Kipper?
Yes.
Okay.
Last man he faced was Kruk, and Kruk did score, so that's the 4th run.
That's his 4th run.
Right. It is over. We are finally through 6, and we're going to pause for a local break.
We're on the road to show people.
We've made a great product even better. Watch.
Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines clean the gunk left by lower quality gasoline. And all 3 grades act as a protective barrier to shield and protect engines from performance-robbing gunk. Try nitrogen-enriched Shell gasolines.
Helping you get the most out of every drop.
Gunk doesn't stand a chance.
Hi, may I help you?
We're shopping for car insurance, and our friend said we should start here.
Good friends. We compare our Progressive Direct rates apples to apples against other top companies to help you get the best price.
How do you do that?
With a touch of this button.
Can I try that? Wow.
Good luck getting your remote back.
It's all right. I love this channel.
Shopping less and saving more. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Every year, one team rises above all the others. The Big Red Machine, the Mustache Gang, Team of the Century.
The Yankees have done it again.
They were all called champions, and World Series Highlights celebrates them all. The A's, with big talent and an even bigger attitude, dominated the 70s. Now see Reggie and the rest of the Mustache Gang in all their glory.
The Oakland A's are champions!
World Series Highlights, Friday night at 8, only on MLB Network.
Here's the pitch on the way, a swing and a belt.
Left field, way back!
You've been too far from the action for too long. MLB Network is expanding the zone. Now broadcasting in full high definition 24 hours a day. All the action, all the analysis, all the amazing baseball in full widescreen HD, 24/7, 365. See our national pastime like you've never seen it before. MLB Network in HD. It's a whole new ballgame.
11-10 Pirate lead.
Gary Reed is shaking his head, wondering what's going on.
The troops are just going to have to go out and get some more runs. That's all. First pitch is popped up by Quinones. Dalton comes back but runs out of room. Quinones doubled home 2 runs in the first inning. He also bounced into a force play to end that first inning. Grounded out to third base his last time up. Ray is 1 for 3, batting .209.
That's right. That 10-run lead doesn't mean anything right now. It's a street fight. You got to wind up winning this ball game. You've got to. Way outside. Gets the breaking ball out there.
No balls, 2 strikes. Harris has been on since the 5th inning.
Back inside now.
Didn't get the call.
Well, if Bill Landrum didn't get that kind of call on that kind of pitch last inning, there's no reason Harris should now. Really missed with the breaking ball there.
Lined to Thon. One out in the Pirates' 7th, and Junior Ortiz, who is 1 for 2, will come up.
Well, you got to look at this game like this, John. The Bucks have a 1-run lead. They've got to protect for 3 innings and hope that they can add to that 1-run lead. Simple as that. Can't do anything about what's transpired so far.
That's right. You just go from right here.
Yep.
Junior went for a bad pitch that time.
Try to play a smart, fundamentally sound baseball game for 3 innings. It's as simple as that.
You know, the game I'm thinking about, it was on a Sunday here. The Pirates won that game 9-8. Ground ball to short. Nice 2-hopper to Thon. Ortiz is out number 2. The Bucks had the big lead and finally came back, I think, to win it on a home run by Andy Van Slyke. But it was a struggle that particular day.
Got a little scare.
Yes.
A save and a scare.
John Cangelosi bats for the first time. Kanji came on to play right field in the top half or bottom half of the 6th inning. We're in the top of the 7th now. Kanji got a piece of it, and it in turn got a piece of Eric Gregg. John doing a pretty good job of late.
Yes, he has.
He's been on base 9 times in his last 17 times up there. And includes 4 hits and 5 walks. And he scored 4 times, which is the role he has to play.
That's his job, to get on the base. Doesn't matter how. You want him on the base.
Harris coming on in the 5th inning. Replacing Antaveras. He gave up a run in the 5th, but has retired the last 5. Breaking ball that just dips low. 2-2 on Kanji. The Mets are coming to town tomorrow. Graybick against Sid Fernandez. On Saturday, Randy Kramer back in the rotation against David Cone. Full count on Cangelosi, 3-2.
Well, Randy Kramer will have to readjust his thinking back to a starter's type of mentality. Completely different type of thinking than a relief pitcher.
Kanji dumps one toward left field. It's going to fall for a base hit. So John keeps it up. A 2-out single here. Gives the Pirates a base runner in the 7th inning. And Nick Leyva may decide it's time. Ford will enter the ball game,
but not to pitch. It'll be a double switch.
Ford will go to right field apparently.
Von Hayes out there is taking a look.
And Jordan is going to leave the ball game, so Hayes is going to have to go get. I think Ford's bringing him his first base glove maybe, because they're going to make another change, and Jordan will leave.
Von Hayes going to go back to first where he started. It looks like there's a treadmill between first base and right field.
Don Carmen is going to be the new Philadelphia pitcher. You put Ford in the number 9 spot in the order, and you put the pitcher in the number 6 spot where Jordan had been. And you bring on the left-hander Don Carmen. Carmen coming on for the 15th time. Only his 4th relief appearance. He has made 11 starts. And Carmen is 1-9 with a 5.27 ERA. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Pittsburgh Baseball Incorporated and is intended for the private non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the expressed written consent of Pittsburgh Baseball Incorporated and KBL is prohibited.
Oh, for Greg Harris, 2 2/3 innings, 3 hits, a run, and a strikeout.
The man on base is still his responsibility until we clean up that situation.
And who knows where Von Hayes will come out defensively in the top of the 8th. Started at first base, went to right field. When Ricky Jordan came into the ball game, now has returned to first base as Kurt Ford takes over in right.
So Ford will bat 2nd in the bottom of the 7th inning. Carmen goes in the number 6 spot in the order. Big 8th inning base hit for Ford last night against the Pirates. One of the keys to that 3-run 8th inning, the winning rally for Philadelphia in a 7-5 win.
How big was the run Jose Lean got when Andy Van Slyke drove him in, and Chico kept on hustling to score the run before Andy was tagged out at third, trying to stretch his double into a triple, therefore providing the Pirates with their 11th run, the run by which they lead. Singular run.
That's right. You look back over this ball game and what has happened, and things that did not seem important at the time are definitely important now. When you score 10 runs in the first, you kind of take a deep breath and try to go at him. Bob Walk was not able to do the job.
You know, that's the kind of thing you don't say it's over when you score 10 in the first, but you feel like it. You know, you don't often get 10 runs in the first inning and have a team come back and beat you. So I don't know whether you relax or not, but you certainly feel very confident. Not a very confident throw over to first base by Carmen.
Just barely got there. 13 hits now for the Pirates.
That'll get your heart started if you're Von Hayes. Don't throw me that ball in the dirt when you're just lobbing it over.
Larry McWilliams completed only 1/3 of an inning.
How about him? He could get off the hook if the Phillies get another run.
Yes, he could. Outside, he was charged with 6 of those 10 runs. The other 4 to the man who followed on the mound, on Taveras, although he settled down the last couple of innings. Harris, as Steve mentioned, 2 2/3 innings. He has given up 1 run, and Cangelosi is his man.
John with a pretty good lead.
3 balls and no strikes. Jose Lean is on deck.
Barry looking down at Gene Lamont. I would think he'd have the green light now if he could find something he liked. He doesn't get it though.
Carmen walks the first man that he faces, and the Pirates have 2 men on. Jose Lind coming up.
Both bullpens quiet right now, but that could change in a real hurry.
That's because the way it's going, everybody out there went home. He said, let's get out of here before they call us.
Those are condemned areas, danger zones tonight in this kind of a ball game.
11-10 the Pirates lead. It's the 7th inning.
Now Dalton out to talk to Carmen, make sure they're squared away on their signs of the man on second base.
Okay, what is going to be the indicator tonight?
Yep. What are we going to use? Second sign, first sign after the second sign. Work the signs off the count.
First sign after the second sign would be kind of like the third sign, right?
Yeah. I'll tell you, it gets confusing. I never like to get too complicated with that, so I forget about what I'm trying to do with the pitch. Ready to go. Kanji will be able to get a very good lead off second base. A tremendous lead.
Called strike to Lind. Do they ever go with the first sign?
Yeah. Sometimes they'll go with the first sign and then continue with a lot of signs that mean absolutely nothing. Sometimes they'll use finger signs and then flaps, where they just take the palm of the hand flat on the leg and then just go up or down a number of times. That can be the signal.
1-1 the count on Lind. What a wild ball game. Cangelosi's running, and Lind pops it up. Dickie Thon will take care of the Bucks here in the 7th. It's 7th inning stretch time at the vet. 11-10, the Pirates by a run.
Can your favorite team be better, faster, stronger in 2010? MLBnetwork.com recaps what every team will need to get there. On Hot Stove's 30 Clubs, 30 Recaps. Find out where they all left off in 09. And what our insiders say they'll need to succeed next season. Log on to MLBnetwork.com to see the recap for each team. And for the latest rumors, trades, and signings, keep watching Hot Stove. Weeknights at 7 on MLB Network.
Investors are demanding more for their money. Good.
This time, I'm watching fees like a hawk.
I hate hidden fees.
Why should I have to pay for something that I shouldn't have to pay for?
TD Ameritrade's pricing is clear and it's straightforward.
Yeah, it's spelled out up front.
No hidden fees.
No bait and switch. No gotchas. And there's one flat rate for online equity trades. For big accounts
or small ones.
That's the way it ought to be.
Time for fresh thinking. Time for TD Ameritrade.
This is an MLB Network update.
Matt Yaloff here with this MLB Network update. Hope you're having a great weekend. The A's and the Padres have worked out a trade that'll send third baseman Kevin Kuzminoff and a minor leaguer to Oakland in exchange for outfielders Scott Hairston and Aaron Cunningham. And remember, Hairston played for the Padres for parts of 3 years before being traded to Oakland last summer. The list of players who filed for arbitration on Friday reads like an all-star team roster. The headliner is Tim Lincecum, the two-time Cy Young winner. And if Lincecum and the Giants don't work out a deal before a hearing, he is likely to shatter the record for money awarded to a first-time eligible player. That was Ryan Howard, who was awarded $10 million a couple of years ago. Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 Pacific. It's your chance to be heard. Our experts, our analysts, our insiders are back with Front Burner. They'll take your questions right here on MLB Network.
It's the bottom of the 7th inning. Look at all those numbers. 11 runs, 13 hits for the Pirates. 10 runs, 10 hits for the Phillies. And in the bottom of the 7th inning, Bill Landrum will be facing Darren Dalton, Kurt Ford, and then Randy Reddy.
Well, we have a minute. Want to say hello to Gordon and Madeline Tappenden and their daughter Karen, who's here in Philadelphia. They're out in the Pennsbury area of Pittsburgh. Karen's helping us here in the booth. Rooting for the Bucks to hold on to this lead. At least you better be.
Dalton walked and was aboard for Steve Jelt's 3-run home run. That's unusual enough in itself, a 3-run home run from Jeltz. It just happened to be his second home run of the ball game, one from each side tonight. Ground ball to second base. Leaned to Reedus, one away. So we're safely underway in the bottom of the seventh.
Just barely. Boy, and you think Jeltz didn't even start the ball game.
Here is Ford, who loves to bat against the Pirates. In his career, a .427 average against the Bucks. Popped it up. Again, it'll be leaned. 2 outs.
See how easy it can be?
Sure.
But it's not automatic. It can be that easy. It can also be that difficult to get
Landrum
outs.
came on, gave up a couple of infield hits, and one of them produced a run. The 4th run in the 6th inning, but that run was charged to Bob Kipper. Kip giving up 4 runs. Bob Walk gave up 6. And Bob gave up 3 home runs. Slider for a strike to Reddy. Randy has scored 3 times. He's doubled and walked twice. One and one. He had the full rip, didn't he?
Sure did.
Randy Reddy is a California product. Lives in Cardiff, California right now. Born in San Mateo. He's now 29 years old. Started his professional career with Milwaukee. Then to San Diego in '86. And in '89 he becomes a Philly. Two outs and nobody on in the bottom of the 7th. The attendance tonight, 18,511. It's the biggest crowd of any of the games in this series.
They're getting their money's worth tonight. They like offense. Most baseball fans like to see a lot of action.
And home runs. We've had 5, 1 by the Pirates and 4 by the Phillies. Another one wasted by Randy. Bonds had a 3-run home run for the Bucks in the 1st inning. Lon Hayes answered that with a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 1st. He also hit a 2-run home run in the 3rd. Jeltz hit a 2-run home run in the 4th, and Jeltz hit a 3-run home run in the 6th inning.
How big is the 2-run single, 2 RBI single by Bob Walk in that 1st inning? And you don't even think much about it at the time. That's just kind of frosting on the cake.
Yeah, just having a little party. About a 30-minute top of the 1st inning. Reddy finally works a base hit. He's been on base 4 times. So the Phils get the tying run on in the bottom of the 7th, and they will bring up
Babe Ruth.
Yes. Disguised as Steve Jeltz tonight.
Speaking of switch hitting home run hitters, 1969 in this date, the New York Yankees retired Mickey Mantle's number 7. In front of a crowd of 60,000 people at Yankee Stadium. He could hit a few home runs from both sides.
Ooh, you're telling me. He did it on a regular basis. Time is called. The pitch delivered anyway. It's really not a bad idea on Landrum's part if he's gone that far to go ahead and throw it.
Go ahead. Yeah, you don't want to disrupt your pitching motion there, primarily from a physical standpoint. You don't want to try to stop anything all at once. You don't know what that would do to your arm or your foot. Go ahead and throw it. Can't do any harm. Barry Reedus has his talk with Landrum. I'm sure keep an eye on Randy Reddy.
Called strike one to Jeltz. It is a career night for him. For somebody who didn't even start. Came on when it looked like it might be a blowout because they want to make sure that Tom Herr, who's been hobbled a little bit, got some time off.
That's right. And here they are back in the ballgame because of the man who came in. Not a big lead by Reddy.
Landrum steps off anyway.
Randy has not stolen any bases this year. But in a one-run ball game at this stage, considering what's going on tonight, don't assume anything.
Up high. It's 1-1 to Steve Jeltz. First time he batted was the third inning. He walked and was aboard for Vaughn Hayes' second home run. He himself has homered his last 2 times up. So in addition to driving in 5, he scored 3. Now he steps off and throws to first. I think it's pretty obvious that Steve Jeltz has relaxed quite a bit in his role as a reserve. He couldn't get his average above 200 when he was the starting shortstop for the Phillies, but that role going to Dickie Thon for the most part this year. And Jeltz doing a better job at the plate.
Of course, if he keeps doing this, that reserve role will be gone. He'll have to play somewhere.
1-2.
And not a real good swing by Steve Jeltz right there.
That was more of the Steve Jeltz swing we're used to seeing.
And would like to see some more of.
2 outs with Reddy at first. The inning is over. The called strikeout. We go to the 8th. The Pirates 11, the Phillies 10.
Uh-oh, are those pants getting too tight to close? Oh no, that button is ready to pop. Stop! You need the perfect fit button. The quickest, easiest way to add or reduce inches on the waistband of your pants. Watch, these jeans just won't close. Simply pop on the perfect fit button and attach the specially designed secure lock fastener. And look, your jeans close easily, fit perfectly, and hold extra tight. No one will ever know you're wearing it. Look again. Just attach the fastener onto the pin to hold firmly in place. Simply squeeze the fastener to remove. When you lose weight, just remove the perfect fit button. As you lose more weight, simply pop it on the other side. Wow, you've lost 3 inches on your waistline and your pants still fit perfectly. Let Perfect Fit tailor your best suit. Just slip on your belt and it's totally invisible. It's like having a custom tailor at your fingertips. Kids outgrow their clothes, then it costs a fortune. But Perfect Fit lets you add more room for big savings. Even 2 big hand-me-downs fit perfectly in seconds. Sewing on buttons is a pain, but Perfect Fit instantly replaces missing buttons. Keep extra Perfect Fits handy for an instant fix. Perfect Fit is so strong, it instantly works on denim, corduroy, even suede and leather. In this catalog, it costs $32 for 4 similar buttons, but you get the Perfect Fit button for jeans, khakis, and brown and black pants, all 4 buttons for only $20. Call now and we'll cut the price in half to just $10. Order right now. As a bonus, we'll double the offer. Plus, it gets even better. You'll also get the amazing shoes under. Just pay separate shipping and handling. Watch. You'll fit up to 24 shoes. Slide and store shoes under your bed to perfectly organize all your shoes, belts, and scarves. You get a total of 8 perfect fit buttons and shoes under. A $70 value, all for only $10. So call now.
Call 1-800-673-7908. But hurry, call now. We're giving away a bonus set of 4 perfect fit buttons and the shoes under with today's orders. So call 1-800-673-7908. Call now.
They're the games baseball fans will always remember. Now, there's only one place to relive them all. MLB Network's all-time games. Immortal matchups.
Man, do we have a ball game for you tonight.
Legendary players.
This is just amazing.
And baseball's most defining moments. It's deja vu all over again with MLB Network's all-time games, weekday afternoons and weekends, only on MLB Network. Love baseball? Love movies? Well, do we have something for you? It's Real Hardball on MLB Network, Sunday at 10 Eastern. Go inside one of our national pastime's most adored stadiums in an inspirational,
I played here in 1948,
award-winning, can't-miss documentary, Cobb Field, A Day at the Ballpark, Sunday at 10 Eastern on MLB Network. Presented by Golden Corral.
Welcome back to MLB Network Presents All-Time Games. You know, behind the likes of iconic figures like Roberto Clemente and Pops Willie Stargell, the Pittsburgh Pirates delivered a pair of World Series titles to the Steel City back in the 70s. A little over a decade later, with young stars like Barry Bonds, Bobby Bonilla, and Andy Van Slyke on hand, it appeared as if the Bucs had the pieces in place for yet another title-laden run. The Pirates did win 3 successive National League Eastern Division titles from 1990 through 92, but couldn't get past the Reds and then especially the Braves in the League Championship Series. Right now, it's their Keystone State rivals, the Phillies, that have the Bucs' attention in this June 1989 affair, as the Pirates have blown almost all of what had been a 10-run lead. The Pirates come to bat in the top of the 8th inning, now leading the Phillies 11-10.
Here's the called strikeout that ended the inning. Fastball right on the outside corner, according to Eric Gregg. And it really doesn't matter what the batter thinks. That ended the inning, and we go to the 8th. Andy Van Slyke has 3 hits, 2 runs batted in, and he scored twice tonight. He singled twice in the 1st inning, doubled to drive in a run in the 5th inning, and that run is now the difference in the ball game. He was out trying to stretch it to a triple, facing Carmen for the first time tonight. Carmen came on to get the final out in the 7th inning. It's now the 8th. 11 runs and 13 hits for the Pirates, 10 runs and 11 hits for Philadelphia. Now it's 3-1.
It would be nice to get Andy on base and see if they could nudge him all the way around, make that 1-run lead into a 2-run lead. The Pirates just a little bit more breathing room.
It'll be foul and out of play down the right field line. Andy's batting average now at .267 with the 3-hit ball game.
Picks up 17 points tonight. Gary Reedus has helped his average. Came in at .270. He's 3 for 4.
One out in this 8th inning.
Don Carmen. It's down on one knee and stops that ball coming back at him. Put a glove on, it's going to come right at you. Right there.
He had to check to make sure it was in the mitt, and it was. Called strike to Bobby Bonilla. Bobby 1 for 3 tonight, singled and scored in the 1st.
And walked and didn't score in the 1st.
A roller to the left side, ready, charging. Cuts him down, 2 away. Very effective job by Harris and Carmen out of the bullpen, and you also give some credit to Ontiveros because once he got out of the 1st inning.
And it took him a little time to do that.
That's right. He faced 9 guys.
He did settle down.
Keep in mind the Pirates left the bases loaded in that 1st inning, and they have left only 3 additional base runners since.
get some more activity in the Philly bullpen and the Pirate bullpen. Jeff Robinson throwing for the Bucks.
Reedus improving his average 25 points tonight. He's at 295. "21 runs and 24 hits between the two teams tonight. Reedus fouls it away.
Well, they just gave us a head fake down in the Philadelphia bullpen. Nobody loosening up. They had a catcher that went down to get in position, but apparently they canceled the order. Jeff Robinson, only active pitcher in the ballpark right now beside Don Carmen out on the mound.
Reedus looking to equal his career high with 4 hits in the ball game. He closed out last season with 4 hits in Wrigley Field on the last day of the season. Skies it to right center. Kurt Ford is now the right fielder. That's it in the 8th.
Relive the greatest moments of the Midsummer Classic. MLB Network's All-Star Game highlights, where the best take on the best.
I hope the best team wins.
All-Star Game highlights, Wednesday at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, only on MLB Network.
We're on the road to show people
we've made a great product even better. Watch.
Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines clean the gunk left by lower quality gasoline. And all 3 grades act as a protective barrier to shield and protect engines from performance-robbing gunk. Try nitrogen-enriched Shell.
You get the most out of every drop.
Gunk doesn't stand a chance.
They walk among us. Those who would steal your very identity. You must learn to defend yourself at Zendo.com.
This is David Wright. The victims of the earthquake in Haiti need our help.
UNICEF delivers life-saving water, food, medicine, and shelter in emergencies. Please join Major League Baseball and UNICEF and help the children of Haiti by visiting unicef.org. Get into the action. MLB Network is expanding the zone, broadcasting high def 24 hours a day. All the action, all the analysis, all the amazing baseball in widescreen HD. MLB Network in HD. It's a whole new ballgame.
Back at the vet, it's 11-10 here. And here is pitcher number 4 for the Pirates. Jeff Robinson comes on to start the 8th inning. Credit Landrum with an inning and a third. Bill gave up 2 hits, struck out 2, no runs.
I've got 3 hits. Yep, Sam Murphy, right. Or not Murphy, but Jordan.
You're right.
We've also got Benny DiStefano at first base. Those are the changes for the Bucks here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
So DiStefano will go in the number 6 spot in the batting order. And you put the pitcher in Reedus' spot in the order, which is number 5. Okay?
Good. A lot of marks on the old scorecard tonight.
Well, we've used a lot of troops and a lot of numbers so far.
John, this could be maybe the most important 6 outs of the whole year for the Bucks to hold on to this ball game the way it is right now. Very important to this ball club, I think.
Robinson comes on in the 8th inning, and for Jeff, his 25th appearance of the year, he leads the Pirates in that category. He's 2-5 with 4 saves. His ERA is still up there at 5.23. Hayes with a grounder to second base. So after home runs his first 2 times up, he has a fly ball, a strikeout, and a ground out. 2 for 5 with 4 RBIs for him. Robinson pitched against the Phillies a couple days back. 2 innings, 3 runs. That was in Tuesday's ball game. Seems like we've been in Philadelphia for a month.
4 straight single dates.
Lined up the middle. John Kruk has 4 hits. Kruk is 9 for 18 in this series now.
And when he says he's happy to be here and not in San Diego, believe him, he means it. And he's trying to convince you with the way he swings the bat.
Of course, he wants to remind everybody from his part of West Virginia that it's only 5 hours from there to Veterans Stadium.
So if you'd like to come out and watch him keep on hitting, why, do so.
Somwell got an infield hit his last time up. He's 1 for 4. Tying run is on. Somwell ground foul. Hit it hard, but foul down the third baseline.
I don't know when the last time I've seen a collective group of players with such good rips. I'm telling you, they are all just right on so many pitches. Swinging the bat with a lot of confidence. They're just going for every pitch.
Well, it is obviously a hitter's night at the Vet. Pirates have 13 hits. The Phillies have a dozen. The Bucks hanging on. The lead 11-10. Swing and a miss. 0-2 to Juan Somwell. A note from Texas tonight. I should have mentioned it when we did Texas score up there. Nolan Ryan set a club record by retiring 26 batters in a row. He had gotten the last 22 on Saturday night and the first 4 tonight. Ivan Calderon ended that streak with a home run, but Ryan just keeps on rolling down low. He is amazing.
He is. They used to say the Astrodome was the 8th wonder of the world. Nolan Ryan's the 8th wonder of the world, baseball terms.
And he's not in the Astrodome anymore.
Let's see if Juan Samuel gets a look at the split finger fastball here. Looked like
I think so. He got the top of it.
So again, the 2 men from the Padres, Randy Reddy and John Kruk, on base all night long for the Phillies. Starting to look like an extremely good deal that they made.
Each of them has been aboard 4 times tonight. Bob Dernier is out on deck. The bat for Carmen. The bench is getting a bit thin. Dernier and Steve Lake are the only 2 available players for Nick Leyva. The Pirates still have R.J. Reynolds, who's hurting a bit, Belliard, Wilson, and Prince. Leland's got a few more troops. Full count of 3-2. Somwell does strike out a lot. What do you do about your runner at first in a 1-run ball game? Forget all the numbers that have gone on the board so far. Well, that's the tying run.
Yeah, he's not got real good speed, but Jeff throws a lot of pitches down very low.
Time called by John Kibler, the first base umpire.
Might be discussing that, as Tony Taylor, I think, was the one who called time. You wanting Kruk to be sure of what he's doing. When you got a pitcher that throws a lot of balls in the dirt, sometimes you will gamble. He's got a good lead.
Not running. The ball is in the dirt. And the tying run goes to second. Robinson gives up the free pass. And Bob Dernier. Roger Samuel starts to throw. Dernier will take a long look at Larry Boa. It was quite an inside the park home run Dernier hit because it won the ball game.
Bobby Bonilla getting his instructions as to where the Pirate brass wants him to play, so he moves in now a couple steps and off the line.
Called strike 1 to Dernier. Bob's average at 191, 18 hits and 94 at bats, and this is the way the Bucks will set up defensively. They'll look for the double play with 1 out and 2 on. Dernier is a pinch hitter, 1 for 11. Inside to Bob.
And they kind of bunch them in the infield as well as where they're playing up or deep, with Bobby Bonilla and Benny DiStefano not sitting on the lines.
Dernier started his professional career with the Phillies back in 1977 and was traded to Chicago in '84. Count is 2-1. Kruk singled and Samuel walked. Dernier stayed with the Cubs through '87 and then came back, signing as a free agent with Philadelphia. Batted .289 for the Phils last year. Rolls it foul. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Brad Hines doing the videotaping for the Bucks. There's Brad. He does lots of filming of lots of things, pitchers, hitters. Videotape so big a part of teaching.
Here's the 2-2. Full count, 3-2. One thing we have seen this year, I think, Steve, and I'm not sure exactly why, but I think pitchers have been, or batters have been a lot more patient against Jeff than they were at times last year.
Forcing him to throw strikes. Well, they know his style, what he tries to do.
The bases are loaded. Thon will be the batter. Thon has homered twice in this series. He had a 3-run home run on Monday in that game that was eventually rained out.
Now you got to be aware of also the fact that the Phillies, what if they wanted to try to squeeze in? Bobby Bonilla going to go over and talk to Jeff Robinson now.
The tying run is 90 feet away. Robinson is in a full-blown mess here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Vaughn has struck out 25 times, now 27 with a couple he's had tonight. Dickie Thon will guess with you as a hitter. He'll look for a certain pitch and can look awfully good, as we well know in this series, when he guesses correctly. First and third playing up. Up the middle, they're playing back, deep.
Outside and low. But Bobby Bonilla at third is not all the way up. He's still a couple of steps off the line. Back of third base.
Boa going through the signs now. Thon taking a look.
Robinson got the first batter. Kruk a base hit, then back-to-back walks to Samuel and Dernier. The ball game is going to be tied.
Pitch not only low in the dirt, but away on the side of Junior Ortiz, not able to get to it. The Phillies tie the game, and the 2 other runners move up to second and third. So now you got Samuel at third, Dernier at second. Junior gets some repairs on his equipment.
11-11.
And now I would think we'd see Steve Bedrosian warming up in their bullpen. We'll take a look. Yeah, it is Bedrock. That's no surprise. Just getting ready to say that I doubt if the Phillies would squeeze, because Jeff Robinson does throw a lot of low pitches. Could be a tough pitch to try to bunt. Well, they get the run in without having to gamble on that particular play and tie the ball game. And what a long trip back it's been for them.
But they are even. That is only the second wild pitch of the year for Jeff Robinson. Pirates now, with the force out of the way, are forced in effect to bring the infield all the way in.
They're going to have the force back, though. They're going to walk Dickie Thon.
Not much else you can do, Steve.
Loads him up. That's right. And try to get Darren Dalton to hit a ground ball at somebody or strike him out. Now Jim Leland's coming out.
He will go to the left-hand pitcher to face the left-hand batter. Be interesting to see if Dalton bats or if maybe they counter with the last right-hander they have available, which is Steve Lake. Roger Samuels will come on as pitcher number 5. This is his 5th appearance. He's pitched 3 innings, given up 3 runs, thus the ERA of 9. Last time out was Tuesday. He faced 4 men, gave up 2 hits and 2 walks. And Dalton will bat. Kurt Ford moves out on deck. The Phillies have tied the game in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Very important out for Roger Samuels. A very important outing for him, I would think.
With the changes being made on the ball club, that's a very good point. Neil Heaton.
Be a big plus for him to be able to get Darren Dalton out right here.
Neil Heaton going to the bullpen. Kramer back to the rotation, and the first pitch is a called strike 1. Kramer will pitch against the Mets on Saturday. Breaking ball is high. That's sweeping curveball. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out. The bases are loaded. The Phillies have scored a run to tie the game. Dalton walked and was aboard for the 3-run Jeltz homer back in the 6th inning.
Dalton, a pretty good contact type hitter, doesn't strike out all that much.
2-1. The lead run is at 3rd. The bases are loaded. Ground ball up the middle. Leaned off his 1-run scores. Coming around is Dernier. He'll score. The throw to 3rd not in time. Phillies lead 13-11. Hit and 2 runs batted in. Dalton had a couple of big RBIs last night.
And the same kind of thing off somebody's glove. It was Benny's last night, and now it's off Chico Lane's, and they weren't going to get 2, so the Phillies were going to get at least 1 on that particular play, but they get the 2 runs.
Dernier and Somwell score. Ford steps in with runners at 1st and 3rd. Still only 1 out. And the Phillies have the lead, 13-11. Ford is batting. For the 2nd time. He popped up to 2nd base back in the 7th inning. It's the bottom of the 8th. The Phillies have scored 3 times. Pirates had a 10-run first. The Phillies started chipping away. 2 in the 1st on Hayes' home run. 2 in the 3rd on another Hayes' home run. 2 in the 4th on Jeltz' home run. 4 runs in the 6th inning. 3 of them on the home run by Jeltz again. Now 3 in the bottom of the 8th.
And the middle relief corps for the Phillies, much maligned before we got here. has really done the job, because the Pirates only getting one more run after the big first inning. And that's part of the story of this baseball game too. So Nick Leva getting good work out of the bullpen to keep the Pirates at bay. Unusual saying keep them at 10. You usually think that's enough. Obviously, tonight it wasn't.
3-1 is the count. All 3 runs in this inning are charged to Robinson. So he is the pitcher of record for the Bucks. Fly ball, the bombs in left. Can't come up with it. 1 run will score. Oh, they're going to run for a while. Ford can fly. He's around second, on his way to third. He'll be way home. No, now they're going to stop him, and he'll be a dead duck. Tagged him out. He was going to try to go all the way.
Why not in that situation?
He drives in 2. So the same 2 guys that did the damage in the 8th inning last night do it again tonight.
And once this ball gets by Barry, the Phillies are off to the races. Down into the corner. Nobody there. Vaughn easily. Dalton easily.
There's where I thought he was going to score when the ball was slowed up a bit. We have some lights on in straightaway center field. I think it's part of the grounds crew or some of the stadium crew that have driven in one of those little carts up there. Oh yeah, the score. It's 15-11. Four runs charged to Robinson. The Dalton run is charged to Samuels. He's given up a single. A 2-run single. Randy Reddy's been on base 4 times. 2 walks and 2 hits. Fly ball down the right field line, slicing out of play. A 2-run single by Dalton. A 2-run triple by Ford. And then the put out when he was cut down at third went 7, just to go 6-4. Is that right?
It came off the tip of Quinones' glove, so he gets part of the action on the play.
Popped up. Shallow down the right field line. Long run for Cangelosi and lead. It drops in there. It'll be a base hit for Reddy, his 3rd of the night. And for the 2nd time in the ballgame, the Phillies have batted around. They batted around in the 6th. They do it again in the 8th.
Well, you knew this was going to be a tough play. It was in no man's land, that area down the right field line. Chico couldn't get to it. And that's just the way it's gone. Whew.
Hit number 15 for Philadelphia. The Phillies lead 15-11. It's the bottom of the 8th, and Jeltz comes up again. He is 2 for 3, 2 homers and 5 runs batted in. Samuels has come in and given up 2 singles and a triple. The only out recorded was when Ford rounded third like he was going for the inside the park home run, then changed his mind and wound up being tagged out by Jose Lean. Two and one now. It has been a bizarre evening, Stephen, to say the least.
I guess it's It's one of those ball games. There's not too much you can say if you've been following the whole ball game. You've seen it all come apart after the big first inning.
Well, I guess when the top of the first takes a half an hour, you know what kind of night you're in for.
Although we really didn't. We thought it was going to be a cakewalk for the Pirates. The taste of the cake is very sour right now.
Could be the Phillies that have the dessert.
Boy, what a series they have had, having lost 11 in a row, and the Pirates come in, play a long tie ball game in the rain Monday night. 2 big wins.
Ground ball to cut off by Bonilla. Kind of double pumps and still throws him out. 9 men bat. The Phillies pick up 5 more. It's 15-11. The Phils. We go to the 9th.
Join Major League Baseball and his 30 clubs in providing emergency relief support for children and families affected by the earthquake in Haiti. Visit unicef.org or MLB.com to help those in need.
If you had a choice between going bald and a fuller head of hair, which would you choose? Advances in medical science have resulted in the world's first and only permanent solution to hair loss. You wash it, you cut it. It's your own real, naturally growing hair. When it comes to hair restoration, no one in the world has more experience than Bosley. The results look completely natural and are affordable on nearly any budget. Bosley Hair Restoration is a relatively simple outpatient procedure, but the entire process can't be explained in 60 brief seconds. So to find out more about this clinically proven permanent hair loss solution, call the toll-free number below to receive your free no-obligation information kit. It'll answer all of your questions about hair loss and hair restoration. Every day you wait, you're losing more hair, so don't put it off any longer. The phone call is free. The information is free. You owe it to yourself to find out the facts. Choose hair. Choose Bosley.
Call 1-800-424-0506. That's 1-800-424-0506.
Hot Stove is talking about what teams are doing in the offseason.
We are undivided baseball during the months where other people are talking about everything else but baseball. We will make you feel like the season never ended.
We get the facts, we get it right, and hear it from here first. The access, it's unprecedented. It's about pitching, it's about hitting, free agent signings, key trades.
There's also a lot of rumor mill that can be thrown about.
That's the beauty of baseball. It's year-round and it's nonstop.
We'll have special guest hosts. A lot of the players will drop by.
We're going to talk a little hitting with Justin Upton.
There's always a lot of surprises here.
Inside analysis, baseball perspective of what's going on in the offseason. That's what we bring that nobody else brings.
There's no better place to catch all the offseason news.
You need to know what's going on. And Hot Stove is there in the offseason every step of the way.
Weeknights at 7 on MLB Network.
Well, check out the totals as we go to the 9th inning. 15-15-0 for the Phillies, 11-13-0 for the Pirates, 26 runs, 28 hits. We have had 5 home runs, and we now have Steve Bedrosian to face the Bucks.
And we've also got yet another right fielder, Bob Denier, out there.
That's the 4th one of the ball game for Philadelphia. Bedrosian coming on, has 6 saves, and is not in a save situation.
Don Carmen an inning and a third, just allowing 1 walk.
And Carmen stands to be the winning pitcher if the lead stands up. Jeff Robinson is on the hook for the loss. DiStefano fouls it back. Benny is batting for the first time in the ball game.
And he wants to make sure he's ready. Gets time called.
Benny's average at 203. He's 12 for 59 with the Bucks this year. Out number 1 in the 9th. Bedrosian got the save last night. Gets the strikeout to start the ninth tonight. Bedrosian also gave up a home run in the ninth inning last night to Bonds. Ray Quinones double to drive in 2 runs in that first, and flares one to right here. Ray's second hit of the night, and the Pirates have a base runner in the ninth inning.
I'll tell you, John, if it stays the way it is, I would not want to be anywhere near the Pirate clubhouse at the end of this ball game. At best, it'll be extremely quiet.
And there was a clubhouse meeting following last night's game as R.J. Reynolds bats for Junior Ortiz.
And that was the kind of quiet, reinforcing, encouraging type of a meeting. I have no way of knowing what Jim Leyland might do tonight. Might not do anything, but tough evening for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Called strike to Reynolds. RJ so far in the series has 3 hits in 6 at bats. He's driven in a couple of runs. Pirates now have 14 hits. They scored 10 runs in the first inning. 1 on and 1 out. Pirates are down by 4. It's 15-11. They went into the bottom of the 8th with a 1-run lead, but a 5-run 8th inning for Philadelphia. 4 of the runs charged to Robinson and 1 to Samuels. Fouled back. It is 2-2 on RJ. Looked to be pretty well inside. That one was right down the chute. Kanji singled in his only other at bat in the ball game back in the 7th inning. The Phillies are 1 out away from a sweep.
Fans up on their feet. I'll tell you, they will give a holler at the end of this one. They should. We've talked so much when a team is struggling. What is a turning point? What is a big part of the season? Can you nail it down to one game? If the Phillies go on to do well after this, you can bet your life this game will be looked back on often.
Still no balls and 2 strikes. The Phillies came to town looking at a 4-game, or Pirates came to town looking at a 4-game series. It turned out to be 3. The Pirates were 3 games ahead of the Phillies coming in, and the 2 teams could be even after tonight.
Jim Leyland said it, don't assume anything. The Phillies had lost 11 in a row. He said you could walk into a hornet's nest. Quote, unquote.
He was prophetic. The folks at the Vet, the crowd tonight, 18,511, and most of them who are still here are standing. And if they have stayed into the end, they've gotten their money's worth. Those that didn't come here a little bit late, look at the scoreboard and see 10-0 and turn around and go home. Angelosi still battling up there. Attaboy, John. center field. John Kruk over. He's there. The Phillies bounce back from a 10-0 deficit. They beat the Pirates the final 15-11.
Good to his word following that 10-run first-inning outburst in which he proclaimed that if the Pirates lost the game, he would walk home to Pittsburgh. Former Bucks pitcher turned broadcaster Jim Rooker did just that. He conducted a 300-mile charity-driven trek on foot from Philadelphia to the Steel City following the season. Conversely, as their moniker would suggest, the Fightin' Phils did just that. Down 10 runs before they even came to bat, the Phillies pecked away at that once daunting Pirates advantage before finally capturing their first lead with that game-determining 5-run bottom of the 8th inning. You'd think a thrilling victory like this would propel the Phillies in the standings, but unfortunately things didn't quite work out that way. As perhaps exhausted by their comeback exploits versus the Bucks, the Phillies dropped 12 of their next 15 games en route to a last-place finish in the National League's Eastern Division. Thank you for watching this edition of MLB Network Presents All-Time Games. I'm Victor Rojas, and we'll see you next time.
This is an MLB Network update.
Matt Yaloff here with this MLB Network update. Hope you're having a great weekend. The A's and the Padres have worked out a trade that'll send third baseman Kevin Kuzminoff and a minor leaguer to Oakland in exchange for outfielders Scott Hairston and Aaron Cunningham. And remember, Hairston played for the Padres for parts of 3 years before being traded to Oakland last summer. The list of players who filed for arbitration on Friday reads like an all-star team roster. The headliner is Tim Lincecum, the two-time Cy Young winner. And if Lincecum and the Giants don't work out a deal before a hearing, he is likely to shatter the record for money awarded to a first-time eligible player. That was Ryan Howard, who was awarded $10 million a couple of years ago. Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 Pacific. It's your chance to be heard. Our experts, our analysts, our insiders are back with Front Burner. They'll take your questions right here on MLB Network.
A ball and 2 strikes to count to Russell Martin. 500 saves for Trevor Hoffman.
The 3-2. Swung on and missed. He struck him out.
Cano throws to Teixeira in time. Ball game over. Mariano Rivera is being hugged by all of his teammates. His 500th career save.
As the decade comes to a close, we continue our look at the game's best players by position. And in this Prime 9 list, we attempt to rank the best closers of the decade. Starting with number 9. Troy Percival missed all of 2006, but locked down 219 saves in the decade. He was a crucial part, of course, of the Angels' 2002 World Series championship team. Number 8. Eric Gagne, not remembered for his longevity, but his accomplishments cannot be overlooked. They include 84 consecutive saves, a big league record, and a rare Cy Young Award as a reliever in 03. Number 7, Jason Isringhausen, 284 saves in the decade. And before injury issues the past couple of seasons, he was consistent, saving at least 30 games in 7 seasons. Number 6, Jonathan Papelbon didn't arrive on the scene until 06, but he recorded 35 saves with a sub-1 ERA that year. In 07, he saved 4 postseason games, including the clincher in the World Series.
Game over, series over, and the Red Sox are world champs again. Rodriguez again with the 3-2. Swung on and missed. He struck him out. The single-season save record belongs to Frankie Rodriguez. He nails down number 58 on September 13th, 2008.
Number 5 is Francisco Rodriguez, the single-season saves record holder. Saved 208 games for the Angels since 05 and 35 more for the Mets in 09. Number 4 is Billy Wagner, saved 284 games in the decade, tied for 3rd most, closed down in Houston, Philly, New York, and then in Boston for a short time. He was also a 5-time All-Star in the decade. Number 3 is Joe Nathan, came to the Twins in 04 and immediately made his mark, posting a 1.62 ERA and 44 saves that year. Since then, he's kept pace, 246 saves and a sub-2 ERA in 6 seasons with the Twins. Number 2 is Trevor Hoffman. Entered the 2000s with 228 saves on his resume and continued to dominate with a diving changeup. At least 30 saves in every year, but his injury shortened 03. The all-time saves leader, saved 363 in the decade and became the first ever to 500. Number 1 is Mariano Rivera. Fittingly, he opened and closed the decade with the final outs in the 2000 and 2009 World Series.
Rivera is set. And here's the payoff. Swung on and grounded to second. Cano fields, throws to first, in time. Ball game over. World Series over. Yankees win. The Yankees win.
Here is the list in its entirety, your prime 9 closers of the decade. Again, everybody, alongside Sean Casey, I'm Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to the latest installment of MLB Network Presents All-Time Games as we take a look back at Game 1 of the 2006 World Series between the St. Louis Cardinals and the Detroit Tigers. Sean, you're playing in your first World Series, a 10-year big league veteran with the Tigers in 06. Talk about how you were feeling.
Well, I mean, this is where you strive to be, Matty. I mean, you strive to be in the World Series. When you go to spring training day 1, you want to be there, and it took me, about 10 years to get to the World Series, and so I was going to enjoy every second of it. So coming into Game 1, I was just so excited to be a part of it.
Your opponent in that World Series, the Cardinals, they won only 83 games during the regular season. They struggled down the stretch at the end of September. How did the Tigers view the Cardinals going into the Fall Classic?
Well, we knew they were playing good baseball. We knew that they had just beat the Mets in that 7-game series, and we knew that we were going to have our hands full with Carpenter and that whole staff. So we viewed them as, hey, these are the guys that came out of the National League. We got our hands full coming into Game 1.
So with that, let's jump you into the time machine and get you out to Comerica Park in Detroit. Cardinals and Tigers, Game 1 of the 2006 World Series.
It is a chilly night here in Detroit. It could be a lot colder, but it is anything but toasty. 52 degrees at the start. It will drop as we go. Here's the lineup for Tony La Russa. X9 Duncan is the DH, with Pujols sitting in the number 3 spot. Then Edmonds, Roland, Encarnacion, Ronnie Belliard, Yadier Molina, and So Taguchi is in left field, and that's the starting lineup for the Cardinals. Here is the young rookie right-hander, probably the American League Rookie of the Year, Justin Verlander, and his belly's got to be bouncing. He's got to be a little nervous out there tonight, making a World Series start in Game 1.
Steam, and they are there without fail for the most part year after year.
Oh, it's a big deal. There's no doubt about that. I mean, a lot of the clubs show up to watch their guys get the hardware. I mean, this is it. This is like the Emmys for Major League Baseball. And it's funny to watch the way the players interact. When you have great players in the same room along one another, it's really interesting to see the way stars interact with stars.
It's kind of our reunion show. Hart back from surgery. We welcome Tom Verducci back from the BBWAA Awards dinner. We welcome Joe McGrain back from Cardinals Fantasy Camp. Cardinals Fest, right?
I was at the Cardinals winter warm-up and got a chance to see Mark McGwire roundly applauded by the Cardinal faithful.
And Jack Clark, not so much.
Yep.
That'll do it for Hot Stove. Happy 92nd birthday, Harwell. We'll see you on Tuesday.
Welcome to Prime 9, the countdown show that covers the very best in baseball. Guaranteed to start arguments, not end them. This week, it's the best players at each of the 9 positions in the 1980s. Why 9? Well, that's baseball. 9 players, 9 innings, Prime 9. With so many great players, how did we pick our all 1980s team? Well, obviously, we look for the very best player at each position during that time span.
Oh, what a play! Oh, is he something else?
He takes a strike. He stood there like the house by the side of the road and watched that one go by.
And we didn't just look for the 3 best outfielders from the 1980s. They had to be the best in left, in center, and in right.
He leaps and makes the catch.
You should also know that they didn't have to play the entire decade to qualify as the best. But we did give a little extra weight to those who did.
Line to left field, base hit.
Does that mean stars like Kirby Puckett and Doc Gooden, who only played some of the 80s, did not make the list? Well, we'll see. We begin with number 9 in your scorebook on Prime 9. It was in right field in Fenway Park where the glove and arm of this man forged a reputation before the decade even began.
Even before the 80s, I mean, he was the best right fielder.
He leaps and makes the catch on the warning track. What a catch.
Being known as a defensive player, I loved that. I worked hard at it and won 8 Gold Gloves.
5 of them in the 80s, where his natural instincts and rifle of an arm became his calling card.
To the plate, he is out at the plate.
When you talk about Dwight Evans, you're talking about not only a great thrower, but he was accurate.
From right field in Boston to third base in Boston, long throw. It was a great weapon for the Sox to have.
Good arm. He was a cannon, man. He ranks one of the top right field arms in the game that I've ever seen.
Evans was a defensive star from the get-go. His offense, on the other hand, took some time to take off.
Career really turned around early 80s, 80, 81. Became a tremendous hitter in the second half of his career.
Evans rips it toward left field. High she goes, and see you later, baby. Grand slam.
No right fielder in the 80s had more total bases, home runs, RBIs, and runs scored than Dwight Evans. In fact, some of those numbers were better than most players at any position on the diamond. And no one knew that better than the pitchers.
He's definitely one of the most dangerous guys I've ever faced.
There's a ball that makes high enough. Gone. Home run. Dwight Evans.
When we talk about the greatest hitters of the game, I think they all have one thing in common. Those are the guys that know the strike zone, work the strike zone, and use it to their advantage. And that's what Dewey was like at the end of his career, especially.
Evans with his 300th home run of his major league career.
You look around the league and you say, who would you want more than him? And there weren't very many guys that you would say, I like better than Dwight Evans.
He was just a gifted guy. He still is. Makes me mad. Guy's like, 58 years old. He looks like he's 25.
Thank you, Dan. That's the nicest thing you've ever said about me.
Del Murphy could do everything on the field, beat you. He could hit a 2-run homer to the opposite field.
There it goes! Way back, and Atlanta leads!
He could make a diving catch.
What a play by Murphy!
He could steal bases. He was a 30-30 guy.
And he gets a stolen base. It's just amazing how good Dale Murphy is.
Murph, to me, he was the ultimate player.
And the 1-0. 1-run. Left center field. It's going to be in for a base hit.
Dale Murphy. It was always a joy to watch him hit because he was one of the few big men that hit the ball all over the field.
I have never seen a guy who can hit to all field with such power consistently.
He hit it up the middle, hit the left, hit the right field.
High and deep to right field. This could be number 300. It is.
There was nothing you could throw him that he just would not just murder.
With such a productive bat, it would be easy to overlook Murph's fielding, but he was deceptively fast and collected 5 Gold Gloves in the 80s. He also got a lot of votes for the Midsummer Classic.
Dale Murphy.
And made 7 All-Star appearances in the decade. He was also the first National League outfielder to win back-to-back MVP awards.
Murph was not only a Gold Glover in center field, but won the MVP in 82 and 83.
With all the talent that was in the major leagues at that time, that said a lot about Dale Murphy and his consistency in the game of baseball and the way he played it every day.
It was just one of those things where the team was playing well, I felt good about my game, and things gelled.
He was one of my all-time favorites, and yes, Murphy also beat me out for an MVP award.
He's one of our favorites, too, at number 8, an all-time great.
The Rangers need to get another bat.
What do the Dodgers need to do?
You think they'll have money to spend?
Let's talk about the Braves. The Phillies got rocked.
Wednesdays in January, can your off-season moves face the heat? Hot Stove's Front Burner, where you share predictions, rumors, and player deals. And our insiders debate whether your idea is on fire or all wet. So call or email questions and comments, then turn up the heat for Front Burner. Wednesday night at 7 Eastern, only on MLB Network.
Let's see if this steak place can match the value of Golden Corral's new Applewood Grill. I'd like the sirloin, chicken and pork too, all wrapped in bacon, and all for around $10.
Security!
And all for around $10.
No. What are you, some kind of rodeo clown?
It's the Golden Corral Applewood Grill. It's aged sirloin, juicy chicken breast, and new grilled scallops, all with Applewood bacon. It's part of our legendary buffet, and it's all for around $10.
Now that's a rare deal.
Golden Corral, help yourself to happiness.
Every day, our brave troops and their families stand up for us.
For years, we've asked so much of so few.
Now we have a chance to serve these heroes.
To give time, offer comfort, or lend a hand.
To ease the burden on a military family.
Let's honor their service by volunteering ours.
Ah, the soft, gentle breezes of Venezuela. The peaceful, sun-drenched streets of Puerto Rico. They're some of the most scenic destinations in the Caribbean and one of the most passionate rivalries in baseball. Don't miss MLB Network's first live games of the new year. Watch all the action live from Venezuela, the Caribbean World Series, starting Tuesday, February 2nd, 2:30 Eastern on MLB Network. See how some of the world's best ball players relax on their vacation.
Welcome back to Prime 9, featuring the all-1980s team position by position. We've covered the outfield in right and center. Now it's on to left, or number 7.
Today, I'm the greatest of all time. Thank you.
It was clear from an early age that, barring injury, Ricky would be the all-time stolen base leader.
He was only 21 in 1980, Ricky's first full season in the majors, when he caught everyone's attention by stealing a Major League best 100 bases, breaking Ty Cobb's AL record. Just 2 years later, he defied belief.
He was about as unstoppable in 1982 as anybody in the history of baseball on the bases.
That was the year he set the single-season mark with 130 steals.
Just the thought of 130 stolen bases, that's more than a whole team.
There goes Ricky. There he goes.
It seemed like I was running every time they beat.
He goes again.
And he kept going and going, leading the league in steals every year in the 80s but one.
You know, I remember Ricky Henderson, his productive years is just looking up while I'm going to the bat and he's on second base again, or he's on third, he's in scoring position again.
Could give you a 1-0 lead quicker than anybody in the history of the game.
That's right. He topped that list, too. In 1985, Ricky scored 146 runs, most in the decade. That same year, he became the first player ever with 80 steals and 20 home runs. And his .403 on-base percentage in the 80s was the second best in the majors.
He's the best leadoff hitter of all time, without a doubt.
No argument here. Ricky owns the all-time record for home runs to lead off a game with 81, and he hit 39 of them in the 80s.
Ricky would walk to the plate. He'd already be in scoring position because he had power, because he could hit a home run, he can hit a double, or he can take that walk and turn it into a double or triple.
And he draws the walk.
His 962 walks were also the most in the 80s. Throw in his steals and runs scored, and you had the most dynamic player of the decade. He topped off as the 89 LCS MVP. And that was just the 80s.
There was a catch me if you can game for his entire career, and nobody could catch the guy. He was unbelievable.
Just like Rookie, our All-80 shortstop is in the record book for a seemingly unbreakable feat.
Cal Ripken Jr. has reached the unreachable star.
And his story, too, began in a prior decade.
There was no streak then. You know, this is the early 80s. It has another 5 or 6 years before people were talking about it.
But there was lots to talk about in '82 when this fresh-faced rookie saw his dream come true.
I was always an Oriole fan, and I've always wanted to be an Oriole. As far as a baseball player, I couldn't imagine myself being anything but an Oriole.
And Cal made quite an impact, winning Rookie of the Year honors while taking the short out of shortstop.
Up to that point, shortstops were 5'9", 160, agile. He came in, it blew that stereotype out of the water.
Holy cow, what a play! For a big man, that was great.
Making things look easy, which was sort of my style, but I took great pride in kind of knowing where the ball would be hit.
He got him. What a play by Cal.
5 times he led American League shortstops in assists, and 4 times topped the list in double plays and plots.
Up the middle, Cal Ripken gets him.
But it wasn't just fielding that sent Cal to 7 straight All-Star games in the 80s.
Shortstop at that time was really a position of catch the ball and really don't worry about hitting too much. Cal Ripken brought that offensive mindset to the position.
A point Cal drove home in his first rookie year at bats.
Ripken with a tremendous home run.
I think I'll hit my share of home runs. I can't say 20, 25. I can just say I'll hit more than my share.
And he certainly did. 204 home runs in the 80s, the most by any big league shortstop. A rank he also held in 5 other offensive categories.
So he'll always be known as the premier offensive player who could win MVP batting third in the lineup.
Cal did that too, becoming the first player ever to win Rookie of the Year and Most Valuable Player honors in back-to-back seasons.
This guy did a lot of things on the field, and it was just Cal's edict that I'm just doing my job. I'm just going to go out there every day, do the best I can.
And he meant every day. Cal began his journey on May 30th, 1982. By the end of the decade, it was clear that he was baseball's Iron Man.
1,000 consecutive games. It's just a little bit of luck and a lot of desire.
Desire, dedication, and durability. That's our All-80 shortstop.
Sports are great for a kid's body. Steroids aren't. They can ruin tendons in legs and arms. Steroids can stunt bone growth and increase the chances of liver cancer, heart attack, and stroke. Steroids don't make great athletes. They destroy them. Talk to your kids. Need help? Get help. Visit drugfree.org.
My goodness!
In 2009, MLB Network really put up the numbers.
You turn on MLB Network, and boom, baseball is on.
We go right inside the park and get. It's pretty awesome.
It all adds up to a rookie year that's simply
unbelievable, man. There is so much stuff going on. It was fantastic.
We are making history.
Let's play some ball. How do you get any better than this?
And our guest is anyone with an interesting baseball story to tell.
I love the game of baseball. Thank you for the opportunity.
From day one, MLB Network has been front and center, bringing you all the coverage, all the players, all of baseball, all the time. And we're just getting started.
History! You gotta be kidding me! The cycle is complete! Unbelievable! See ya!
MLB Network.
National pastime all the time.
Welcome back to Prime 9, featuring the all-1980s team. Dewey Evans is our right fielder, followed by Dale Murphy in center. Next came Ricky Henderson in left, and at shortstop, the Iron Man, Cal Ripken Jr., which means it's time for third base, number 5.
If you're building a team and you want to start with third baseman, Mike Schmidt is the guy that you want.
It is out of here, Michael J. Schmidt.
Not a bad choice. After all, no one in the majors had more home runs in the 80s than Schmidt's 313.
That's a home run for Schmidt. He has hit 4 straight.
I think the man was hitting out of turn. Every time I come in the pitch,
He was like the third hitter up or something like that.
He seemed to hurt you at your most vulnerable moment, especially with the game on the line.
Long drive. It's all over. Mike Schmidt with a home run. Phillies win it.
You didn't want to let him beat you. Don't make a mistake. If you make a mistake out over the plate, he's going to take you deep.
Mike kicked off the 80s with a career-best 48 home runs and led the National League 5 times in the decade. Mike was also quite the fielder.
He could make some plays over there at third. He made some plays look easy.
Oh, what a play by Schmidt!
A lot of people don't give him a lot of credit for his defense. This man was a hell of a defensive player.
Schmidt won 6 Gold Gloves in the 80s.
What a grab by Schmidt! Unbelievable!
And helped the Phillies win their first World Series in 1980. That was also the year Mike won his first of 3 MVP awards, including one in '86 at the age of 36.
It was a rewarding year for me in a sense that it kind of revived my career, allowed me to have that year and one more very productive year.
And it was in 1987 that Schmidt reached a cherished milestone.
Swing, long drive! There it is! Number 500! The career 500th home run for Michael Jack Schmidt!
When he retired in '89, baseball fans realized they had not only seen the best third baseman of the '80s, but perhaps the best of all time.
Ryan Sandberg has done just about everything you can think of in the baseball field.
Ryan Sandberg was as good a middle infielder as you were going to find.
And that's why you'll find him right here as our second baseman on the All-80s team.
Defensively, Gold Gloves speak for themselves.
Sandberg won a Gold Glove every year from 1983 through '89. But fielding was just one of his specialties.
And Rhino makes the play.
The National League MVP in 1984 brought a powerful dimension to second base with his bat.
He made it tough for other second basemen because he hit for power.
In a left center field and deep. This is a tie ball game.
What I saw, he was the best second baseman ever because I think he hit home runs off me.
Deep left center. Look out. Do you believe it? It's gone. Sandberg in the Cubs' last at bat has twice delivered a game-tying home run.
And there was plenty more to Rhino than just power and defense.
This guy, his base stealing and base running was, it was unbelievable. He was probably one of the fastest guys in the league.
And Sandberg will score. Holy Toledo. How many second basemen can hit 19 homers, steal 32 bases, and rank at or around the top of the league in hits, average, doubles, triples, slugging percentage, and runs scored?
He was the total package. There was probably a 4-year section of the 80s where if he wasn't the best player in the game, he was certainly in the top 5.
And he had 6 straight All-Star appearances to prove it.
He wasn't flashy and he wasn't flamboyant, but you would certainly love to have Ryan Sandberg on your team for 10 years.
Ryan Sandberg! Holy cow!
It wasn't Don Mattingly was a great player during the mid-'80s. It was Donnie Baseball.
High and deep to right field. Mattingly with an upper deck home run.
There was a stretch for, 5 or 6 years. Was there really a better hitter in the game than Mattingly?
There she goes. Mattingly with an upper deck home run.
It was a 6-year run from '84 through '89, when Mattingly excelled at the game like few others. Every time he came up, you expected him to get a hit.
He was a hit machine, and that's the bottom line.
Mattingly led all first basemen in the 80s in both batting average and slugging percentage.
We were able to come up and be, fairly successful early. Everything I did, I was trying to win a game.
He loved the ball up. Man, he tomahawked that pitch. You could not throw a fastball by him.
That was never more evident than in '87, when Mattingly tied a major league record.
Holy cow, he did it!
A home run in 8 consecutive games.
Mattingly is unbelievable.
And when he came up with the bases loaded that year, well, talk about clutch.
A new Major League single-season record for Mattingly, 6 Grand Slams.
And his 145 RBIs in '85 were the most by anyone in the decade. Have we mentioned his fielding?
Not only was he a great hitter, the guy was unbelievable at first base. Human vacuum cleaner. He didn't miss anything.
What a play by Mattingly. Holy cow, they get a double play.
How about that play? Mattingly went on to win 5 straight Gold Gloves in the '80s. He was the complete package. A bat with pop and hands as soft as butter.
The guy was always working. He was a workaholic. He knew that there was always something to basically get that extra advantage.
The approach that I took was that I got to get better every year. Got to keep getting better. Got to keep getting better.
Well, no first baseman was better than Donnie Baseball was in the '80s.
Mattingly brought more to the game than just the numbers, and his numbers were real good.
I tell you, he's unbelievable.
Who is the best manager ever? Inspirational, strategic, tough.
You do it again and I'll knock you right in your nose.
Their resumes are loaded with pennants and rings, but which skipper managed to be our #1?
Things are pretty nice wherever you go if you can win.
Find out on Prime 9, a countdown of baseball's top teams, games, and players. It's a show guaranteed to start arguments, not end them.
If you don't like it, you're fired. You haven't hired me yet.
Prime 9, coming up next, only on MLB Network.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Did the Waldens take way too long to say goodnight?
Good night, John Boy. Good night, Mary Ellen. Good night, Mama. Good night, Aaron.
Good night, John Boy.
Good night, Grandpa.
Good night, Ben.
Good night. Good night, Jim Bob. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Daddy.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
This baby boy was born yesterday. He doesn't know squat, but he does know the BK Double Cheeseburger is bigger than McDonald's for just $1. He's still learning, but he's got a pretty big head start. The $1 Double Cheeseburger only at Burger King.
Do you see it? The hidden world that fiddles with your finances. Learn the 6 secrets behind your credit score and master your financial at Zendo.com.
Pick a city, then get a 4-star hotel at a 2-star price from Hotwire.com. 4-star hotels have unsold rooms. They use Hotwire to fill them, so you get them at ridiculously low prices.
HOTWIRE, Hotwire.com. MLB Network's Top 50 Prospects Countdown. Our experts evaluate the best young talent. The sleepers down on the farm, and the studs expected to make an impact now.
Oh my goodness, what a play that was!
Wednesday at 8 Eastern, only on MLB Network.
Tonight we celebrate the greatest players of the game.
It's the one game that puts all the best players on one field.
You're all all-stars, and I think you should appreciate that.
Now, relive the greatest moments of the Mid-Season Classic. MLB Network's All-Star Game highlights, where the best take on the best.
I hope the best team wins.
All-Star Game highlights, 1967 and 1970. Wednesday at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. Only on MLB Network.
We now return to Prime 9, where this week we're featuring the 9 greatest players in the 1980s, position by position. Some of these guys are no-brainers, while others just barely made the cut, leaving plenty of room for debate. So now it's time for number 1 and 2, the greatest battery the 1980s had to offer. We begin behind the plate with number 2. Throughout the 80s, Gary Carter was rock solid for the Expos and Mets.
Out of here, Gary Carter!
Without a doubt, he was the best catcher in the National League.
And we think the majors, which puts the kid on our all-80s team.
They called him the kid because of how excited he was about the game of baseball.
That's the way he played the game like a kid. His whole career, had fun.
He'd always talk. Always, games going on right in the middle of the World Series. How was your year?
How you doing, kid? This and that. I'm like, I really don't want to talk, Gary. I got to face Dwight Gooden and David Cohen. It's kind of tough.
But you can't just talk your way into the Prime 9.
Gary wanted to be the best at his position. That's what really drove him.
Defensively, he was every bit as good as the best in the game.
Carter and LaVoya collide. He's out.
He was a Gold Glove type catcher every single year.
He earned 3 of those Gold Gloves in the 80s.
But he was also a guy that could hit in the heart of the order.
You had all those defensive attributes, and he was in the 4-hole being required to drive in runs.
And did he ever? Gary led the league with 106 RBIs in '84 and led all major league catchers in both RBIs and hits in the decade.
Carter puts this game out of reach.
He was a guy that you just hoped didn't come up in a clutch situation at the end of the game because he was one of the best clutch hitters I ever played against.
This ball game may be over, folks. It is. Gary Carter wins it for the Mets.
The kid became a fixture at the Midsummer Classic.
I started 8 All-Star games from 81 through 88. So I was very proud of that.
And more often than not, he performed like an all-star.
Well hit. Gary Carter has his second home run of the night.
It seems like every All-Star game that we played in together, he came up with a big hit.
The game's Most Valuable Player Award is presented by Commissioner Kuhn to Gary Carter, who joined Steve Garvey as the only players ever to win it twice.
Throw in 5 Silver Slugger Awards, Hall of Fame credentials, and a World Series title, and you've got your best catcher in the 80s.
Jack Morris, in my mind, was the dominant pitcher in the 1980s.
Morris might be best known for his amazing 10-inning shutout in Game 7 of the '91 World Series. But it was the decade prior when Jack was at his peak.
Jack's just a workhorse, throw out a lot of innings, and give you a good performance 90% of the time.
Morris threw more innings than any other pitcher in the 80s. And no surprise, he also had the most wins.
He was consistently at 95 with his fastball, with really good movement.
Morris just blew him away. He had that good fastball and that excellent split finger.
That was nasty.
He was as tough a pitcher as there was in the league.
But he never pitched to statistics. He pitched to win games.
I didn't care about earned run average. If we won 12-11, I was just as happy as 2-1. I just wanted to be on the field when the game ended, just to shake hands with my teammates.
That's something else Jack did more than anyone in the decade, as he threw 133 complete games.
The man was going to go out there and he's going to throw 9 innings, and that was it.
I wanted the ball. I went out to the mound every time I went out there with one thing in mind, to win the game and to finish the game.
Strike 3 call, and the ball game is over.
When he took the mound, you're like, we're going to win today. It was just an attitude.
An attitude that can be summed up in one word.
Competitor.
He was the most competitive guy, and he just refused to lose. He could smell a finish line better than anybody.
He smells the victory, and he comes down hard.
He wanted to beat you, and he wanted to outpitch you.
Jack won 19 games in 1984, including one for the books.
Got him swinging, and he has his no-hitter.
He then went 3-0 in the playoffs to lead the Tigers to their first World Series title in 16 years. No pitcher in the 1980s did it better than Morris.
Jack Morris goes all the way.
Before we turn the calendar on our 1980s team, you should know that it wasn't easy to pick our prime 9. That was especially true on the left side of the infield. Just consider the men who didn't make the team at shortstop: Ozzie Smith and Robin Yount, a pair of Hall of Famers.
3,000 for Robin.
And imagine having to tell the man with the decade's highest batting average, Wade Boggs or George Brett, sorry fellas, you didn't make the team.
Look at this. Brett is out, and the team is back.
Hey, you'd be mad too. That's our prime 9. What's yours? Welcome to Prime 9, the countdown show that covers the very best in baseball, guaranteed to start arguments, not end them. This week it's the 9 greatest managers of all time. Why 9? That's baseball. 9 players, 9 innings, Prime 9.
Great year, boys.
For this show, success over a long period of time is our main criteria.
For the first time, a team has hoisted 5 consecutive World Championship flags.
But with that said, the man who managed more years and won more games than anyone did not make our list.
It's up to you boys to show him that he's all wrong.
Cornelius Alexander McGillicuddy, better known as Connie Mack, managed 53 years in the majors and won more than 3,700 games. But he lost almost 4,000, the most all time. Our point is there are many great managers who led their teams, but only an elite few can crack our list. So let's begin with number 9 on Prime 9. In 2009, Joe Torre led the Dodgers to the playoffs for the second straight season.
That stuff is cold.
That gave him 14 consecutive postseason appearances as a manager, tied for the most all time.
There you go. Make him dig it out.
That's quite a contrast to how Joe's career first began. In his 18 seasons as a player, Torre was a 9-time All-Star and a league MVP, but he never reached the playoffs.
Good boy, Dougie.
His role as player-manager for the Mets in 1977 was the springboard for his next career.
I feel I've had enough major league experience and under enough managers and playing for different type ball clubs, and hopefully I can have the respect of the players.
Hit another one the same way.
But after managing 3 different teams over the course of 14 seasons, he still had yet to reach the World Series.
He got tired of seeing himself when they show the longest tenure without being in the World Series, and his picture was right there.
So when Joe was hired to manage the Yankees in '96, the decision was met with a firestorm of criticism.
People were wondering why George Steinbrenner would pick this loser to manage his New York Yankee ball club.
Turned out they were wrong, for it was a perfect fit.
He was very calming, and he did such a great job of controlling the media. He reflected all the questions on him, and he kept them off of the players, and it made it a lot easier to play in New York, and everybody respected that.
And in his first season at the helm, Joe finally reached the promised land.
The New York Yankees are going to the World Series.
The Yankees went on to win an incredible 4 titles in 5 years.
For the 26th time in franchise history, they are the world champions.
4 World Series is something that not a lot of managers have done, but even the ones who have done it, they didn't have to go through all these rounds of playoffs. What Joe Torre's Yankees did was so special.
And because of those multiple rounds, Joe now has the distinction of winning the most postseason games in history. Remarkable, considering it took him more than 30 years to experience a fall classic. That was not the case with our man at number 8. George Sparky Anderson was a coach for the San Diego Padres when the Cincinnati Reds hired him as manager in 1970. That October, he was in the World Series.
Sparky just had that wonderful ability to relate to people.
Come on, Jimmy. Come on, Stevie.
John, I'm not second guessing. I'm correcting something.
The thing that amazed me about him is his ability to mesh all the egos that were on that club with a single goal in mind, and that is to win.
And when he did, driving the Big Red Machine to back-to-back World Series titles in 1975 and 76.
The Cincinnati Reds win the World Series in consecutive years.
This club here is the greatest club that's come down the pike for one reason. They got more class than any other baseball team has ever had.
In his 9 seasons at the helm, the Reds averaged 96 wins a year, thanks in small part to Sparky's hands-on approach to his bullpen.
I'll keep contact with you as we go, but just get them prepared, okay?
Sparky invented the modern-day way to handle pitchers. As soon as a pitcher got into trouble, Sparky was out on the mound hooking him out of the game. He became known as Captain Hook.
Sparky Anderson, he is not hesitating.
Nice ball game. Go on in. Hell of a game.
His philosophy from a pitching perspective was, if you can take me into the 7th inning with a lead,
I appreciate you going out here today.
I will not let you lose that game.
Come 1979, Sparky took his hook and winning ways to Detroit.
You don't want to walk you.
And 5 years later, he became the first manager to win a World Series title in both leagues.
Mr. President, I know you love those Cubs, but if you knew around these Tigers, you'd love them more.
Sparky won more than 2,000 games in his 26 seasons and is now enshrined in the Hall of Fame.
He is without a doubt one of the all-time great managers in the history of the game.
You can trade cards and even trade your ride, but there's no trade like baseball trade. And no one brings the inside scoop on rumors, negotiations, and signings like Hot Stove. Tonight at Eastern, we wouldn't trade anything about it.
This is Jeff Norman. He doesn't get health insurance from an employer, so he's been buying it himself for years. He's healthy, so he wonders why his rates keep going up. Liz Sloan wants health insurance, but doesn't think she can afford it. We're Assurant Health, and we've been customizing plans to meet the needs of individuals for over 110 years. For instance, with our 2-year rate guarantee and healthy discount, Jeff will get 15% off his rate and lock in that rate for 2 years. For Liz, we offer plans that allow people like her to pay for only the benefits they need, saving them money. In fact, Liz could get up to $2 million of coverage for less than $100 per month. Unlike other health insurance companies that focus on corporations and treat everyone the same, Assurant Health is there for the individual. So if you need health insurance, call the number on your screen, visit our website, or contact your local agent.
Call now to find out how you can save hundreds of dollars a year on your health insurance. Call 1-800-335-9798.
You are doing so well on this job.
If you thought the #1 show on cable couldn't get sexier,
You'd be surprised.
more thrilling,
You won't be disappointed.
or more explosive,
I'll have to be extra convincing.
then you don't know Michael Weston.
You want some iced tea?
That'd be great.
All new episodes of Burn Notice premiere Thursday at 10 on USA Network. Characters welcome.
Whether it's today's All-Stars,
Dustin Pedroia, CeCe Sabathia, Albert Pujols,
the Young Guns,
Zach Greinke, and Tim Lincecum, and Adam Wainwright,
or the all-time greats,
Kirby Puckett, Johnny Bench, Joe DiMaggio.
no one has our national pastime covered like he does.
It's still about players, and that's what I love.
Peter Gammons.
I do not worry about being first. I do worry about being right.
Hall of Fame award-winning journalist Peter Gammons on MLB.
Welcome back to Prime 9, featuring the greatest managers of all time. You've heard the case for both 9 and 8. We now continue with number 7.
You do it again and I'll knock you right in your nose. I didn't touch you. You pushed your finger. I did not.
Earl Weaver's legendary tantrums led to an American League record 97 ejections, but it's not what landed him on this list. For that, we go back to the middle of the 1968 season.
Could I get just the 2 managers for a color shot?
That's when Earl became manager of the Orioles and incredibly took the team to the World Series in each of the next 3 years.
You realized one thing about Earl. He wanted to win. That was the most important thing to him.
And he did win it all in 1970.
Winning the 1970 World Series, that's got to be, the standout. Winning is what it's all about.
And the Orioles responded to Earl's single-minded charge, winning more games in the 1970s than any other American League team.
Earl Weaver was head and shoulders above any other manager in the game of baseball at that time.
What made Earl unique was that he didn't follow the baseball Bible. He defied the norm, and it worked.
There's the sly fox. Don't ever count him out.
He had philosophies about the game that he stuck with. He didn't like giving outs away, bunting. He did not like to make a good hitter have only one pitch to swing at on the hit and run.
Weaver believed that fundamentals were the most important advantage they could have. And so while other teams were taking batting practice by the hour after hour, the Orioles had everybody over there with Weaver screaming at them about which base to cover every bunt play, every pickoff play, every cutoff play.
Earl's unique approach became known as the Oriole Way, earning him 1,480 wins and beloved status in Baltimore.
The fans have stayed to honor a man who has become an absolute legend.
I wouldn't go anywhere but Baltimore because I was treated so well there, and the organization was such a class organization. It was a great marriage.
Only 2 men who managed one team their entire career have more wins than Earl, and one of them checks in at number 6. For 23 years, Walter Alston was at the Dodgers' helm, and despite his success, he often doesn't get the credit he deserves.
People say, well, why is Walter Alston overlooked when you don't put him in a class with Casey Stengel and some of those types. I think probably that happens because he was quiet. He was very unassuming.
A dignified man of few words, Alston took a studious approach to the game.
He just methodically managed the baseball game.
Know your team as well as you can and go to your best. But that's the only thing that you can do.
He did know the game of baseball, and I thought he was a fair man, very strong man. You didn't want to mess with him.
We knew that we didn't want to make him mad, though, because I did see him challenge the entire bus one time, and he was looking right at Frank Howard as he was chewing us all out. Frank Howard was 6'7", 280 pounds. And he said, if anybody doesn't like it, just step outside. And he walked out of the bus, and he waited for us. Nobody moved.
In 1955, Walter turned the bums into heroes when he led Brooklyn to its only title.
And these Dodgers at last are world champions.
3 years later, the Dodgers made their historic move to Los Angeles, and Alston's steady hand helped keep the focus on baseball.
I can't say how I'm going to like L.A. because we haven't been there yet. But I think my main concern is to have a good ball club, and if things are pretty nice wherever you go, if you can win.
And that he did, earning 3 more titles in Los Angeles and finishing his career with 7 pennants and more than 2,000 wins.
All Bedlam breaks loose on the field as the jubilant Dodgers try to reach go back.
I think in a lot of ways, Walter was underrated. He was probably a lot better manager, had a lot better strategy than people really believe.
But Alston was very strong in his own beliefs, self-confident in his ability to lead the team, and I think that's what really made him a great manager.
Ah, the soft, gentle breezes of Venezuela, the peaceful, sun-drenched streets of Puerto Rico. They're some of the most scenic destinations in the Caribbean and one of the most passionate rivalries in baseball. Don't miss MLB Network's first live games of the new year. Watch all the action live from Venezuela, the Caribbean World Series, starting Tuesday, February 2nd, 2:30 Eastern on MLB Network. See how some of the world's best ball players relax on their vacation.
Every year, one team rises above all the others.
Raleigh Fingers wraps it up.
The Big Red Machine, the Mustache Gang, Team of the Century.
The Yankees have done it again.
They were all called champions, and World Series Highlights celebrates them all. 1974 to 1976, the A's top LA in a West Coast Classic, and Cincinnati's dynasty begins.
I got news for you. We are now going to be world champions again.
World Series Highlights, Friday night at 8, only on MLB Network. They were unforgettable years on and off the field, cherished memories of the record breakers, the clutch performers, the ball clubs that beat the odds to win it all. MLB Network presents a baseball seasons marathon, a flashback to our national pastime's most unforgettable years. Baseball legends tell all.
I got knocked down a lot.
About the plays and players that changed the course of baseball history. A baseball seasons marathon, Sunday starting at 12:30 Eastern on MLB Network. When baseball history is made, the one place to be is MLB Network.
Welcome back to Prime 9, featuring the top 9 managers of all time. Joe Torre and George Sparky Anderson kick things off, followed by Baltimore's Earl Weaver and the Dodgers' Walter Alston, which means it's time for number 5.
If players and other aspiring managers want to take note of what a true Hall of Famer is all about, look no farther than Bobby Cox.
Bobby first came to the Braves in '78, inheriting a team that had just finished 40 games under 500. He got them to 500 by the early '80s, but that's when Cox moved to Toronto, where he would lead the Blue Jays to their first division title in 1985. He returned to the Braves in October of that year, but this time as general manager.
I won't miss the dirt and the dirty uniforms and arguing with umpires, paying fines, and such things like that.
But he did miss it. And after building a strong nucleus as the GM, Cox returned to the bench in 1990, where he soon began an historic string of success.
Let the celebrating begin, folks. 14 consecutive division titles for your Atlanta Braves.
We were able to put together that run of 14 consecutive division championships with a blend of a lot of new players coming from a lot of different places. And Bobby was always able to put them on the field as winners.
Great year, boys. Bobby. Way to go, Berkey. Yeah.
And in the midst of that run, he led the Braves to their first World Series championship in almost 40 years.
The team of the 90s has its world championship.
In a career that has now spanned 4 decades and featured more than 2,400 wins, perhaps his greatest legacy is this.
All you need to know about Bobby is that everybody in the game wants to play for Bobby at some point in time.
Right on him, kid. Come on. Oh, Rossi.
He's the epitome of a player's manager. You know, basically he asks that you show up on time, you play hard, and you respect the game when you go out there on the field.
That's the definition of a baseball lifer. Bobby Cox knows no other way.
Bobby's got his spikes on, and he's in full uniform at noontime for a 7 o'clock game. He lives, eats, drinks, and breathes the game of baseball, and that's what the best do.
And while Cox is second among active managers in wins, our next skipper is first.
Yes, sir. All right, let's go. Come on, that one run. Attaboy.
Tony La Russa has compiled quite a resume with 3 different teams, thanks in part to his uncanny instincts.
He was a tremendous manager to play for. He would walk around the field every day. He'd be like, Tony, what are you doing? I'm smelling. Smelling what? Smelling the grass? No. He said, I'm just smelling to see what attitude our team is.
He is an innovator. I mean, he's tried a lot of different things, whether it's bat the pitcher 8th.
Nobody utilizes the players better than he does. He puts people in a position where they have the best chance to succeed.
That approach has given Tony a reputation for turning franchises around. It began in Chicago in '79, and 4 years later, he led the White Sox to their first playoff appearance in 24 years. It was then on to Oakland, where the A's had been to the playoffs just once in the last 11 years.
Tony again!
But beginning in 1988, La Russa led them to 3 straight World Series appearances, winning it all in '89.
Yes! He's there in time, and the A's are the world champions.
Come '96, Tony moved on to St. Louis, and in his first season there, the Cardinals broke an 8-year playoff drought.
Tony La Russa, they brought him here to get into a World Series.
And in 2006, he led them to the top.
For the first time since 1982, St. Louis has a World Series winner.
Wherever Tony La Russa has gone, he's won. With more than 2,500 wins and counting, he has the 3rd highest total of all time.
You have a responsibility to get clubs in position to win. You give your best every day and try to do that with your club. And look in the mirror after it's over and say, that's my best.
Tony always seems to be serious. Our next skipper, not so much.
There's some folks who laugh at Casey Stengel because of the way he uses the English language.
The big thing is to have it on your mind you're going to win every day, and at the end of the season you generally win more games in which you'd expected to lose.
Charles Dillon Casey Stengel was a World Series star as a player and a 7-time champion as a manager. But he'll also be remembered as one of the great characters in the game.
Many people did view Casey as a clown, but he was brilliant.
Stengel was in fact a student of the game, having learned under the tutelage of the great John McGraw while playing for the New York Giants. But once Casey started managing in 1934, he struggled, first in Brooklyn with the Dodgers, then with Boston's National League team.
He was kicked out of a couple of places and kicked out resoundingly.
But when Casey took over the helm of the Yankees in 1949, he immediately led them to a championship.
Manager Casey Stengel is deliriously happy with his first major league title.
What managing the Yankees did was really unveil the real Casey Stengel.
Casey was the right man for the Yankees, a team laden with stars, for he knew precisely what buttons to push and when.
Casey was a brilliant manipulator of players. When the team was going badly, Casey never criticized them, just left them alone. When the team was going well, Casey rode them unmercifully.
And they responded with 5 consecutive World Series titles from 49 through 53, a feat that has gone unmatched in baseball history.
Proud Yankee Day. For the first time, a team had hoisted 5 consecutive World Championship flags.
During Stengel's 12 seasons as the Yankees manager, he led them to an astonishing 10 pennants and 7 World Championships, tied for the most ever by any manager. And it's safe to say that no one had more fun doing what he did best than Casey.
I want to thank you for giving me this great send-off and the honor of being what I was, but I want to thank every one of the ball players. They did the job.
A vulnerable and suffering country has been devastated. Haiti's children and their families need our help. UNICEF delivers life-saving water, food, medicine, and shelter in emergencies. Please join Major League Baseball and help the children of Haiti by visiting unicef.org. Next on Prime 9, baseball's top all-time characters with names like Yogi, Manny, and the Spaceman. Which of these pitchers, pranksters, and self-proclaimed idiots is the most colorful player ever? Prime 9 coming up next, only on MLB Network. Our national pastime all the time. MLB Network.
2K Sports.
When you come into the game and you face guys like Evan Longoria, you have to be pretty particular with your location.
You can't miss in. He's really quick inside.
Uso el slide para el pie de atrás. Es un slide que rompe hacia el pie de atrás.
Your normal four-seam fastball right here.
Slide.
Curveball. Kind of like a splitter.
Recto de costura. Y cambio.
He's an easy out in my book. Yeah.
In Major League Baseball 2K10, it's all about the pitchers versus the hitters. Get ready to battle.
Rated E for everyone.
AT&T's 3G network lets you talk and surf the web at the same time. Verizon's doesn't. Excuse me. Yeah, hey, Rick. What, you're on a game show right now? What's the capital of Peru?
Come on, man, hurry. You gotta help me.
That'd be Lima.
My answer is Lima. You just won $1 million.
Okay, now, I better get a cut of that.
When you compare, there's no comparison. AT&T, a better 3G experience.
This Valentine's Day, buy any smartphone after mail-in rebate and get any messaging phone free after mail-in rebate.
We now return to Prime 9, where this week we're featuring the top 9 managers in all of baseball. These are men who have not only stood the test of time in the major leagues, but have produced winning teams along the way. So now it's time for number 1 and 2, the greatest managers in the history of the game. We begin with number 2. Joe McCarthy would eventually become a Hall of Fame manager, but early on, the fact that he never played in the majors made him an easy target.
He was scorned, even hated, by players and press because he came to the big leagues with only a minor league background.
When you were playing in Toledo and I was playing in Louisville, little did we think that we were going to be here.
McCarthy had already won a pennant with the Cubs, but some Yankees still resented him, especially the biggest one of all.
Babe Ruth wanted to be the manager when McCarthy was named Yankees manager.
But Ruth was a free spirit. The Yankees needed a leader, and Joe molded the team in his image.
Joe McCarthy was a man of discipline. He disciplined himself, and he had rules for the ball club that he liked to have followed. He played along with what he wanted. Why, there was nothing he wouldn't do for you.
McCarthy brought a rare combination of talents to the job.
He was a technician of the old school, and he was going to extract value and performance from his players, whether they liked him or not.
And he would be very, very clever about matchups, which is always an important part of baseball.
Well, it obviously worked. as McCarthy's Yankee teams won 7 World Series titles, including 4 in a row.
The Yankees of Joe McCarthy between 1936 and 39 not only won 4 consecutive World Series, they made a shambles out of the National League of Opposition.
And I'll say one thing for you. You've done a great job as manager, and you've got a great ball club.
One that went 204 games over 500 during that 4-year span. McCarthy finished his career with more than 2,100 wins and loads of respect.
He was just such a smart baseball personality that he maximized every player's ability, including his own as a leader.
Which brings us to a leader with the most distinct style.
McGraw was a psychopath. John McGraw came from a horrific family background, and it was reflected in the way he approached daily life.
During McGraw's early playing days in Baltimore, he played for Ned Hanlon, who brought an innovative approach to the game. That style was adopted and refined by McGraw, who became the Giants' manager in 1902.
The way he managed the game was to take Ned Hanlon's tricky style of play, which he had learned in Baltimore, and add an element of aggression to it.
And it was life and death to him, and that's what winning in a baseball game was all about.
McGraw was a brilliant manipulator of players. In his own words, an absolute czar.
He was a master tactician. He ruled his players with an iron hand.
He was nicknamed a Little Napoleon because he was a martinet. He was a dictator.
Giants took on McGraw's personality and played the game with an outlandish swagger, best symbolized by McGraw's decision to have the words World Champions sewn under their jerseys after they won it all in 1905.
And so when the Giants got into a close pennant race, there was an awful lot of passion. He liked to stir up the opposition.
During his 31 years as manager of the Giants, McGraw's tactics won him 10 pennants.
I think McGraw did not change his style, even into the 1920s. He scorned the home run game that Babe Ruth brought in.
And John reveled when those two divergent styles came head-to-head in a pair of fall classics.
It was delicious for him to face off against Ruth's Yankees in the World Series in 1921 and 1922 and cut them to ribbons. Ruth hit 118 in one of those World Series because McGraw instructed his pitchers to throw nothing but curves. Don't throw a fastball, Ruth will get himself out.
John's approach was often abrasive and always brilliant. He won more than 2,700 games, second most ever, and finished a record-high 815 games over 500.
The idea was to win. Nothing else mattered. It didn't matter to be a nice guy. It didn't matter to get along with your players, and it certainly didn't matter to be liked by the opposing team. And he represented that really hard-nosed personality that I think was unique in those days and probably is unique today.
Well, we've managed to run out of time, but before we go, consider this. John McGraw managed Casey Stengel. And when Stengel led the Yankees, he had a player named Billy Martin who became known as Casey's boy. Stengel loved Martin's fiery passion, and Billy went on to become a brilliant skipper. He managed 5 different franchises in his career, including a bizarre off-and-on stint with the New York Yankees, in which he was hired by George Steinbrenner 5 different times.
That's not the way it's going to be, George. Damn right it is, and if you don't like it, you're fired. You haven't hired me yet.
But while Billy was great at turning teams around and making them successful, the fire that fueled his passion resulted in short stints.
Don't you be intimidating me.
And that got him tossed from this show. Well, that's our Prime 9. What's yours?
Welcome to Prime 9, the countdown show that covers the very best in baseball. Guaranteed to start arguments and not end them. This week we spotlight the top 9 characters in the history of the game. Why 9? Well, that's baseball. 9 players, 9 innings. Prime 9.
What'd you play for, guys?
We'd tell you about our ground rules for this episode, but we doubt that any of our guys would listen. For there's no sport with more characters than baseball.
There you see Fredericks. psyching himself up, talking to the ball.
What do you think I should do? Take him out or leave him in? All right, I'm going to take him in.
Our candidates did have to wear the uniform, which knocked out colorful and game-changing owners like Charlie Finley, Bill Veeck, and that boss man in New York.
In the 75th year, I think baseball's back at the top of the rostrum where it belongs.
Managers qualified. In fact, some are ticked off that they didn't make the list.
Yeah!
As for closers, a position known for craziness, well, you'll have to see if any made the final cut.
He's a wild and crazy guy.
There you go. And that's what makes Prime 9 so much fun. It's easy to get wrapped up in, because everyone has their own opinion, and we've got ours.
You are a liar! You're a big liar! You are a liar, Earl!
So here are the top 9 characters of all time, starting with number 9 on Prime 9.
Heads up, Timlin. Somebody's been around for 18 years. You don't fall for those tricks.
Look at the obliques. Look at obliques. Just give me a little bit. Just give me a little one. Distance.
Kevin's a nut. He's so off the wall, and everyone kind of gets into that with him.
Big cat, you know, whatever he was, first rounder in Dominican somewhere.
Kevin's the type of guy that, you know, he's a good big league player. He's not great.
Then you got me. Who am I? What am I even doing out here?
He feels just blessed to be a big leaguer, and he's going to enjoy every second of it.
Seriously, can't throw, can't run, can't field.
We all have these wonderful intangibles. The one thing you'll have.
Unbelievable play by Jeter. And again, it's Rodriguez. They get one. They get two.
Best shortstop in baseball.
Garciaparra flags it down. 360. The throw in time. Ordonez out to make the play. Oh, my goodness. Tejada barehanding. What a play. Maybe the best.
Mark Belanger was an all-star because he played defense. Louis Aparicio and Joe Tinker have busts in Cooperstown thanks to their gloves. While the expectations of a shortstop bat may have changed over the years, the glove is to the shortstop what the guitar is to the rock star. Here now, a Prime 9 list of shortstop defense.
Bouncing ball toward the hole. Vizquel stops it. Throws from the outfield grass. What a play! Oh, man. He saved 2 runs and ended the inning.
And there's that acrobatic athleticism by Barry Larkin. Look at this play.
Look at this play. Just look at the play.
Two-one pitch, ground ball over the middle. Charged by Vizquel, barehanded a no-hitter.
One-two. He loops that to left field. Going to be a tough play. Jeter on the run, makes the play, and flies into the stands. Oh, play by Derek Jeter.
0-1 pitch. Swinging, smash to short, throwing to the plate, and they get the runner at the plate on an unbelievable play by White.
Unbelievable play by Smith.
You're not going to see any better. I'll guarantee you that.
Galgo hits a broken bat ground ball slowly towards second. Grabbed by Ordonez. The throw. He got him. He got him. He's out. He's out at first base. Oh, my. What a play by Ray Ordonez. He crossed over on the second base side of the infield. He made a dive. He spun completely around and somehow threw to first in time for the out. You believe this guy?
Play by Jeter.
But for the quintessential shortstop highlight, April 20th, 1978, Jeff Burroughs stunned by then Padre Ozzie Smith. Take another look, and it never gets old. Barehanded, fooled to his feet, and he gets Burroughs, who could run back then, by the way. the shortstop highlight. Most Gold Gloves at the position. Ozzie won 13 during his illustrious Hall of Fame career. Omar Vizquel is Cooperstown bound with 11, and Louis Aparicio with 9, Mark Belanger 8, and Davey Concepcion with 5. You played alongside the Wizard of Oz. I mean, that was kind of routine stuff for a guy with his ability.
It was routine stuff, and I just, because I was in my own level of concentration, I can't think of just so many times that he gave me just like chill bumps down the back of my neck watching the plays, that I had the best seat in the house to see these type of plays. I remember talking to him about this one. He said the ball hit like a pebble, and he thought he had a beat on it with his glove, and really redefined how that position is played.
I think he didn't redefine, but defined.
That's a good point.
But he defined the highlight. I mean,
Right.
I think of him as like the Thomas Edison of the highlight play. Because that was the play when people started playing that all the time, and oh my goodness, what did he just do? And we started seeing more and more highlights, more guys leaving their feet. You know, we talk about guys playing good defense back in the day, back in the 60s and 70s, pitching in defense. You know, until Ozzie came along, really, you didn't see people playing short with the acrobatic athleticism that he had. I think in his own way, he redefined the way the position was played.
You know, you go back to back in the day, in the years that you were talking about, it was fundamentals, 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 and I think people forget, especially when you talk about a guy like Ozzie Smith. He was a fundamental shortstop every single day in batting practice, working on ground balls on his knees, working on his glove work, going back over his shoulder, over his back, learning how to catch those balls going away from the infield. He was fundamental, but acrobatic at the same time.
Well, you know, when you look at that position, I think if you talk to any baseball person, and you really talk to pitching coaches, they want a shortstop that's going to make the play. You need to go to the left, you need to go to the right, turn the double play. It's very important. And I know, in looking at it, we had some great ball clubs in Cleveland, a lot of power. We scored 900, 1,000 runs every year. We became a great club when we got Omar Vizquel at shortstop. And I had the good fortune to watch this guy for 6 or 7 years every day. And it was fun because he made the routine play, but he also had, as you guys have alluded to, the ability to make that great play, to barehand a ball in the hole, you saw that World Series play to extend and come up and throw. And he did it with what would be considered a below-average arm. He just had a quick release. He had great timing. He understood. He had a great clock. He knew the speed of the runners. A lot of fun to watch him. Highlight a minute.
Now, Ozzie Smith and Omar Vizquel, not examples of this axiom, but there have been highlight reel middle infielders who haven't been particularly good defenders throughout their career. There's something to be said for, say, the second baseman that can go to his left. He might not be very good around the bag, but when you're good on the highlight reel, you're going to get on TV.
Well, yeah, but you're exactly right. But for me, it's about that guy that can make all the plays and makes it routine. We were talking about throwback guys. You go back to, you know, Louis Aparicio. You go, hey, listen, there were guys, I'm sure, in the 30s that were good players, steady players. But, you know, a lot of these guys, they didn't have webbings on their glove. You know, I mean,
defense is so much better today.
It is.
Much better. Last year, nobody made more than 25 errors. Just back in 1979, there were 15 guys. We had 4 fewer teams. 15 guys made more than 25 errors. Defense is the one element of the game that's way better than it's ever been.
We wanted to keep this discussion going so we could see the Davey Concepcion and the Mark Belanger video. Mission accomplished, gentlemen. Nicely done. Coming up, Nolan Ryan and the Rangers were in the news over.
Tonight, we're focusing in on right field and whether it's a terrific catch or even a tremendous throw. There have been some memorable moments created in that corner of the outfield. Here now are favorite plays of recent memory from out in right field, Prime 9 style.
There's a high fly in the right. Long chase for Clemente. Gallops over. Grabs it, whirls. Here's Rettman coming to throw. What a throw! He just beat it in.
0 for 4 in the ninth. Base hit right field, but they're going to have to hold Jeltz at third. Oh, and now the ball gets away from O'Neill. He kicks it to Benzinger.
No, I do not believe this. This is the all-timer, Tommy. The absolute all-timer.
He kicked the ball to Todd Benzinger.
The absolute all-time play I may have ever seen.
Line drive, right field. We may have a play at the plate. Big hop. Here comes Downing. Here's the throw. It is. He knocked him off the plate. What a tag by Carter. A tremendous play by Carter. Oh, baby, what a play. And what a throw by Dave Parker.
ball in. Oh, what a catch he made. What a catch by Dwight Evans. And it's a double play. Griffey didn't know what happened as Evans made a spectacular catch.
So heading to third base is Long. The throw to third base, and it got him nailed at third base on a tremendous throw by Ichiro. My, oh my!
4-0 Boston here as they bat in the bottom of the 8th inning. Atterberg steps into the first offering by Hurtado, deep out to right field, and gone, a home run. They're saying he caught the ball. They're saying he caught the ball. What a catch. Jay Buhner, now that is taking a home run away.
It'll be an 0-2. Hit to right field. Fair ball, base hit. Alfonso scores. Here comes Hundley. He's being waved home by Cookie Rojas. The throw to the plate
what
is
a throw.
in time. The only question, did Fletcher hang on? Hundley probably never touched home plate anyway.
Straight away for him in the outfield. And there's a drive to right center. Swoboda comes up with it. The tag is third. Here comes Frank Robinson. The game is tied. Ron Swoboda making another sensational catch for the Mets.
And the 2-1 pitch on the way. Swung on, and a high fly ball hit to deep right field again. And Ichiro goes back in the track to the wall and makes the leap and makes the catch. Unbelievable! My, oh my, what a catch by Ichiro! Leaping almost into the first row of seats to take away a 2-run home run from Garrett Anderson.
Just some of our favorite plays out in right field. I remember that 79 All-Star game that Dave Parker threw because we had that VHS tape and just replayed it all the time. Anything stand out for you?
Well, I think for Larry Walker playing right field was easy as 1, 2, 3, unless he had to go 1, 2, 3 as far as counting the outs. That's one play I won't soon forget in Dodger Stadium. And he's a charitable guy and a Canadian, very, very friendly, making more friends by giving that souvenir. Just a little bit premature. Give me that back, kid. And Larry always with a great sense of humor going, what is wrong?
These type of things happen all the time. Remember Benny Agbayani did something similar to that down the left field line at Shea Stadium. Tom, what about you? Does anything stand out?
Very similar, except he didn't get the ball back. Last year, Milton Bradley gave Cubs fans a reason to always remember him. Just a crazy, nutty play there. He's fighting the sun here, and he's happy he caught the thing, but he doesn't know how many outs there are.
I love the hand on the belly.
Oh, my goodness. The best part about this episode was after the game, Lou, famous for those reactions in his press conference, basically gave Milton an old mathematics lesson. Do we have to count now? 1, 2, 3. He was boiling, ready to blow. It was beautiful.
Now, I know we all have our own favorite plays, but there has to be the most memorable play, John Hart, happened in Cleveland. You were the general manager of the Cleveland Indians.
Well, I was sitting in the ballpark. It was the old stadium, Cafe Martinez. We were on our way to lose 100 games. We were playing, I think we were playing Texas. Bang. Can of corn to right field. The next thing I know, Cafe circling the bases. It goes off of Canseco's coconut. And the ball goes out of the ballpark, almost knocks down the fence. I'm going, man, this is our chance to turn our season around right here. There it was, Jose Canseco. And after the game, he said, no, I didn't touch it. It went out. There it was.
To this day, I think he claims.
Watch this. Watch this. I'm watching it going on the third out. Oh, it's out.
You cannot watch this without laughing.
Now, you know what? And I think wisely for Canseco, thinking that what a great time to develop amnesia, but he has muscles in his head as well, I guess.
How did you come up with Cafe Martinez?
Well, Cafe, it was his nickname. Carlos Martinez, everybody called him Cafe. So, and he was kind of an odd guy, and an odd play happened to an odd guy. Go get him, Cafe.
Remember David Hulse, the center fielder on that play? He was laughing.
Everybody was laughing.
Jose was laughing.
I think there was only about 1,500 people in the stands, and they were laughing at the same time, too.
Did it turn your season around?
That turned us around right there. We took off from there.
And tonight, Johnny and I are going to get the early bird special at Cafe Martinez.
The game of baseball revolves around numbers, and when Hot Stove returns, we'll be back to. We'll catch you next time. Don't forget, Front Burners on Wednesday night.
This is a special presentation of the best of MLB Network Remembers with Bob Costas.
Hello again from Studio 3.
On this installment of the Best of MLB Network Remembers, we'll look at the stories behind some of the great milestones and pitching performances in baseball history. Our first one took place more than 70 years ago. It involved a young, then relatively unknown Cincinnati Reds pitcher whose name was about to go into the record books.
About some no-hit games this year, Johnny.
Well, I don't say I'm going to throw any, but I sure would like to.
It was June 15th, 1938. The first night game ever played at Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. An event big enough that Jesse Owens ran pregame sprints just to entertain the sellout crowd. Cincinnati's pitcher that night was 23-year-old left-hander Johnny Vandermeer. Now, 4 days earlier, Vandermeer had pitched a no-hitter against the Boston Braves, then known as the Bees. Remarkably, Vandermeer was also no-hitting the Dodgers into the ninth.
Something happened in that ballpark in Brooklyn that night, probably never happened before. From the seventh inning on, the Brooklyn fans were pulling for me. Now, in Brooklyn, they don't do that. And when I started the ninth inning, they were really pulling for me.
With 2 out and the bases loaded on walks, Brooklyn's Leo DeRocher came to the plate. After a long foul into the upper deck, DeRocher flied out to center. Johnny Vandermeer had made baseball history. President Franklin Roosevelt sent his congratulations.
If I knew of the fact that it had never been done before, that might have threw some more heat on me. But I wasn't aware of that.
Now, baseball fans have argued for years about which record is least likely to be broken. Cy Young's 511 career victories, Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak. But Johnny Vandermeer's back-to-back no-hitters have to be in that discussion. After all, only 4 pitchers have ever pitched 2 no-hitters in the same season.
You know the record will never be broken? Johnny Vandermeer's 2 no-hitters in a row, because you got to pitch 3. No one's going to pitch 3 no-hitters in a row.
So we note here Johnny Vandermeer's amazing accomplishment: 2 straight no-hitters. June 1938. Ten years ago, Pedro Martinez struck out 5 of the 6 men he faced in the 1999 All-Star Game.
4 in a row. You believe this?
Quite a feat. So it's hard to imagine an all-star pitching performance topping that one, right? Well, here's a nominee. July 10th at the 1934 All-Star Game. It was the second All-Star Game ever, played at the Polo Grounds in New York. And the National League starter was New York Giants left-hander Carl Hubbell. After allowing a single and a walk in the first, Hubbell faced the heart of the American League lineup. Their names? Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Jimmy Foxx.
What I was trying to do was to strike Ruth out. He's the only one I was really trying to strike out.
Hubbell's famous screwball caught the Babe looking for out number 1. Next up was Gehrig, and Hubbell got him swinging. Now, all King Carl had to do to get out of the inning was take care of the great Jimmy Foxx.
I was just trying to get Foxx out the best way I knew how, you know.
Foxx went down on strikes as well. So Hubbell had struck out in succession 3 Hall of Famers who would eventually account for 1,741 home runs. But Carl Hubbell wasn't done. He started the second inning by fanning Al Simmons and Joe Cronin. If you're scoring at home, Carl Hubbell had struck out 5 future Hall of Famers in a row.
It didn't really soak in on him until after I'd finished.
Now, Carl Hubbell had a great Major League career. 9-time All-Star, 2-time National League MVP, inducted into the Hall of Fame. But his signature moment, and one of the signature moments in All-Star history, came on July 10th, 1934. All right, it's not Harvey Haddix pitching 12 perfect innings and eventually losing, but still, talk about a good news, bad news night. Houston's Ken Johnson had one for the books on April 23rd, 1964. He became the only pitcher to ever pitch a 9-inning no-hitter and still lose. The Astros are the Colt 45s then, and Johnson no-hits the Reds in Houston. It's a Red lineup that includes Vada Pinson, Frank Robinson, and second-year infielder Pete Rose. Johnson loses the game in the 9th. His throwing error allows Rose to get to second, and then an error by Houston second baseman Nellie Fox lets Pete score, and the final is 1-0 Cincinnati. There have been 256 no-hitters in baseball history, but none exactly like the one Ken Johnson threw on this April night in 1964.
The ball game is over. and Cincinnati wins it by a score of 1-0 as Johnson pitched a no-hitter and lost the ball game by a run.
Ken Johnson, how does it feel to pitch a no-hitter and lose?
It's kind of hard to believe. I still don't believe it, but just one of those things that pitches a no-hitter, it's a pitcher's dream. I've always dreamed about it, and I thank God for that, and I just wish that we could have won the ball game.
On July 20th, 1958, Jim Bunning threw a no-hitter for the Tigers against the Red Sox. It wouldn't be the best pitched game of the Hall of Famer's career. That would come 6 years later, June 21st, 1964. It was Father's Day, and Jim Bunning, then with the Phillies and the father of 7, was facing the Mets at Shea Stadium. Bunning retired the first 13 in a row before Phillies second baseman Tony Taylor made a great diving stop to retire Jesse Gonder. From then on, Bunning was untouchable.
No runs, no hits, no errors. Last of the 9th inning. It's a perfect game going for Jim Bunning.
Charlie Smith led off for the Mets.
This crowd is absolutely holding its breath. High pop fly. This one is playable. The shortstop, Bobby Wine, is in foul ground. 1 out.
Bunning then faced George Altman.
Struck him out. Jim Bunning is 1 out from a perfect ball game.
1 out away from perfection. The batter was pinch hitter John Stevenson.
Every pitch bringing a roar from the Shea Stadium crowd to a man there behind Jim Bunning. They're Mets fans, but they appreciate a great performance. Struck him out! A perfect game! A perfect game for Jim Bunning! Here come his teammates!
Bunning needed 90 pitches for his masterpiece. It was the first perfect game in the National League in 84 years.
Jim, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Ralph. Wow. It's
One
one of them days.
One of those Father's Day days, huh?
Oh, yes, sir.
Jim Bunning's perfect game, June 21st, 1964. On September 2nd, 1972, Chicago Cubs pitcher Milt Pappas hurled a no-hitter against the Padres at Wrigley Field. Now, a no-hitter is always a special achievement, but in Pappas's case, how he got it had never been done before or since. It was the top of the 9th, and Pappas had retired 26 Padres in a row. The batter was pinch hitter Larry Stahl. Pappas got ahead of him 0-2 before the count went to 3-2. Pappas was a strike away from a perfect game.
Ball 3, strike 2, 2 out. Perfect game on the line. No hitter on the line.
Bruce Fremming was the home plate umpire.
I got a pitch to call, and I'm not a fan. I'm an umpire.
It's a ball, and Pappas is enraged. Ball 4. There goes the perfect game. The no-hitter is still intact. Fremming, the umpire, walks out.
You see that he's going to get himself in trouble with me. It's only my second year, but I had Hundley catching, and I said, if he gets down here, because he came off there, I said, he comes down here, Randy, just tell him to keep walking.
Pappas got the no-hitter when the next batter, Gary Jestat, popped up to second.
He has it! It's a no-hitter for Pappas!
This might be the only time when a no-hitter would count as a disappointment, because Pappas also became the only pitcher ever to have a perfect game broken up on a walk to the 27th batter he faced.
I really don't know what Bruce was thinking. I think he was very stupid in what he did, looking back on it, because all he had to do was raise his right hand. I'm sure nobody would have squawked. How many chances do you get? That was my one chance.
September 2nd, 1972. July 18th, 1999, was Yogi Berra Day at Yankee Stadium. The Yankees were playing the Montreal Expos. Don Larson, the only man ever to throw a perfect game in the World Series, tossed out the first pitch. Now, David Cohn was 36 years old in the summer of 1999 and on the back end of his career. But on this hot summer afternoon, the Expos couldn't touch him. They came closest in the first.
I'm thinking triple, right off the bat. And all of a sudden, Paul comes diving out of nowhere and makes a great catch, almost off the top of the grass.
What a play by Paul O'Neill.
The next challenge to Cohn didn't come from the Expos, but from the weather. After Cohn struck out the side in the third, the rains came, resulting in a half-hour delay.
After the rain delay, I had a real quick inning. I remember getting through 5 and going, "Hey, my pitch count's really low here. We've got some runs on the board." I knew after the 5th inning that there was a chance, to do something here.
Cone did something all right.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Number 6 for Cone.
He proceeded to retire every Expo in order.
24 in a row by David Cone.
And in the 9th, with 2 out, the batter for Montreal was Orlando Cabrera.
Pitch. He popped him up. He's going to get it. Roches makes the catch. A perfect game for David Cone. It is the 3rd perfect game in Yankee Stadium history. Don Larson in 56. David Wells in 98. David Cone in 99.
Cone needed just 88 pitches for the perfecto. July 18, 1999, at Yankee Stadium on Yogi Berra Day with Don Larson in attendance.
I dropped to my knees and looked up and saw Joe Girardi and threw a big bear hug on him and went to the bottom of the pile, and I didn't want to let go. Just a wonderful, wonderful feeling.
This baby boy was literally born yesterday. He doesn't know squat, but he does know the BK Double Cheeseburger is bigger than McDonald's for just $1. He's still learning, but he's got a pretty big head start. The $1 Double Cheeseburger only at Burger King.
If you had a choice between going bald and a fuller head of hair, which would you choose? Advances in medical science have resulted in the world's first and only permanent solution to hair loss. You wash it, you cut it. It's your own real, naturally growing hair. When it comes to hair restoration, no one in the world has more experience than Bosley. The results look completely natural and are affordable on nearly any budget. Bosley Hair Restoration is a relatively simple outpatient procedure, but the entire process can't be explained in 60 brief seconds. So to find out more about this clinically proven permanent hair loss solution, call the toll-free number below to receive your free no-obligation information kit. It'll answer all of your questions about hair loss and hair restoration. Every day you wait, you're losing more hair, so don't put it off any longer. The phone call is free. The information is free. You owe it to yourself to find out the facts. Choose hair. Choose Bosley.
Call 1-800-424-0506. That's 1-800-424-0506.
This is Jeff Norman. He doesn't get health insurance from an employer, so he's been buying it himself for years. He's healthy, so he wonders why his rates keep going up. Liz Sloan wants health insurance but doesn't think she can afford it. We're Assurant Health, and we've been customizing plans to meet the needs of individuals for over 110 years. For instance, with our 2-year rate guarantee and healthy discount, Jeff will get 15% off his rate and lock in that rate for 2 years. For Liz, we offer plans that allow people like her to pay for only the benefits they need, saving them money. In fact, Liz could get up to $2 million of coverage for less than $100 per month. Unlike other health insurance companies that focus on corporations and treat everyone the same, Assurant Health is there for the individual. So if you need health insurance, call the number on your screen, visit our website, or contact your local agent.
Call now to find out how you can save hundreds of dollars a year on your health insurance. Call 1-800-335-9798.
Every day, our brave troops and their families stand up for us.
For years, we've asked so much of so few.
Now we have a chance to serve these heroes.
To give time, offer comfort, or lend a hand.
To ease the burden on a military family.
Let's honor their service by volunteering ours.
In this place, we'll get a new sense of history from those who created it.
The best pitcher of his generation, Bob Feller, faced them all and sat him down.
I didn't have much trouble with Mickey.
Now he's facing Bob Costas.
You win 266 lifetime, and then, of course, you went into the military. You would have won 350 easy.
Reflecting back on an amazing career on the ball field and battlefield.
World War II was the one we had to win, and I don't miss those 100 wins whatsoever.
Studio 42 with Bob Costas, tonight at 9 on MLB Network. This is a special presentation of the best of MLB Network remembers with Bob Costas.
I didn't think, when the ball game started, that there was anything special about the night. For 2 or 3 innings, it was just a normal ball game. I didn't have particularly great stuff.
What happened on September 9th, 1965, was anything but a normal ball game. Sandy Koufax was pitching against the Cubs at Dodger Stadium, and even by his own testimony, without especially great stuff, Koufax had retired every Cub through 7 innings.
As the ball game went along, I started to feel better and better, and the last 2 innings, I don't know if I've ever felt any better than that in the ball game.
In the 8th, Koufax struck out the side. Now there's only one way to remember the 9th. Here's Vin Scully.
3 times in his sensational career, Sandy Koufax walked out to the mound to pitch a fateful 9th, where he turned in a no-hitter. But tonight, September the 9th, 1965, he made the toughest walk of his career, I'm sure, because through 8 innings, he has pitched a perfect game. And the first man he will look at is catcher Chris Cruz, big right-hand hitter. It is 9:41 p.m. on September the 9th. The mound at Dodger Stadium right now is the loneliest place in the world. Sandy reading signs into his windup, 2-2 pitch. Fastball got him swinging. He is 2 outs away from a perfect game. Here is Joe Amalfitano. Fastball swung on and missed, strike 3. He is 1 out away from the promised land. And Harvey Keene is coming up. The time on the scoreboard is 9:44. 2-2 to Harvey Keene. 1 strike away. Sandy into his windup. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, a perfect game. On the scoreboard in right field, it is 9:46 p.m. in the city of the Angels, Los Angeles, California.
Congratulations, and of course everybody in the baseball world thrilled over what you've done.
And a crowd of 29,139 just sitting in to see the only pitcher in baseball history to hurl 4 no-hit, no-run games. He has done it 4 straight years, and now he capped it on his 4th no-hitter. He made it a perfect game.
September 9th, 1965. On June 16, 1978, Tom Seaver, then with the Reds, pitched a no-hitter. And you could argue it wasn't the best pitched game of that season. In fact, it may not have been the best pitched game that week. On June 17th, the next night, Ron Guidry came into his start against the Angels at Yankee Stadium, having won 10 in a row. He began slowly that night. In the first 3 innings, he gave up 3 hits and a walk, but he also had 6 strikeouts. And starting in the 4th, Guidry really dialed it up. 8 of his next 9 outs were strikeouts.
13 strikeouts for Ron Guidry.
I just remember sitting behind him, and Thurman at times wouldn't even put a sign down. He would just go.
Struck him out! Holy cow, number 15!
The 2 guys that was surprised the most was Munson and I. We both looked, 15? You got 15? I have 15? Well, that's what they said.
In the 8th, Guidry got his 16th K. Guidry punched out 2 more in the 9th, giving him 18 for the game. Still, the Yankee record.
18! Holy cow! 18 strikeouts!
That night also began, by most accounts, a new ritual at baseball games.
Listen to the crowd now, and every 2-strike count, you'll hear them.
Nowadays, it seems commonplace, but the Guidry game that night may have marked the first time that the crowd would get louder and louder with every 2-strike count.
And once again, listen to the fans.
You know you're the one that started all of that. And it's never stopped.
Quite a night for Yankee fans at Ron Guidry's 18-strikeout performance. June 17th, 1978. Look at any no-hitter in baseball history, and you're likely to find an interesting story or two. It's unlikely, however, that you'll find many no-hitters with as many stories attached to them as the one Dwight Gooden threw on May 14th, 1996. Gooden had missed the previous season and a half because of a drug suspension. A star for the Mets in the 80s, he was 31 when the Yankees signed him for the 1996 season. His beginnings with the Yankees were anything but successful. Gooden was almost released in April of '96, and entered this game against Seattle on May 14th with a record of 1-3 and an ERA of almost 6. Before the game, Gooden got the news that his father had suffered a heart attack.
I called Joe Torre and said, look, I'm coming to the ballpark, I'm pitching tonight. And he said, you must be crazy. Just go home, spend a day with your father, and when you come back, we'll be here. You'll be still in the rotation. I said, no, I think my father would probably want me to pitch.
The second batter Dwight Gooden faced that night was 20-year-old Seattle shortstop Alex Rodriguez.
This ball is hit hard to straightaway center. A tough play for Gerald, and he gets it!
This was no light-hitting team that Gooden no-hit. Seattle's lineup included A-Rod, Edgar Martinez, and Ken Griffey Jr.
Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Gooden walked 6 that night, including 2 in the 9th. But when he faced Paul Sorrento, he was 1 out away.
Curveball popped up. Should do it. Jeter onto it. Gooden with his hands in the air. He's done it. Dwight Gooden has just pitched a no-hitter.
Who would ever thought that would be the day I threw my first and only no-hitter, and the next day I fly home. He had the surgery, listened to some of the game on the radio, and gave him the ball.
On September 2nd, 1990, the Blue Jays' Dave Stieb was 1 out away from a no-hitter. As he got ready to face Jerry Brown of the Indians, you could understand if Stieb was thinking to himself, not again. You see, Dave Stieb had pitched 5 one-hitters in his career already, including 3 in 1988, and 2 of those were particularly heartbreaking. In back-to-back September starts, Stieb had gotten 2 outs in the 9th inning with a no-hitter intact, only to lose it. The first time, Cleveland's Julio Franco got a bad hop single to break it up. And then 6 days later, Jim Traber of the Orioles got a base hit to end that no-hit bid. Then there was the game against the Yankees in August of 1989, when Stieb had a perfect game going with 2 out in the 9th before Roberto Kelly doubled.
Line to left field. No!
Steve Sachs followed with a single, and Stieb had to settle for a 2-hitter. So there was the Toronto right-hander on the mound September 2nd, 1990. 1 out away again. And with Jerry Brown at the plate, Dave Stieb's run of 9th inning disappointments finally ended.
He has got a no-hitter for Dave Stieb. The long frustration is finally over.
Dave, you've had a sensational career with Toronto. This is a moment you'll never, ever forget.
That's right, Fergie, I won't.
And you've had 5 cracks at it. You got it.
That many?
It was the first and only no-hitter in Toronto Blue Jays history. And after 5 one-hitters, Dave Stieb finally had his no-hitter, September 2nd, 1990. On May 19th, 2008, the Red Sox were playing the Kansas City Royals at Fenway, and the Boston starter that night was 24-year-old lefty John Lester. 16 months earlier, Lester had been diagnosed with a rare form of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, a blood cancer. Less than a year after chemotherapy left him cancer-free, John Lester won Game 4 of the 2007 Red Sox World Series sweep. And on May 19th of 2008, he dominated the Royals. The closest Kansas City came to a hit was in the 4th, with Jose Guillen at the plate.
The center field falling fast, Ellsbury running fast, diving and catching!
With the Fenway crowd on its feet, Lester faced Alberto Callaspo with 2 out on the 9th.
Callaspo strikes out! John Lester's thrown a no-hitter at Fenway! He no-hits the Kansas City Royals!
A piece of relatively recent baseball history. John Lester's no-hitter on May 19th, 2008. Nolan Ryan and Sandy Koufax did it, but the Cleveland Indians' Bob Feller did it first. On July 1st, 1951, Feller became the first pitcher in modern baseball history to throw 3 career no-hitters. His first came on opening day 1940 against the White Sox, and it's still the only opening day no-hitter ever thrown. The second came 6 years later when Feller no-hit the Yankees.
I had a very good fastball. I struck out 11. I had much better stuff that day than I did opening day in Chicago in 1940.
And Rapid Roberts' third no-hitter came in the first game of a doubleheader against the Tigers in Cleveland.
I was a little over the hill then. I wasn't throwing all that hard. Curves, sliders, change-ups, trying to pitch to spots.
Now, 3 no-hitters is a remarkable accomplishment, but it was eventually exceeded first by Koufax, who threw 4, and then Ryan, who threw a remarkable, almost unbelievable 7. But consider this. Feller lost almost 4 seasons to military duty during World War II. He was just 22 when he enlisted, so who knows how many no-hitters the Hall of Famer would have thrown during those prime years. We do know he threw 3 for his career, including his last one, July 1st, 1951.
The Rangers need to get another bat. What do the Dodgers need to do? You think they'll have some more money to spend?
Let's talk about the Braves. Seattle, Red Sox. The Phillies got robbed.
Wednesdays in January, can your off-season moves face the heat? Hot Stove's Front Burner, where you share predictions, rumors, and player deals. And our insiders debate whether your idea is on fire or all wet. So call or email questions and comments, then turn up the heat for Front Burner. Wednesday night at 7 Eastern, only on MLB Network.
Trouble, 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 trouble. Trouble been dog in my soul since the day I was born. Worry, oh, worry, 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 worry.
When it comes to things you care about, leave nothing to chance. Travelers, insurance for auto, home, and business.
MLB Network really put up the numbers.
You turn on MLB Network, and boom, baseball is on. So we go right inside the park and get there. That's pretty awesome.
It all adds up to a rookie year that's simply
unbelievable, man. There is so much stuff going on. It was fantastic.
We are making history here. Let's play some ball. How do you get any better than this?
An ideal guest is anyone with an interesting baseball story to tell.
I love the game of baseball. Thank you for the opportunity.
From day one, MLB Network has been front and center, bringing you all the coverage, all the players, all of baseball, all the time. And we're just getting started.
History! You gotta be kidding me! The cycle is complete! Unbelievable! See ya!
MLB Network.
Our national pastime, all the time.
This is a special presentation of the best of MLB Network remembers with Bob Costas.
Of all the home runs in baseball history, only one is listed in the Guinness Book of World Records. It was hit on April 17, 1953, at Griffith Stadium in Washington, D.C. It was the 5th inning, and Mickey Mantle was batting right-handed against Senator lefty Chuck Stobbs. Mickey hit one out of the park, way out of the park, and the ball wound up in the yard of a house across the street. So exactly how far did Mantle's mammoth shot travel? Well, legend has it that Yankees PR director Red Patterson took a tape measure outside the stadium and declared that it went 565 feet. Turns out Red actually walked to where the ball landed from the back bleacher wall and then estimated the distance at 565. No matter, the legend was printed, and the term tape measure home run was born. As good as Lou Gehrig was, he spent the better part of his career being overshadowed by Babe Ruth. For example, in 1927, Gehrig hit .373 with 47 homers and 175 RBIs. But Ruth had the statistic everyone remembers, 60 home runs. On June 3, 1932, though, Gehrig did something the Babe never did. The Yankees were playing the Philadelphia A's, and Gehrig homered in his first 2 at-bats in Philadelphia. He then hit his 3rd in the 5th inning. The A's' George Earnshaw gave up all 3 of the homers, and when manager Connie Mack came to take him out of the game, the story goes that the irritated Mack made his pitcher stay with him to watch Gehrig's next at-bat. Well, you guessed it. Roy Mahaffey was the pitcher, But Gehrig did the same thing. Home run number 4.
Lou Gehrig batting. There's a long fly ball to right field. It's a home run.
On June 3rd, 1932, the great Iron Horse completely stepped out of Babe Ruth's shadow, becoming the first player in the 20th century to hit 4 home runs in one game. It's May 13th, 1958, and the Cardinals are playing the Cubs at Wrigley. The great Stan Musial is sitting on 2,999 career hits. The Cards are heading home after the game, so they decide to sit Musial so he can get his 3,000th hit in front of the home fans in St. Louis. But the Cardinals are trailing 3-1 in the 6th, and Musial is sent up as a pinch hitter. He's facing Mo Drabowski. Here's how Harry Carey called it.
Here's the pitch. Line drive, there it is! Into left field! Hit number 3,000! Musial around first! On his way to second with a double!
Is this a bigger kick than the first hit?
Well, it's hard to say. That first one was a big thrill, too, because just being in the big leagues is really a thrill in itself. So that was a big thrill. I think this might be even a little better thrill, though.
Musial becomes only the 8th player to get 3,000 hits, and the first in 16 years. He's also still the only one to reach that milestone as a pinch hitter. Musial will end up with 3,630 career hits, the 4th most ever. 1958 was a pretty good year for Stan the Man. At 37, he hit 337. And on May 13th, he made history with his 3,000th lifetime hit. A pitcher winning his 300th game or a player getting his 3,000th hit are always big baseball milestones. And what if they happen on the same day? Well, that day was August 4th, 1985. Tom Seaver was with the White Sox then, and he was going for number 300 at Yankee Stadium. He threw a 6-hitter and a complete game as he beat the Yankees 4-1, the 300th victory of his great career.
Tommy, I know this has to be maybe the biggest day of your life. Has it ever been anything more gratifying?
I don't think so, Don. I mean, I try to control my emotions as best I can, all the way up really up to 299. I thought I did an excellent job, but today was like my first day in the big leagues.
Meanwhile, across the country, the Angels were playing the Twins. California's Rod Carew was sitting on 2,999 career hits. Carew grounded out in the first, but in the third, he came to the plate with Frank Viola on the mound for Carew's old team.
There's a drive to left field, base hit. There's number 3,000 for Carew.
1985 was Rod Carew's last year, and he'd end up in the Hall of Fame with 3,053 hits. Tom Seaver entered Cooperstown with 311 career wins, and they both reached baseball milestones on the same day, 24 years ago, August 4th, 1985. It was thought to be unbreakable. In 1915, Ty Cobb stole 96 bases. From 1920 to the early 1960s, only 4 players stole even 60 bases. None more than 63. But in 1962, the Dodgers' Maury Wills changed all that. He was ahead of Cobb's pace most of the year, and by September 23rd, he had 95 steals, one away from the record. In the third inning of a game with the Cardinals, Wills stole second off Larry Jackson to tie Cobb at 96. And then in the 7th, with Jackson still on the mound, Wills took off again and got his record-breaking 97th steal.
And I dove for second. I came up about 10 feet short, and I crawled the rest of the way. And the ball bounced in the center field, and I got a hold of second, and I just laid there. And the umpire came over, they stopped the game, they pulled the bag out of the ground, the fans are going crazy.
Maury Wills ended that 1962 season with 104 stolen bases. Here's something else worth noting. Ty Cobb, in the process of stealing 96 in 1915, was thrown out 38 times. Wills was caught only 13 times with his 104 steals in 1962. The mark of 104 stood until 1974, when Lou Brock of the Cardinals swiped 118. And then in 1982, Rickey Henderson of the Oakland A's stole 130, and that's still the single-season mark, of course. But for a while, that record belonged to Maury Wills, and he set it on September 23rd, 1962. A pair of baseball milestones on May 1st, 1991. That day in Oakland, Rickey Henderson steals third against the Yankees. It's the 939th stolen base of his career, breaking Lou Brock's all-time mark. In typically low-key fashion, Henderson removes the third base bag to celebrate the accomplishment and then addresses the crowd.
Lou Brock was the symbol of great base stealing, but today I'm the greatest of all time. Thank you.
Later in Arlington, Texas, Nolan Ryan is making history himself. He's already thrown 6 no-hitters, and now at age 44, he has another one going this night. With 2 out in the 9th, he faces Toronto's Roberto Alomar.
That's it! Number 7 is in the books. The remarkable Ryan has done it again.
Ryan strikes out 16 on his way to his 7th and final career no-hitter. It's not the first time Nolan Ryan and Rickey Henderson have been connected in baseball history. 2 years earlier, Rickey was Ryan's 5,000th strikeout victim.
He struck him out swinging. Strikeout number 5,000 is history for Nolan Ryan.
And on May 1st, 1991, these two baseball greats make history again. He won more games than any left-handed pitcher in baseball history. So how is it possible that he seems so underrated? By any measure, Warren Spahn had a remarkable big league career. He didn't win a major league game until he was 25, having spent his early 20s serving in Europe during World War II. But once he got going, Spahn would go on to win 20 games in a season 13 times as a Milwaukee Brave. That's the record for left-handers. He would also throw 2 career no-hitters, one when he was 39, the second when he was 40. And it was during the season he turned 40 that Warren Spahn took the mound on August 11, 1961 against the Cubs in Milwaukee. Spahn was going for career win number 300 in front of a sold-out crowd at County Stadium, and he went out and beat the Cubs 2-1, pitching a complete game 6-hitter for number 300.
The 300th victory. I wanted it so badly the first time that I went after it. I wanted to pitch a good game and pitch 9 innings, and the game wound up 2-1, and I won it in 9 innings, so I'm terribly proud of that one. You know, a whole lot of people don't get there.
1961 was a pretty good year for the 40-year-old southpaw. 21 victories, a no-hitter, a league-leading ERA, and he finished second in the Cy Young voting behind the Yankees' Whitey Ford. There was only one Cy Young award back in those days. The great Spahn's career spanned 3 decades. His teammates included Paul Wainer at the beginning, Hank Aaron in the middle, and Tug McGraw at the end. Spahn finished with 363 career wins, and his 300th came on August 11, 1961.
Can your favorite team be better, faster, stronger in 2010? MLBNetwork.com recaps what every team will need to get there. On Hot Stove's 30 Clubs, 30 Recaps, find out where they all left off in 09. And what our insiders say they'll need to succeed next season. Log on to MLBNetwork.com to see the recap for each team. And for the latest rumors, trades, and signings, keep watching Hot Stove tonight at 10 Eastern on MLB Network.
Pick a city, any city. Then log on to Hotwire.com, where you'll find 4-star hotels at 2-star prices. Hotwire has special deals with hotels. When hotels have unsold rooms, they use Hotwire to fill them, so you get them at ridiculously low prices. Like 4 stars in San Francisco. Hotwire hot rate from $85. So pick a city, then get a 4-star hotel at a 2-star price from Hotwire.com.
HOTWIRE, Hotwire.com.
Save big on car rentals, too, from $13.95 a day.
Attention collectors, truck enthusiasts, and Ford fans. Here's an automotive first that became an all-time favorite. The 1948 Ford F1 pickup. The first in the revolutionary F-series of trucks that became the best-selling vehicles in the world. To honor its 60th anniversary, Ford has authorized the National Motor Museum Mint to release this exclusive die-cast masterpiece as a collector's item. This showroom-perfect model includes all the amazing bonus-built features that made it star-spangled new back in the day. Now the single detail has been overlooked, from its stylish new horizontal grille to its authentic hardwood sandwich stamped metal truck bed. Both doors open to reveal its $1 million cab. The The hood opens wide to show off its powerful V8 engine. Underneath, there's a spare tire and rugged new engineering features. You'll love the look and heavy-duty feel of this impressive collector's treasure. Right now, during this special anniversary offer, this prized die-cast collector's piece, a regular $30 value, can be yours for only $10. And that's not all. As a free gift, you'll also receive this beautiful, classic 1956 Ford F-100 pickup. According to many, the best-looking Ford pickup ever built. Modernized with a new wraparound windshield and stylish front.